Gold and silver were too flashy. Plus, out of every 10 prosthetics at the rehab center, 3 were painted gold and 2 silver. Natural skin color. Yen Biao toyed with the idea and eventually shook his head. It was too pretentious. It was a freaking prosthetic, why pretend otherwise? Yen Biao gave careful thought to what color he should paint his prosthetic legs, asking a whole bunch of folks for advice. After much consideration, he decided on the color his doctor suggested, titanium white. Most doctors preferred titanium white because first, as doctors they were biased in favor of white, and second, titanium white looked peaceful and less threatening. It was also the default color of most home robots. It was a color most folks in the new era were familiar and comfortable with. Titanium white was also nicknamed suntan-proof. Duh. If a prosthetic could get a tan, that would be spooky. During his rehab at the hospital, Yen Biao typically did the maximum number of exercises allowed by the doctor so he could be in the best shape possible, the kind that would enable him to engage in combat once he had gotten used to his mechanical legs. He was getting a substantial workout. Because of his long training sessions, Yen Biao preferred to work out outdoors and bask in the sun as long as it didn't rain. The gym was often too crowded. He wasn't used to the cramped quarters. Just as his name suggested in Chinese, Yen Biao looked a bit intimidating. Plus, he had gone on quite a few missions in the woods during his time on Baiji. His existing tan and the fact that he was working out outdoors every day now made him look like an ox. Yen Biao typically wore long shorts or capri pants during his training sessions, both for comfort and to allow his doctor to better monitor his prosthetics. Today he wore pants, but they came off as capri pants after his prosthetics were painted titanium white. Yen Biao even donned a pair of white sneakers to match the color of his new legs. His other limbs were heavily tanned, in strong contrast to his pristine white prosthetic legs. Suiyu nearly burst out laughing when he saw Yen Biao. "What, are you pretending to be one those black horses with white hooves?" Fang Zhao had brought Suiyu up to speed shortly after he had signed a contract with Yen Biao. Suiyu had already visited several times during Yen Biao's hospital stay. He was free anyway and had loads of time to kill, so he looked up Yen Biao to shoot the breeze and hear a few stories about Yen Biao's life on Baiji. Even though they were competitive toward each other, they would both be serving as Fang Zhao's bodyguards from here on out. They were comrades now, so they also tried to get along. Suiyu gave Yen Biao's titanium white mechanical prosthetics a glance and commented, "That color looks a bit girly." That said, compared to shiny gold, silver, any of those other weird, non-conventional colors, or the floral patterns with a dizzying effect, titanium white was okay. Yen Biao laughed and stomped his feet. He felt good about his new legs. He was used to wearing camouflage in the army. Now that he was retired, he no longer had to sneak around. It felt good to wear a different color. But he sidestepped the issue and instead asked Suiyu, "You got the message from boss, didn't you?" "Got it." Suiyu had reached out to Yen Biao after he heard from Fang Zhao, but when he had called, Yen Biao had been having his prosthetics painted and hadn't been able to talk. Suiyu had asked where he was and had decided to track him down in person instead. "The next flight to Y is a week from now. The tickets have been booked," Suiyu said. Yen Biao was blown away. "You actually managed to swing tickets?" He had looked online right after he had hung up with Fang Zhao. He had checked everything, be they freight vessels or chartered flights, anywhere he could secure seats. But all flights for the next month had been completely sold out. Y was drawing tons of visitors after the establishment of the Y Filmed Entertainment Culture base. Most were the cast and crew of upcoming productions. The passengers were screened carefully, first when they bought tickets online and again prior to boarding. The tickets were also quite expensive, but that didn't stop the deluge of visitors. Many folks used their connections to land go for jobs on upcoming TV productions so they would have an official cover to check out the legendary twin bases in person, the major research base and the filmed entertainment culture base. But because of the limited number of seats, even production crews had to work their connections. Yen Biao had access to Y because he worked for an investor in the filmed entertainment culture base, but first he had to land a space transport ticket. I'm no miracle worker. Boss got us tickets and sent me a message. The tickets were just issued, Suiyu responded. Yen Biao fired up his tablet. Indeed, there was an unread message waiting for him. It was too noisy, so he had missed the reminder. He was used to using military-issue electronic equipment in the service and was still getting used to the new consumer electronic devices on Earth. Yen Biao made a mental note to buy a better tablet when he got his first paycheck. A week later, Yen Biao and Zuiyu boarded a space vessel bound for Y. The Y filmed entertainment culture base was now crammed with various productions that were renting space from the major investors. They had all signed contracts. There were quite a few production crews leasing plots from the area that Fang Zhao had bought. Fang Zhao didn't have the time to deal with the paperwork. Duan Xianji had assigned someone to help him out. But Duan Xianji was also busy and frequently delegated to her staff. The production crews paid their rent on time initially, but some tenants had started playing games when Fang Zhao's plot had started getting crowded. Tenants of the Silver Wings set were typically on time because they had dedicated staffers in charge of collecting rent. Meanwhile, production crews on Fang Zhao's plot had started owing back rent. These folks didn't dare take on Duan Xianji, but they thought Fang Zhao would let things slide. Fang Zhao was willing to let production crews write IOUs or pay in installments, but the bottom line was that they had to show they intended to pay. When he checked his books, he realized some tenants were messing with him this month. It wasn't a big deal, and Fang Zhao was clearly in the right, so he didn't take the issue to Duan Xianji or the Y military command. Zuiyu was ridiculously free anyway, and Yen Biao had recovered. This was something for them to do. A former special forces and a retired major, both armed, would send the right message. When Yen Biao and Zuiyu arrived at the film studio complex and laid eyes on the clusters of replicated ancient buildings for the first time, they were blown away. Even though they had seen footage of the structures online, the real thing was more impressive. Yen Biao took a look at his map and took a deep breath. Wow, this entire plot belongs to boss. Zuiyu triple-checked and nodded. Yep, that's the plot. Yen Biao was anxious to get started. So, let's go on patrol. Walking in the streets of these sets felt like traveling through time. No wonder folks liked working here. Filming on a proper set definitely helped you get in character. Those talented actors would feel the difference. Let's go. Zuiyu started a quick trot. They were careful to avoid production crews that were in the middle of shooting. They spotted folks arguing and fighting when they walked past the replica of an ancient inn. Zuiyu scanned the surroundings. Are they acting or is this for real? He didn't see any cameras, and the folks at the center of the fight wore contrasting outfits. Some were in costume and others wore modern garb. It's a real fight, Zuiyu concluded. He asked, should we alert the soldiers stationed at the outpost nearby? Yen Biao flexed his arms and told Zuiyu, no need to bother the outpost over something minor like this. Let's keep track of what these folks damaged, and I'll take care of the rest. He darted toward the crowd, yelling as he walked, hey, hey. What's going on? Stop fighting. Followed by 3 punches, 2 kicks, and a slap that took down the most violent parties. The injured folks stayed down for some time. Their heads were spinning. The other folks retreated immediately after a quick look at the menacing Yen Biao and an approaching Zuiyu. Who are you? Us. Yen Biao's tanned face flashed a toothy grin. Debt collectors. Judging from their demeanor, the crowd quickly translated debt collectors as gangsters after protection money. This kind of shady sh*t is going down here already. So soon after the film studio complex opened for business. Isn't the military paying attention? But come to think of it, this was no surprise. Mobsters collecting protection fees were common around shops and film sets in remote locations on Earth as well as stores on black streets. It wasn't far-fetched for criminals to branch out to foreign planets. "Don't mess with us. We're going to alert the soldiers at the outpost," someone who appeared to be a leader warned Yen Biao and Zuiyu while wearing a guarded expression. "We're civil, law-abiding folks," Zuiyu responded. The surrounding crowd. That claim would have been more credible if the two former soldiers hadn't flashed the holsters on their belts. Within a week of Zuiyu and Yen Biao's arrival at the filmed entertainment culture base, Fang Zhao had collected all his back rent and received payment covering the damage the fight had caused. Yen Biao gave Fang Zhao a briefing by phone. "Some folks think they can stir trouble because the landlord isn't around. Boss, just me and Zuiyu isn't enough. It is a big plot, after all. We can't resort to our guns when there are minor disputes. Using physical violence is also quite tiring. It's just the two of us, after all. Silver Wing has a dedicated team in charge of security. I paid them a visit. The team is made up of retired soldiers. We could put together a similar group, but we don't need that many people. Around 10 will do." Yen Biao continued, "I know some former soldiers who retired for various reasons. Some of them were forced to retire because of injury, like I was, but I can vouch for their character." Fang Zhao had been pondering the same issue. He readily accepted Yen Biao's suggestion. "Zuiyu should be able to recommend some folks too." "Understood." Fang Zhao decided to send Yen Biao and Zuiyu to the film studio complex first to collect back rent. Second, he also wanted boots on the ground. As the film studios got busier, trouble was bound to happen. Conflicts between different production crews wasn't uncommon. After hanging up with Yen Biao, Fang Zhao checked his account balance. Between his savings, payment for the scores he had written for the TV shows, and rental income from the filmed entertainment base, Fang Zhao had plenty of cash. He planned on staging a concert after he finished his military service. In Yenzhou, there were 3 leading performance venues: 5 Notes, Vinyl Record, and Golden Age. The first 2 had strict standards when it came to choosing performers. The criteria was the number of prestigious music awards the performer had received. The concert halls typically refused to rent to performers who weren't up to snuff. That left the final option, which was the only venue that rented to anyone who paid: Golden Age. This was Fang Zhao's venue of choice. Golden Age was the venue where the widest range of artists performed. The age of the average performer was also lower than at the 2 other venues. It was an important stepping stone for many up-and-coming musicians. Xue Jing had also suggested Fang Zhao go for Golden Age. Lacking the requisite award wins, the other 2 concert halls were out of the question. Considering Fang Zhao's current status within the industry, given he hadn't won any top prizes, the only option was Golden Age. But Golden Age also scared off many potential performers, because it was prohibitively expensive. Fang Zhao checked the rates for Golden Age, then his account balance. He could afford the venue, although he wouldn't be left with much cash after renting it, but as long as he had endorsement deals lined up for after his military service, he wouldn't be totally strapped for cash. But precisely because Golden Age was available to anyone who could pay and its rates were exorbitant, it had a bad reputation. Purists refused to perform there, instead preferring to wait 10 or 20 years before renting the other 2 concert halls when they had accumulated the necessary accolades. To prevent Fang Zhao from overthinking the matter, Xue Jing had counseled that even though Golden Age didn't enjoy the greatest reputation, it was a great venue for a newcomer, an ideal training ground. Whether it was too mass market or not was in the eye of the beholder. As long as you maintain a pure heart, you will always come out a winner. That had been Xue Jing's advice to Fang Zhao. In fact, Xue Jing had no reason to worry. Fang Zhao knew very well that right now he needed a platform to showcase his talent. Joseph had suggested hiring a PR company to launch a publicity blitz, but Fang Zhao had vetoed the idea. If you didn't have the talent to back it up, a PR campaign could only get you so far. If you wanted the backing of major investors, that would be impossible, because they were all too smart to fall for such an act. They could detect a fraud from miles away. It all came down to ability. Although the Golden Age Music Hall was pricey, there was no shortage of reservations. Browsing the official website's booking schedule, Fang Zhao saw that the hall was already booked all the way to February next year, and if he wished to make a reservation, he would have to make it for 3 months after that. The weekends from March to May were already reserved, and only weekdays were still available for booking. Fang Zhao would complete his military service and be discharged next April. Fang Zhao would continue producing music after his military service, and it was impossible for him to book it so early. Thus, Fang Zhao made a booking for a Saturday night in August. If there was not enough time, he could push his booking back, though his deposit would not be refunded. Outside of military service, other than Silver Wing's composing assignments, Fang Zhao still had to prepare his own works and handle matters relating to the consultant team. The consultant team's list of names was already more or less fixed, and the discussion platform had started to get lively. Every day, the team leader would raise a few questions to warm up and let everyone air their own views and suggestions on the targeted topic. The script had not been revealed yet, but everyone's enthusiasm in the group had already adjusted. As the script had not been set yet, the members of the consultant team could speak a lot more freely. These people had all been engaged by those big investors. Some of these people held positions of power and authority, but when they spoke, there were no qualms. On this day, the head consultant raised a topic about the character of founding-era leaders and their livelihoods and other aspects. Those people were heroes, but they had been humans too, not unfeeling killing machines. They had real feelings and emotions. This discussion was also for the sake of supplementing various elements of these characters' lives in the series and making these great people appear more well-developed. Well-known military campaigns during the founding era were all documented in historical records, and examinations would touch upon them. Therefore, students who studied history well knew about all of these, but for the actual temperaments, lifestyle habits, and other aspects of these leaders, a large majority of people had no idea. On a certain day, after Fang Zhao returned from a mission, he opened the discussion platform to find it bustling with activity, completely different from how outsiders might view an academic research topic discussion, serious and solemn. Currently, this bunch was talking about the gossip of those great people. However, only those big shots in the historical and art circles were doing the talking. After all, only people with their sort of status would dare to gossip about these great people. For those younger ones, or those who were underqualified, they just watched silently from the side. As a junior, in these circles, it was not good for Fang Zhao to interrupt when these big shots were talking, so Fang Zhao just viewed silently, since he wanted to know what sort of awkward incidents these bunch of people had managed to dig up. A big shot who studied history seemed to be excited. Let's not talk about Wu Yan's mistress. The Wu family definitely would not let it be written in, but Wu Yan was afraid of dogs. This bit should probably be acceptable for the script. I'm warning you, although the current Yenzhou governor does not have the Wu family name, random vilification will not be tolerated. We need evidence. The dominating and awe-inspiring great general Wu Yan had actually been afraid of dogs. Of all the creatures to be afraid, he had been afraid of dogs. If this information was released, nobody would believe it. I contacted people from Shizhou and, with great effort, managed to convince them to contribute a portion of Great General Lu Xi's handwritten notes. It was mentioned in the notes that Great General Wu Yan was actually afraid of dogs, so he had not had that close a relationship with Great General Su Mu. The others had their curiosity piqued and halted the discussion for the time being. What else was there in Great General Lu Xi's notes? According to the information provided from Shizhou, it was mentioned that Great General Lakalina's ancestor was an empress. That goes without saying. According to historical studies, Lakalina originally wanted to be an empress during the founding era. She even got a famed artist to paint a portrait of her titled Localina I. The painting is still on display at Lajos Museum. After that, the entire world changed its political system to having only a governor. However, over at Lajos, in private, the governor is still considered to be like a monarch. Hey, let me finish. The notes did not only mention Localina's royal ancestry but also said that she had originally been a germaphobe. However, she gradually changed during the period of destruction. Germaphobe? After surviving through the period of destruction, even the greatest germaphobe can change. That's true. What else? Besides being a germaphobe, Localina also had trypophobia. For real. That's what was written in those notes. Whether it is true or false, only Great General Lu Shi would know the answer. Or perhaps we could ask people from the Localina family. The Localina family would definitely not admit it. Actually, whether she was a germaphobe or had trypophobia, having survived through the many years of the period of destruction and having wielded such considerable power, it is obvious she overcame those a long time ago. There is no point in continuing to seek the truth in this matter. The focal points of the script will not be on this. Furthermore, the Localina family value their reputation a lot. Even if it is true, they will never agree to it being written into the script. Fang Zhao watched them as gossip about each of the founding-era generals was talked about in succession. Even the unlucky leader Fang Zhao, who had not managed to endure to the founding era, was discussed. Luckily, Lu Shi's notes did not have many awkward quirks about Fang Zhao, but it did record that Fang Zhao was a musician. That expert that had been fortunate enough to obtain copies of Lu Shi's notes verified what he was saying by posting some photographs of the notes. A live symphony orchestra lives inside Fang Zhao's brain. This was the original line written in Lu Shi's notes. After the discussion on gossip about the various leaders, the topic returned to the project. Seems like the great persons of the founding era were not so perfect either. Should these be written in? I think not. But all these are crucial snippets of their characters. Nobody is perfect, we are only human because of our flaws. All of these cannot be written in wholesale, but we can filter some out and embellish them a little. Sounds fair. Watching the chatter in the discussion platform, Fang Zhao knew now that the excited manner in which these big shots of the consultation team talked about gossip was like how entertainment reporters got excited when they talked about the private affairs of various celebrities. By watching from the side, Fang Zhao discovered that the person the head consultant worshipped the most was founding-era leader Fang Zhao. According to the contents of the script, founding-era leader Fang Zhao could not be considered a lead role, but he was an important supporting character that had a role in many crucial scenes. In the month of December, Fang Zhao received the first draft of the script and, together with the other members of the consultation team, began discussions on inaccuracies or misrepresentations of the various characters and other aspects and how to amend them. Toward the end of December, Yan Biao and Zuiyu arrived on planet Baiji. Fang Zhao had helped them handle the arrangements and procedures. This time, on his return to the Baiji military district, Yan Biao did not have the identity of a military personnel and so had to go through all the normal procedures. Yan Biao was filled with mixed feelings when he saw what planet Baiji had become. However, on the whole, he was happy to take a walk down memory lane and catch up with old comrades. Planet Y had been Zuiyu's first time leaving his home planet, and it felt like a tour for him. It was a novel feeling, patrolling the sets and watching others film. In short, Y filmed entertainment culture base's atmosphere was much more relaxed. As long as they did not create trouble, it was generally very harmonious. But Planet Baiji was a whole different ball game. Before entering the atmosphere, Zuiyu could already feel a more solemn ambience. The military presence was much thicker here than on Planet Y. Over at the film entertainment compound, Yan Biao had recommended 6 discharged soldiers to Fang Zhao, and Zuiyu had also recommended 2. Currently, there were 10 personnel patrolling the streets of the Y-filmed entertainment culture base. Even if Zuiyu and Yan Biao were not there, there were still 8 others guarding the place. This was sufficient enough, so there was no need to worry about any production teams causing trouble in the film entertainment compound. With supervision, production crews there that caused trouble in secret now knew their places. The matter of debts had also been reduced marginally. For some production crews that were unable to fork out a lot of money, Fang Zhao could give them some leeway as long as their attitudes were good and they had a certain reputation. On this visit to Planet Baiji, Yen Biao and Zuiyu also helped Fang Zhao bring along specialized feed for Fang Zhao's hybrid sea slug. Denzel also said that he will send you an electronic file when he sees you online. It's regarding the feed dosage, Yen Biao told Fang Zhao. As for the area of land that the Interplanetary Fund has encircled, construction has already started there, but it is guarded heavily. I haven't gotten a chance to get close. Already there are people at the film entertainment compound making guesses about that area's use. A paparazzi went over to try and secretly snap photos but was caught and thrown in prison at Y base. After that, nobody ever went close to it. There is no longer any need to keep watch on that area, Fang Zhao said. News about the revolutionary film project being rebooted would not remain concealed forever. Having joined the consultant team and as an internal member of the project, Fang Zhao had a much clearer idea of the process. For the time being, there was no pressing need to find out what was being constructed in the Interplanetary Fund's Golden Circle on Planet Y. Yen Biao did not spend too much time on Planet Baiji before returning back to Earth. Yen Biao appeared fine as they were leaving. He had gotten to meet his comrades and had been living well since he had been discharged. Although there was some regret and a slight reluctance to leave, people always had to move forward and look to the future. After adjusting his mentality, he felt more carefree. On the contrary, Zuiyu was really reluctant to leave. This foreign planet garrison was how he had always imagined it to be. These constructions in progress were where future immigrants were going to stay. He had not seen enough yet. However, as Memorial Day was approaching, Zuiyu could not continue staying on Planet Baiji either. He and Yen Biao had a scheduled space flight to catch. As Memorial Day drew closer, certain construction sites ceased operating, as the workers all wanted to return back to Earth and celebrate with their families. There were too many people and too few scheduled space flights. As the time drew closer, it would be harder to schedule a return trip, so it was best if they left earlier. Fang Zhao had given them a Memorial Day vacation. Recently, there had also been fewer production crews in the film entertainment complex, so not much manpower was required to keep an eye on things over there. 2 of Yen Biao's old comrades would not be returning back to Earth, so they would stay there and keep watch. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang had also decided not to return. After so many years, this was the first time they had gotten a chance to celebrate Memorial Day in a military district. This could very well be the last Memorial Day they would get to celebrate in a military district. In the future, as they aged, it might get inconvenient to travel far, let alone leave Earth and gallivant on foreign planets. Fang Zhao was different from the other outpost soldiers. He was only undergoing temporary military service, and generally speaking, conscripts had it slightly easier and got to enjoy a Memorial Day vacation too. The 2 Fang elders had already helped Fang Zhao tidy up his quarters so he could have a good rest on Memorial Day. This Memorial Day, the top brass had given conscripts a 3-day vacation. In the early morning of Fang Zhao's first day of vacation, he brought along the water tank containing the rabbit from the outpost to the base's family area. Kevin Lin also tagged along to the base. Given the nature of his profession, the base had arranged special quarters for him. However, Kevin Lin was very busy. He had already planned for a week-long Military District Memorial Day program. This had also been the column's request. Now he just needed to let Fang Zhao show his face for a bit during the live broadcast every day and Kevin Lin would not bother him after that. Even without having a daily mission, Fang Zhao did not stay idle. He brought out the second draft of the script, which had been distributed to the consultation team, and checked the contents for areas that might need amendments. As he looked through the script, as before, Fang Zhao connected to the internet and opened the consultation group's discussion platform. The bunch of big shots were still as lively and did not realize it was close to Memorial Day. When heroes of the period of destruction were mentioned, these specialists would get very engrossed in chatting. Fang Zhao had also been talked about many times. These bunch of people also knew that discussing too much about the personal affairs of the few great generals was not too good. If they went overboard, the big families of the respective continents would take issue, but for Fang Zhao, they did not need to worry about anyone looking into things. In any case, that leader did not have any direct descendants. Relatives? 500 years had already passed, who even cared if you were related to him? During the initial stages of the new era, seeking favors through family ties had not necessarily brought about many benefits. Now, 500 years later, it was even more unlikely. Therefore, even if there was anyone put on the pretext of being period of destruction leader Fang Zhao's relative, it would do them no good. However, when some people mentioned unsavory rumors about Fang Zhao, even without Fang Zhao himself saying anything, the old head consultant personally made a statement and listed some excerpts from the memoirs of Su Mu, Lu Shi, and the others to vouch for Fang Zhao's character. Today, as he watched these bunch of people getting exhilarated from discussing important leaders of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao did not interrupt, as per usual. For history of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao remembered those events that he had personally experienced, but regarding matters of the other continents, he might not know as much as these bunch of specialists who had studied the period of destruction. Even for Yanzhou's history, if Fang Zhao said too much or mentioned too many details, especially for things that were hard to find evidence of, it would arouse suspicion. After all, the setting for a historical drama differed from that of a game. The emphasis was also not the same. Thus, when Fang Zhao found stuff in the script that was not suitable and he could find evidence to back up his point, he put forward the examples. As for the rest, it was up to the screenwriters to do their part. Watching these people start to gossip once more, Fang Zhao found it really funny. Today, the style of the discussion platform had changed yet again. Today, this bunch of big shots were in fanboy and fangirl mode. My idol is well versed in art and warfare and has an impressive and imposing bearing, a historian from Jinzhou enthusiastically said. The person he was speaking about was Jinzhou's great general Chu Yuanjin. My idol is confident and elegant. His remarkable feats are unrivaled. A historical archaeologist from Tongzhou eyes lit up like a fan when he talked about his idol. He was talking about Tongzhou's great general Wu Tong. My idol is powerful, had bold vision, and was a natural beauty, a historical literature scholar said. The one mentioned was Lajou's Empress, Lakalina I. Following these were proclamations of adoration for Su Mu, Renault, and the others. Every founding-era great general had countless adorers. Even if many of these historians loved to unearth the private affairs of these prominent characters, choosing not to talk about these few great persons' personal affairs was doing an injustice to academics. But even after knowing that these people were not perfect, it still did not change their adulation for these great persons at all. In the new era, people viewed these heroic characters of the founding era with reverence and admiration. This was their conviction. Each founding-era general went through a round of praise, and Mr. Head Consultant paused but could no longer hold it in. My idol is brave, a strong fighter, and a man of many talents. However, the moment Mr. Head Consultant said this line, a few others added, he was an impressive person indeed, but he had ill fate. Ill-fated. This was the evaluation these historians had of Fang Zhao. Having fought in Yanzhou for 90-something years, just as though the fighting had been about to cease, he had fallen and had not even left behind a single direct descendant. When historians talked about Fang Zhao, they had the same enthusiasm they had toward gossip, but at the same time, there were sighs and they felt sorry. Watching these people start to sigh about the ill-fated leader, Fang Zhao had rather complicated feelings. He had never expected that these people would feel this even more greatly than him. However, for this matter, Fang Zhao did not take it to heart. In his previous life, just before he had died, he had felt regret, but the regret had been that he would not get to see the day the fighting stopped. As for anything else, he hadn't worried excessively about it. Furthermore, he had obtained the chance of rebirth. This was something those old friends of his had never gotten. Laughing soundlessly, Fang Zhao continued reading. After he finished reading through the second draft, he marked the areas with problems and added words onto it before sending it to the head consultant. Back on Earth, Mr. Head Consultant had just finished chatting in the discussion platform. After he disconnected and was lamenting about Fang Zhao's bad luck with a few colleagues, he received a message notification. Looking at the sender's name, he could not help but laugh. Whoa, just as we were talking about him, that little fella appears. What? Your disciple? The person beside him asked curiously. You wish. It is a little fella from the consultant team. I heard that he was recommended by the Interplanetary Fund. He has a really firm grasp of history, Mr. Head Consultant said. What? Showing concern for the younger generation? There are so many juniors and young ones at the academy, but I have never seen you even say a single line of praise for them. This is different. Mr. Head Consultant glanced at the sender's name once more. It is rare for this person to not be inhibited by that name. The few people beside the head consultant gather around to look at the sender's name displayed on the screen and laughed. No wonder. Having the exact same name as one of the leaders of the period of destruction is not easy at all. If he isn't careful, he could easily be stifled by the weight of that name. Was it such an easy thing to have the same name as a period of destruction leader? Given the level of adoration most people in the new era had toward the heroes of the period of destruction, even if historical truths revealed distasteful news about a certain important character, fanatical worshippers would not be bothered. The line of thoughts of these fanatical worshippers was this: negative news. Flawed character. I won't listen. I won't believe it. In any case, my hero is always number one. How thick-skinned can you get, having the same name as my hero? When people with the same name as their heroes were spotted, piercing gazes of scrutiny were placed on them. This gave those people with the exact same name rather immense amounts of pressure. There were too many worshippers of heroes from the period of destruction. The numbers were not in the tens of thousands but in the hundreds of millions. And for people who shared the exact same name as these martyrs, wherever they went, they would have to face all sorts of questioning gazes. There were still some worshippers who did not want to see others have the same name as their heroes but had double standards for their own descendants and have them named similar to martyrs in the hopes that their descendants would become great people just like their own heroes. However, for those people who shared the exact same name as martyrs, many could not handle the pressure and chose to change their own names. Those that could hold their own under this sort of pressure and could even make a name for themselves were generally not such simple people. This was what old Mr. Head Consultant meant by the line, it is rare for this person to not be inhibited by that name. When he had first seen a young person who had the exact same name as his hero, he had been extremely astounded and had paid even more attention to Fang Zhao. Even old Mr. Head Consultant had the same sentiments as other worshippers and would unconsciously draw comparisons when he saw the name Fang Zhao and saw how capable the other party was. As the Revolutionary Film Project consultant team head, when he looked through the suggestions and opinions of everyone, he especially paid attention to the articles Fang Zhao submitted and had high expectations. Up to now, every one of Fang Zhao's articles had had opinions that made him very satisfied. Old Mr. Head Consultant thought to himself, worthy of having the exact same name as my hero. But if Fang Zhao's performance had been poor, the old Mr. would surely have thought this, what a joke, to think he would actually share the same name as my hero. This was how these worshippers generally thought. Of course, Fang Zhao did not know what the old Mr. Head Consultant was thinking. After submitting his article, he browsed through the discussion platform to see whether there was any news he had missed. According to these people's discussions, based on Fang Zhao's experiences during the period of destruction, if he was written into the drama series, he would have a tragic supporting role. In truth, this was how Fang Zhao was written in the script. Compared to the founding era generals, Fang Zhao's impact was not as big. After 500 years, his deeds mainly appeared in history books, and people outside Yanzhou did not know much about him. Even in Yanzhou, besides studying their materials for examinations, most people would not voluntarily make an effort to understand him. What was the point of reading historical information? The past would be forgotten anyway. However, during every year's Memorial Day, the Cemetery of Martyrs commemorative painting vendors would remind everyone that besides the founding era great generals, there was still another important hero. Browsing through this year's painting styles at Yanzhou's Cemetery of Martyrs and seeing the new image of himself, Fang Zhao felt that, it burned his eyes. He would not be purchasing any this year. He would rather paint them himself. On the second day of his vacation, which was also the actual Memorial Day, Kevin Lin came over to broadcast Fang Zhao's blessings to audiences live, and he left just as quickly. Kevin Lin wanted to let Fang Zhao appear more in the live broadcasts, but the column's chief editor had other plans. The column's chief editor had spoken to Kevin Lin in private. Fang Zhao is no longer important, he had said. What is important is how to get source material and take the opportunity during such a crucial time like Memorial Day to obtain more meaningful materials. Film those soldiers garrisoned here who do not have a high enough rank to bring their family members. Low-ranked soldiers who are unable to return home. And the new batch of wet-eared kids that from the October batch, they might not be adapting well, so film them too. This is also very good source material. In short, Kevin Lin was to look for more tear-provoking, gloom-inducing source material that would lead to passionate discussions. Since it was a suggestion from the top, Kevin Lin could only listen to it. He had tactfully told Fang Zhao about it, but since Fang Zhao had not seemed to mind, Kevin Lin felt more at ease and was able to focus on his own assignment. His colleagues from the other 4 channels were also rolling up their sleeves for battle. As they vied for views on this Memorial Day, Kevin Lin did not want to lag behind. After the blessings on the live broadcast, Kevin Lin left and Fang Zhao continued with his commemorative painting. Shortly after, great-grandmother Fang told Fang Zhao that there was a visitor. The visitor was Lu Yan, a major from the mining area and a subordinate of Edmund. He lived next door and normally helped out the 2 elder Fangs with some small chores. Thus, he was familiar with the both of them. He had also brought along some Memorial Day presents with him. Lu Yan passed the presents to great-grandmother Fang and saw the brushes and paper on Fang Zhao's table when he entered the room. Curious, he asked, painting. As Fang Zhao had not yet completed it, Lu Yan could not tell who it was. Fang Zhao placed the brush down and asked, just for fun. Is anything the matter? Lu Yan felt a little embarrassed. Cough, I do have a request to make. Requesting for help from others on Memorial Day was not too nice, but at the moment, he could not find anyone else and could only try Fang Zhao. Lu Yan explained his purpose in coming. It's like this. His wife was a doctor at the Baiji Military District Hospital. Before the military district had been established, she had been a military doctor here. Both he and his wife were veterans of planet Baiji. Lu Yan's wife was pregnant, and the scheduled date for giving birth was not today, but a slight mishap had happened today causing her to go into labor and she had to be rushed to the hospital. As for Lu Yan, he was stationed to guard the mines from noon until his shift ended at noon the next day. He had looked for other comrades to swap shifts with him, but they were all busy. Requesting a change of shift required making a request 1 month in advance, and his comrades had all been posted out to different areas and were not able to help him out at a moment's notice. As time was of the essence, Lu Yan could not try his luck at going through his contacts in succession. When he had seen the live broadcast Kevin Lin had filmed for Fang Zhao, he had thought about asking Fang Zhao to lend him a hand. If it were anybody else, even a military personnel with a higher rank than Lu Yan, even if Lu Yan were able to get them to help out, it might still be troublesome. However, if it was Fang Zhao, Edmund would surely be easier to deal with. Hearing the situation, Fang Zhao nodded his head. No problem. He still had one more day of vacation tomorrow. Even if he was awake throughout the night, he would still have time to adjust tomorrow. Thank you so much. I really can't thank you enough. Lu Yan exclaimed emotionally. Since Fang Zhao had agreed, he immediately sent a request to Edmund. Edmund was a familiar face. Back when Fang Zhao had first arrived on planet Baiji and headed to the mining area for his military service, he had gotten to know Edmund. Although Edmund was still the person in charge of the mining areas close to the base, the power source mining area had already seen upgrades and was no longer the same as before. Edmund's rank had also risen to Major General. Now Edmund's family had all moved to planet Baiji, and he no longer wished to return back to Earth. As expected, the moment Edmund heard the request, he hesitated for a little before approving it. If it had been anybody else, Edmund would surely have taken longer to think and would have considered whether there were any shenanigans involved. He would have viewed this with guarded suspicion, but the person relieving Lu Yan was Fang Zhao, which dispelled any misgivings Edmund had. Although his military rank might be a little lower, Fang Zhao was still very suitable to provide emergency responses, which was reassuring. Stealing ore. That couldn't be. As the discoverer of Baiji ore, the military district had given Fang Zhao a lot of ore. Although he had not taken it out yet, when the military district had first been established, Commanding Officer Shanta had already signed the dotted line. That share of ore would be sent to Fang Zhao after his military service was completed. Fang Zhao simply did not need to risk all of his deeds and contributions just to steal a few pieces of ore. Having gotten the approval for the substitute, Lu Yan led Fang Zhao to the mining area's guard post to report for duty. What you have to do is very simple. You just have to verify the endorsed documents of anybody entering the mines against the system. If everything is in order, you can stamp the person's pass. At the side is a stamping machine. When the stamp is successful, an electrical current will pass through. If their documents cannot be verified, you just have to call the team guarding to settle the matter. You don't have to worry, though, this is just following a simple process, and there shouldn't be anything to worry about. If it had been anything too important or too complicated or something that might have some degree of risk, Lu Yan wouldn't have looked for Fang Zhao. Luckily, it was not a hard task, and Fang Zhao was an earnest and trustworthy lad, so Lu Yan had looked for Fang Zhao to stand in for him. Lu Yan made sure to explain the important things to take note of. Oh, right. Remember to put on the working attire that is to the side. The energy fields over at the mining area are stronger, around 15 times stronger than the fields you experienced when you first came. You mustn't get careless even if you stay in the guard post. If you are exposed to it for more than an hour, the energy fields might affect your state of mind. After Fang Zhao had gotten a complete grasp of this assignment, Lu Yan thanked him once again before leaving. Fang Zhao had nothing much to do, sitting around in the guard post. Fang Zhao looked around his surroundings. Both the interior and exterior of the guard post had surveillance cameras, but Fang Zhao did not have any devious intentions, so he was not afraid of being captured by the cameras. While at the guard post, there was no way to connect to the internet or randomly contact others to chat. Thus, Fang Zhao just sat there and thought about the latest few tunes that he was in the midst of composing. An hour later, 2 construction workers came requiring stamps. Following Lu Yan's instructions, after Fang Zhao verified their documents, he used the machine at the side to stamp their passes. The sky gradually got darker. As the symphony orchestra in Fang Zhao's mind was playing, people once again appeared. 3 men wearing mining uniforms and helmets had come. The visors of their helmets were covered with blotches, and Fang Zhao could not see through them clearly. However, this sort of attire was very common here. Previously, the people who had come to get their passes stamped had looked the same. Fang Zhao ran through the documents and looked up to scan the 3 men standing outside the guard post before accepting and stamping their passes. An electric current flashed through the stamp, indicating that it had been successful. "Happy Memorial Day," Fang Zhao said. When they heard what Fang Zhao had said, they went blank for a moment before replying, "Thanks." The 3 of them picked up their stamped passes and left. When they had walked away to a less conspicuous area, while struggling to stifle his excitement, one of them softly said, "Ha ha ha. I told you getting the passes stamped is very easy, right? Those in the guard post are always idle and are unable to tell. He even wished us a happy Memorial Day. What an idiot." Another one of them sounded really delighted. "We have already received the stamps here, that ought to be all we need. We certainly will have no problems when leaving. Stealing right from under these people's noses feels great." The trio returned to a storage facility with the stamped passes in hand. There were 5 others waiting. Next to them was parked a cart loaded with 6 large sealed boxes. The men sitting on the boxes blurted out, "How did it go?" "Well, we got all 3 stamps." The man holding the pass snickered. "The soldier on duty in the outpost who gave us the 3rd stamp even wished us a happy Memorial Day." "What an idiot. You got the 3rd stamp at the outpost." "Was it Lu Yen who was on duty?" one of the men sitting on the boxes asked. "I don't know. He was in uniform. I didn't get a good look at his face," the man with the pass said. "He sounded quite young." "He didn't give you a hard time?" the man sitting on a box asked. "Lu Yuan is quite talkative. Sometimes he likes to interrogate folks." "Not at all. All he did was say, 'Happy Memorial Day.' Isn't Lu Yan's wife in the hospital? If I were him, I wouldn't be in the mood to interrogate anyone either. It doesn't matter whether it was Lu Yan or not as long as we got the stamps." The leader of the group pulled a mini scanner from his pocket and aimed it at the stamps. The stamps on the pass weren't visible to the naked eye. They would only illuminate when read by a special scanner. The 3 stamps were their ticket to the freight transport. The men relaxed when they saw the 3 stamps light up. "We're good. We got all 3 stamps, we're not missing any. So should we head out now?" "Yes. Everyone is taking Memorial Day off, so the mines won't be guarded. We should hurry. I wonder what they'll think when they realize 8 miners are missing, haha. What's so special about 8 miners? What'll be interesting is when they realize they're missing 5 tons of Baiji power ore after the Memorial Day holiday. 5 tons of grade A power ore wasn't that much in the context of the entire mine, but it wasn't a small amount either. It wasn't a blip you could just write off. Some folks would probably be quite shocked by the discovery." After he tucked the pass away, the leader instructed the men sitting on the cart, "Let's ask around first to see if anything is out of the ordinary." The smuggling operation didn't rely on these 8 alone. They also had inside help. This was the result of 6 months of careful planning. All normal. Nothing out of the ordinary nearby, one of the men sitting on the boxes said. "Then let's pack up and proceed as planned. Let's go." The 8 men changed into their miner uniforms and packed their things. Baiji Spaceport. After presenting all sorts of credentials to the guards at the spaceport, the 8 men entered the spaceport without incident. The spaceport was quite empty, probably because of the reduced traffic during Memorial Day. They parked their cart next to a freight vessel. Power ore excavated from the mining district they belonged to were typically shipped to this transport, which in turn transferred the load to a larger spaceship near Baiji. But as long as they boarded this freight vessel, they would be good to go. They maintained their composure under the watchful gazes of the security guards as they approached the freight vessel with their cart and the cargo on it. The leader pulled out his pass and swiped it by the entrance to the vessel. Buzz. A bland beep sounded, and an access denied symbol flashed. Access denied. The 8 men tensed up and glanced at the security guards nearby. They were starting to get some attention. The leader of the group started frowning but still managed to project a sense of calm. Maybe the swipe was incomplete. This time, he swiped the pass slowly so that all 3 stamps could be scanned. Buzz. Another beep, another bright red access denied symbol. The voice of one of the men started quivering. What's going on? He had already spotted security guards heading their way. One of the other men on the other side of the cart had a stern look on his face. He had already quietly gone for the gun hidden in his mining uniform. He was ready to blast open the door to the vessel, but in that case, a firefight with the guards was guaranteed. The leader was sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and swiped his pass again. Beep. A green access granted symbol flashed on the display. Never had an electronic bleep sounded so lovely, an answer to their prayers. A few of the men secretly cursed. What a CR*PPY system. A simple swipe took 3 tries to complete. If that isn't a CR*PPY system, I don't know what is. The Baiji military district is so rich now. Why don't they upgrade their scanners? We were scared sh*less. False alarm. As they watched the door to the transport open, the men relaxed and started to smile as well. They had done it. But their smiles froze when they got ready to move their cart and the door to the transport opened completely. On the other side were 8 soldiers wearing dark gray robotic exoskeleton armor. A cold glint reflected off the armor and the 8 gun barrels pointed at them. The 8 men. Are we busted? How come there are armored warriors here? Aren't they reserved for terrorists and beasts? All we did was steal a few power ore, and they actually sent armored soldiers. What, they ran out of places to deploy their resources? Why are they swatting a fly with a baseball bat? The fingers of the ringleader who was holding the pass started shaking. He turned pale and was sweating big time. Disappointment. Desperation. The carpet had totally been pulled out from under their feet. What to do now? Detonate a bomb? They were carrying small bombs that were easy to carry and conceal, but such lightweight explosives would barely make a dent in the exoskeleton armor, and yet they themselves might become collateral damage. Not to mention that they were no suicide bombers. They didn't have the guts to sacrifice themselves. They were quite scared of dying. They didn't even dare go for their guns. They had done their research on the preparedness of the Baiji military district, so they knew how ruthless these armored warriors that were considered the equivalent of military-grade weapons were. They had no intention of crossing these opponents. They had never thought that military-grade weapons would be used on them. And if they thought about going for their guns? The armored soldiers would fire before they could touch their firearms. Just one shot from the kinetic combat rifles the armored soldiers were equipped with would be enough to tear any of them apart, into shreds, that is. These thieving flies simply quivered before these baseball bats. They didn't have the guts to fight back. The moment they were handcuffed, they still hadn't figured out what exactly had gone wrong. They had spent half a year plotting their route, devising a plan, bribing the right people, and obtaining the necessary paperwork. The operation had gone smoothly step by step today. They had even gotten their stamps. How come they had been ambushed at the very last minute? A flying transport landed behind them. From it emerged Major General Edmund, the officer in charge of the mines near the base. The 8 men were ghastly pale as Edmund stared them down. His cold stare was followed by a command uttered in a restrained grunt that belied the level of outrage bubbling underneath. Take them in. Let's let everyone get back to enjoying Memorial Day. The soldiers answered in the affirmative, gagged the 8 men, and led them away. The 8 men had come and gone quietly without so much as causing a ripple, as if nothing major had gone down. Ignoring the 8 arrested men, Edmund approached the cart they had left behind. The security guards had already opened the boxes. It's grade A Baiji power or alright. 5 tons. It's all here, the captain of the spaceport security detail said. They're quite bold to have stolen such a big load. Edmund was speaking in a calm tone, but anyone could sense the incredible anger he was suppressing. Edmund had been enjoying a meal with his family. It was the first time he had spent Memorial Day with his entire family since he had been posted to Baiji, and he had been in a good mood because of his recent promotion and rosy career prospects. He had even been drinking a little. The moment he had gotten word from Fang Zhao, he had felt like someone had slipped a cube of ice down his undershirt. His festive mood had evaporated and he had sobered up immediately. 5 tons of grade A power ore wasn't a huge amount, but this was grade A energy ore they were talking about. Plus, the quality was good. Early estimates put their worth at more than 10 billion. Edmund couldn't possibly contain the fallout from losing $10 billion worth of power ore. He had worked so hard to get where he was today and enjoy a cushy position. So many people wanted to see him gone. If this had gone down, all his ambitions would have gone out the door along with the 5 tons of power ore. Thankfully, the thieves had been stopped in time. After taking inventory of the power ore, Edmund briefed Shanta. The interception plan had been Shanta's idea. Only Shanta had the authority to deploy the armored warriors. As far as Shanta was concerned, swatting a fly with a baseball bat was exactly his intention. That way it would be easier to follow up. You didn't tip anyone off, did you? Shanta asked. No. Everything is normal elsewhere. No one noticed the interception, Edmund responded. Good. Shanta wanted to keep the interception hush-hush, not only because it was Memorial Day but also so he didn't alarm the collaborators of the 8 thieves. The fact that the 8 men had been able to smuggle so much power ore so easily meant there were other bad apples. This was not a simple operation that took a day or two to plan. The mining companies that worked with the Baiji base would pilfer a few ore at most when they were being transported. Shanta didn't bother to quibble with them over a petty few stones. An official investigation would take tremendous manpower and resources. As long as the stealing wasn't excessive, Shanta was willing to turn a blind eye. But this was completely different, and the amount smuggled was quite substantial. Did they think the commander was an idiot? I want a thorough investigation, a furious Shanta bellowed. After hanging up, Shanta was still panting. He had yet to find his composure. He sat in his office pondering how to clean house. But Edmund's briefing also had him intrigued. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shanta reached out to Fang Zhao. How did you know something was wrong? Shanta asked. By listening carefully, Fang Zhao responded. It's your hearing again. Shanta was reminded of Fang Zhao's reputation, dieting, godly ears, and all. I listened and observed. Body language and heartbeat are great indicators. The trio were quite nervous when they approached the outpost. They were feeling guilty. Plus, they might have been armed with lethal weapons, Fang Zhao explained. In fact, Fang Zhao could tell something was off just from his first-rate instincts honed during the 100-year period of destruction, but that couldn't be his official story. So you stamped their pass with an expired stamp. The stamps were updated every few days, but few knew that. All outsiders knew was that 3 stamps were required for passage. After the trio left, Fang Zhao had immediately alerted Major General Edmund, who in turn had briefed Shanta after confirming that something was wrong. The 8 men who had stolen the power ore had failed to open the door to the flying transport twice because they had the wrong stamp. Their first 2 stamps were the right ones, but the 3rd one was outdated. When the door had opened on their 3rd try, it had been done manually from inside the transport. Thank God for your tip. I'll log this as a merit in your personnel file. The military was clear on merits and misdeeds. This wasn't a major accomplishment, but it wasn't a minor one either. After all, the power ore was worth some 10 billion. After hanging up, Shanta skimmed Fang Zhao's personnel file out of curiosity. His merits column was filled with accomplishments both big and small. Another promotion when his service period concluded was a sure thing. A kick-SS soldier. But Fang Zhao was a rarity among the conscripts. It was a pity he had decided to become an artist. What a waste of talent. On the first Memorial Day after Baiji Military District had been established, the entire military district was in upheaval. On the night of Memorial Day, well-informed people more or less received the news, but the majority were still in the dark. Only on the second day, when the news was spread, did they find out that the military district had arrested a gang of thieves last night and that the thieves had nearly made away with was worth 10 billion. For most people, this was already a very large quantity and extremely costly. Were they caught last night? I didn't hear any activity. I didn't hear anything either. They were probably prepared so it didn't disrupt everyone's celebrations. Nonsense. If they made a lot of noise, how would they have caught the perpetrators? They are still catching others right now. I heard that even the mecha troops were deployed. What? What background do these perpetrators have? Terrorists? To think that mecha troops were deployed. I heard that a number of people were caught. Let's wait and see. They still have to catch some more people. To steal that much only a few people can accomplish that. With a rigorous investigation, some people are going to get really unlucky. Our military district's prison will have a use this time. At dawn, when Fang Zhao returned to the family district, he heard a number of people discussing this matter. Originally, he had been scheduled to end his shift at noon, but because of the mining area's strict investigation, Shanta and his subordinates had acted and implemented other actions, allowing Fang Zhao to return early. As the person in charge of the mining area, ever since Major General Edmund had appeared last night, nobody had returned home and had instead investigated through the night, simply not giving those people any chance to forge data or cover their traces. Even now, the investigative inquiry was continuing, and Edmund and a few other important personnel of the mining areas had gone over to give Shanta a report. As before, they were met with a round of Shanta's spittle on their faces. Inside the prison, the mine thieves that were detained inside looked extremely exhausted. They didn't feel like saying anything. They had already been interrogated numerous times, and now their leader had not yet returned, so the others were wondering if their boss was undergoing some cruel punishment. The thought of torture made them tremble uncontrollably. At the moment, one of the perpetrators sitting on the floor was pondering. They had planned and made preparations for half a year, had taken advantage of Memorial Day when many people were in festive moods to make their move, and had found everything was going smoothly. What exactly had gone wrong? He made an effort to calm himself down and carefully recalled every step of their plan and realized that the part where they were most likely to have screwed up was the part where they were getting the third stamp, when they were at the guard post. Now he recalled the person at the guard post wishing them a happy Memorial Day. Simply venomous. The guard had even wished them a happy Memorial Day. On Memorial Day next year, it would be the 1-year anniversary of their time in prison. Yes, it had definitely gone wrong there. The more he thought about it, the more he reckoned this was the case. But who was the person who had helped them stamp their passes? Was it Lu Yen? When he tried remembering the guard's voice, it sounded a little different. If it was not Lu Yen, then who was it that had substituted for Lu Yen? As he thought about it, their boss, who had been dragged out for interrogations, returned. He did not seem to be in good shape, but there were no visible wounds or injuries on him. How was it? Did they use violence? A few people asked. Following this question, the man who had just entered flew into a rage and sent a fist flying into an asker's face, dislodging a few of his teeth. Are you AF * king moron? Why didn't you properly check who was manning the guard post before we went to get our passes stamped? For the third stamp, the person there wasn't Lu Yen, it was Fang Zhao, that Fang Zhao. The Fang Zhao with the rumored godlike hearing ability. He clearly could hear that there was something wrong with you guys. Just a bit more, and we were actually foiled at that step. In the small cell, the loud roaring was ear-splitting, but the other 7 weren't bothered by this. Rather, they were shocked by the bit of information their boss had brought back. Fang Zhao. That Fang Zhao who had many rumors about him. Why would he have appeared at that place? They had surveyed and made careful plans before the operation. They had investigated Lu Yen and had caused some trouble for Lu Yen so that he would be distracted. Never had they expected that Lu Yen would actually get Fang Zhao to replace him. For the 3 stamps, the process of obtaining them was in decreasing difficulty, with the first having the most stringent checks. It could even be said that the 3rd stamp was nothing more than a straightforward process that would have no problems. They had never expected that a problem would occur at the easiest part of their plan. Was that Fang Zhao just like how the rumors had described him, being able to detect truths and lies and everything else just from his hearing? These were the thoughts of the 8 people locked up in the prison and everyone else who knew about this matter. In their hearts, Fang Zhao's ears had already achieved divine status. Shanta had said it himself, Fang Zhao's godlike ears had rendered a great service in this incident. Shanta was being rueful. He had not expected that his subordinates would take his words and overly visualize it. However, Shanta did not pay much attention to how his subordinates evaluated Fang Zhao's ears. Following the interrogation results of these 8 and their investigation results, another bunch of people were caught. Shanta was very pleased with the arrests. After strict investigations, those that deserved to be imprisoned should be thrown in jail. Because of Shanta's attitude here, parties trying to secretly pull tricks in the mining areas curbed themselves. Fang Zhao had no idea his ears were the topic of discussion. After returning to the family district for a bit, he went to the hospital to visit Lu Yan and Lu Yan's wife as well as their new daughter who had been born on Memorial Day. Lu Yan was very grateful. "Thank you, Fang Zhao. This time, I really cannot thank you enough." Today, after hearing about the incident at the mining district, Lu Yan felt extremely glad. Fortunately, he had managed to find Fang Zhao to relieve him. If he had been the one manning the post yesterday, perhaps as those perpetrators had predicted, because of him being preoccupied with his wife's impending birth, he might have hurriedly checked through their papers and given them the stamp. If that had really been the case and the matter of the theft of 5 tons of grade A power ore were revealed, the progression in his military career might have come to a halt then and there. Lu Yan even suspected that his wife's mishaps had been purposely done by those or thieves. Whether that was really the case, he would investigate it personally. When he thought about that possibility, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. However, when he heard Fang Zhao asking about his newborn daughter, warm tenderness returned to his eyes. "Ha ha ha, my little baby is healthy and very beautiful. She is named in Kuwan. Hopefully she has a safe and peaceful future. Come take a look, isn't she cute?" Fang Zhao looked at the baby wrapped up in infant clothes, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Really cute." Lu Yan appeared a little stiff hugging his child. He was about to hand it over to the nurse beside him when he paused and pondered for a moment. He faced Fang Zhao and made a gesture to hand his child over. "Hey, benefactor, come and hold her." Fang Zhao. Like this, like this. Place your hands here to support her. Hey, don't learn from me. I'm also a newbie. Look. You see that nurse over there? Just hold her the way the nurse does." Lu Yan corrected Fang Zhao's posture from the side as he jokingly said to his wife beside him, "Look at all these little youngsters. They are just so nervous. Look at how tensed up he is, just like a rock. He is even more nervous than me." Fang Zhao was completely rigid from head to toe. Looking at the little thing in his hands, he could not help but feel all tense. He had used guns and fought battles, he could compose just by picking up a pen. He could play games well and could drift while driving, but when he held a baby in his arms, this was simply an S-rank task. It was rare for the Fang Zhao that was always calm and collected to actually be nervous. Fang Zhao really had no idea how to handle this sort of frail little creature. In his previous life, he had seen many newborns but had not had much contact with them. He always felt that these newborn lives were too frail. He was used to fighting beasts, but handling little beings like these, he was really not accustomed to it. Fang Zhao held the little life in his arms as it was bathed with warm light. With his hearing ability, he could hear the soft breathing of the infant circulating around his ears. Watching her sleep peacefully in his arms, Fang Zhao did not feel calm at all inside. It was as though the sounds of a violin strings being drawn and the striking of piano keys were resounding in his head like a flowing stream. This was a child born on planet Baiji. She would start her life on planet Baiji. Perhaps she would be different from children growing up on Earth. She might be bolder and have to face even more challenges, but her pace would get more steadfast as she grew older, and the paths she took would get wider and wider. Her parents hoped that she would have a safe and peaceful life, and Fang Zhao also hoped that her future would be warm and radiant. Luckily, Lu Yun was uneasy letting Fang Zhao hold his child for too long and took her and handed his daughter over to the nurse. At this point, Fang Zhao exhaled a large breath of air. This manner of his was joked about for a while by Lu Yen. However, it was all in the name of fun. Just before Fang Zhao left, Lu Yun and his wife once again sincerely thanked Fang Zhao from the bottom of their hearts, thanking Fang Zhao for substituting for Lu Yun and helping them foil a disaster and for all he had done for Baiji Military District. After bidding the couple farewell, Fang Zhao went downstairs but did not leave right away. Instead, he went behind the hospital to the garden and sat down. This little garden was where patients and family members could stroll around. Fang Zhao sat on a bench at the corner, took out the notebook he always kept with him, and started writing at a tremendous speed. A nurse who was wheeling a patient on a wheelchair passed by and noticed the strange person seated there and made a mental note. The person's head was hanging down, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the nurse could see that the page his paper notebook was flipped to was filled with many scribbles, but she could not understand a single one. She had not meant to pry into another's secrets and only had given a passing glance to clear her doubts. Today, the hospital had received news. The head nurse had informed everyone to maintain a high vigilance and take precautions against any abnormal situations. This nurse felt her heart beating faster as she quickened her pace, and after wheeling away the patient, she immediately contacted the hospital's security team. "I just spotted a suspicious person, and he was writing in some strange language or perhaps a secret code." The moment the security team heard this situation, they went on high alert. Today, the entire base was in upheaval. Last night, the security chief had been called over for a meeting regarding the situation and had brought his team to guard the hospital for the entire night. Shanta wanted to catch the thieves, so the security team needed to maintain guard in case certain people tried anything funny. As such, the security chief had not managed to rest one bit. Now that the perpetrators had mostly been caught, the chief could relax a little and had intended to take a nap. He had barely shut his eyes when he heard that a suspicious person had appeared at the hospital. All hints of sleepiness were gone and he sprang up, overflowing with killing intent. Where is the suspicious person? These sorts of people deserve to be taught a lesson. If we don't beat them up and throw them in jail, they won't learn. Look, I'm not. Chief. A security team member had a strange expression on his face. Having been interrupted, the security chief was not happy. Speak. This was definitely not him being grouchy from being woken up. The security team member used his fingers to bring up a screen. From the nurse's information of the person's position, I have already adjusted the surveillance cameras to target that area. However, Chief, the person captured on camera seems a little familiar. Is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? The security chief took large strides over and glanced at the image displayed on the screen. Isn't this is Fang Zhao. I thought so too, the security team member agreed. Just at that moment, Fang Zhao seemed to sense something and looked up toward the camera, letting the entire security team see his face. It really is him. The security chief's inner rage was completely extinguished. After looking straight at the surveillance camera, Fang Zhao dropped his head back down and continued writing at a tremendous speed. Cough, inform that nurse not to go and disturb Fang Zhao. I reckon that little fella is composing tunes. The security chief scratched his head and decided to return to his nap. They all knew that Fang Zhao could spread out his notebook and write song scores in a weird code that nobody understood anytime and anywhere. When they saw this behavior, they found it odd but understandable. After all, he dabbled in art. All of them knew about Fang Zhao's quirks and had been informed by the top that should they encounter this sort of situation, unless it was an urgent matter, they should not disturb Fang Zhao. After all, Fang Zhao could also be considered a benefactor to all the station troops on Baiji base and they should not disrupt this composer's flow of inspiration. Over at the hospital, that nurse who had kept watching vigilantly from a distance did not see any security team coming over to catch the suspect, but she did receive a call from the security team asking her and her colleagues not to disturb that person. What the hell? Normally, the security team were efficient. Why were they terrified this time? The young security team member patiently explained, "You are new and might not know him, so it's fine." The nurse was curious. Who is he? That is Fang Zhao. Which Fang Zhao? Which other Fang Zhao is there in our military district? No, I should say, on planet Baiji. Oh, it's him, huh? Sorry, I didn't see his face. I didn't know that was Fang Zhao. The rookie nurse was red in the face and felt ashamed. But why is he seated there, and what is he writing? You wouldn't believe me, but he is composing. Due to the security team's verification and reminders, nobody went over to disturb Fang Zhao after that. Only in the evening, when the sun was starting to set, did Fang Zhao's attention finally leave his music scores. Looking at the progress he had made today, he finally shut the notebook. Fang Zhao felt rather satisfied with this piece of work and decided to place it among his concert pieces. A little growl from his stomach indicated that he was hungry. Fang Zhao looked at the time, it had been so long since he had sat down. His inspiration had been overflowing, and he had composed non-stop and lost track of time. Getting up, he stretched his arms and prepared to leave. He had only walked a few steps when he heard footsteps approaching him. Please wait. Fang Zhao turned toward the source of the sound and saw a nurse briskly walking over. Fang Zhao remembered that it had been this nurse who had kept a wary eye on him, although it had not been long before her gaze had vanished. That nurse's face was bright red, and she was so nervous her tongue was in a knot. Hello. Are you Fang Zhao? In the security team office, the security person watching the surveillance feed rolled his eyes. Why must she ask the obvious when she is just giving a greeting? Fang Zhao was a little surprised. That's me. At the moment, the young nurse in front of him did not have the slightest bit of wariness in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with excitement and admiration. Any more and her eyes would be shining brightly. Could I trouble you for an autograph? As she spoke, the young nurse fished out a card. This was a Memorial Day greeting card that she had not used and had kept in her locker. Now she had taken it out. Fang Zhao smiled and didn't reject it. The nurse had forgotten to bring her pen, so Fang Zhao took out his own pen that he took notes with, signed his name on the card, and added, "Happy Memorial Day." Thank you. The young nurse had not requested Fang Zhao write anything else. After thanking him, she quickly returned to the hospital building and then posted a photograph of the greeting card with the autograph in the Military District Hospital's internal chat group. I saw Fang Zhao in the little garden behind the hospital a while back. Previously, she had not mentioned in the chat group that she had seen Fang Zhao in the little garden behind the hospital, as she had been afraid that there would be too many curious people and it would disturb Fang Zhao's composing. But now that Fang Zhao was already done and she had successfully managed to obtain the idol's autograph, of course she had to show off a little. In the evening, there were off-duty staff that normally did not say a thing, but when this message appeared, the chat group buzzed to life as many lurkers appeared. Fang Zhao. That famous Fang Zhao from our military district. Where is he? Can I still make it to get his autograph? I want to go too. Ever since I arrived at the military district, I have never gotten to see him in person. I'm busy on duty. Anyone going to get his autograph, please me get one too. Two senior nurses shook their heads as they saw the discussions in the chat group and sighed while laughing. These bunch of young ladies are just. Don't you frequently praise Fang Zhao? Don't you want his autograph? Someone else asked. Cough. How can I stop other people at the hospital and ask for their autograph? I also think. I dropped by his place in the family district and even took a photograph together. Little did Fang Zhao know that the bunch of nurses were passionately talking about him. After he returned to his residence in the family district, he received an incoming call from Shanta. Shanta told Fang Zhao that for this incident, those that deserved to be punished had been punished and those that deserved to be rewarded would not be excluded. Fang Zhao's service had already been reported to the higher-ups and news would be released. This incident could not be kept under wraps. Many people in the internal loop already knew about this. The rumors flying about concerning Fang Zhao's ears were becoming even more and more divine. This could not be helped, though. As Planet Baiji lacked entertainment facilities and gossip, how could the people miss out on such a chance? Furthermore, many people felt that Fang Zhao's ears were really mystical, and they could not stop discussing his ears. Shanta's intention was this: since it couldn't be covered up, then it just had to be publicly commended. Why should we cover up a good deed? What Shanta meant was that as long as there were merits, they deserved to be publicly commended. Also, it didn't have anything to do with terrorists, just the arrest of a gang of thieves, so why should the person who had actually rendered service be hidden? For what reason? Shouldn't those people who harbored errant thoughts be the ones hiding instead? Thus, during the official announcement where Fang Zhao's service in this matter was commended, Shanta also had some words to say. Anyone who dares to try and take revenge against Fang Zhao over this matter, us at Baiji Military District will never let them off. Not only Fang Zhao, from now on, in similar situations, anyone's meritorious deeds would be publicly commended, and if anyone dared to retaliate, Shanta would return the favor with added interest. Thus, in no time, more people on Earth got to know about the matter of Fang Zhao relieving duty on Memorial Day and foiling a criminal gang's or theft plans. Furthermore, in the news that Planet Baiji officially released where an account of incident was described, there was a line that especially emphasized Fang Zhao heard that something was not right. This line gave rise to a round of heated discussion. He can even hear that? How far is the range of his hearing? Really, Diding. Although the previous rumors were slightly over-exaggerated, there was indeed reasoning behind the online circulation about those divine ears. Am I the only one that is focusing on the mecha troops being deployed? If I was one of those thieves, I would have crumbled. To actually be faced with mecha troops just from stealing some ore, they probably didn't even have the courage to resist. Ha 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 ha. Those thieves never expected that Shanta would be so ruthless. He simply did not waste any time with them. I have pondered deeply and analyzed this quite a bit. Shanta's decision was the right one. By making such a ruthless move, he sent out a statement. I believe there will be less people who try to steal ore in the future. Rubbish. Anyone can tell this from one glance. Do you still have to ponder deeply and analyze it? I just received news that a firm that manufactures protective ear equipment has decided to look for Fang Zhao for an endorsement deal. Why did I hear that it was a company that sells sound equipment that is looking for Fang Zhao to be an ambassador? I don't know about others, but till now, Fiery Bird is the only one confirmed. The new model of earpieces that is going to hit the market in May is set to be endorsed by Fang Zhao. I heard the contract was signed some time back. This is internal information, so it should be true. Only Fiery Bird has such foresight. Hasn't the value of Fang Zhao's ears appreciated once again? The fees for approaching him as an ambassador are surely at a premium. Fiery Bird were indeed rejoicing. They had already discussed the contract for endorsing the new model earpieces, and the fees had already been fixed. If they were to negotiate a contract now, they estimated the fees would be 30% higher. Originally, the plan had been to wait till Fang Zhao had completed his military service. If his popularity fell, they would roll out some PR operations to hype it up. Unexpectedly, there had never been any need for them to make a move. Fang Zhao's ears had once again become a hot discussion topic, and their value had risen once more. Watching the value of Fang Zhao's ears soar, Fiery Bird wondered whether they should get Fang Zhao to endorse the company's many other sound and stereo equipment. At the same time, having found out about the incident's entire timeline, Kevin Lin sighed in his heart. He had known that letting Fang Zhao go out would cause him to miss big news. If he had followed Fang Zhao to the guard post on that day, perhaps he might have gotten to film quite a bit of big news. During this time, Kevin Lin had followed the Memorial Day program planned out by the column's editor-in-chief, and there had been nothing really spectacular. Channels S1, S5 were all virtually the same. It was not that they were bad, just that the special programs were all in the same style of stirring up emotion, and audiences did not pay them much mind to them when they were over. Furthermore, military service was not something new and had been around for many years. There had been many such videos filmed in the past for special programs, so online audiences were already immune to such scenes. Naturally, there was one person whose heart felt really uneasy as he watched the piece of news officially released by Baiji Military District. Wang Tai, who was currently at the Y-Filmed Entertainment Culture Base, was secretly taking snapshots of a certain big-name celebrity. When he saw that piece of news, his first reaction was this: perhaps the reason Fang Zhao was able to see through my disguises is because he heard through them. Wang Tai searched the internet for related information and legends of the mythical creature Diding's hearing ability and found out that the Diding was said to be able to hear truths and lies. When considering his own circumstances, the more Wang Tai thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Regardless of what other people thought, Wang Tai had a mental, Diding, label stuck to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao did not read online evaluations of himself, but he found out about them from Kevin Lin. The value of his own ears had risen, so much so that people suggested insuring his ears. From his earlobe to his eardrum, his ossicles, and his cochlea, every bit of his ear should be insured. Fang Zhao himself had no idea that his ears would actually be raised to a divine status, but he had no explanation for it. Besides, if he explained it, he would have to give many other reasons, and there were some things that Fang Zhao could not disclose. The more he said, the more doubts would appear. His body had too many secrets that others could not know about. In the days that followed, Fang Zhao continued with his military service. Regardless of how others went about their lives, Fang Zhao's daily routine was roughly the same. The only difference was that Planet Baiji had started publicly announcing the merits of soldiers and specifically started a topic about the meritorious services of this bunch of youngsters that were undergoing military service. From this, Fang Zhao's name often appeared in front of people's eyes. And when people saw news relating to Fang Zhao, their evaluations also changed. Fang Zhao has rendered a meritorious service. So impressive? It's simply hard to believe. Is it exaggerated? Don't the media just love to blow things out of proportion and create things out of nothing? Even if it is true, it's surely over-exaggerated. It's probably to set a benchmark. This is probably to complete their political duty. Fang Zhao has rendered a meritorious service again. What? Another one? Are you sure it's real? Are there videos? This little fella is really hardy. This time it really isn't exaggerated. Fang Zhao has rendered a meritorious service yet again. Impressive. There are so many opportunities on planet Baiji. Now that Fang Zhao has once again received a merit, given his record, he can probably get promoted, right? I'm so envious. Fang Zhao will be my idol from now on. Fang Zhao has rendered meritorious service once more. As expected of my idol. Fang Zhao has garnered yet another meritorious deed. Has he been promoted yet? Don't call me if he hasn't been. I'm gaming. Fang Zhao has garnered meritorious deeds once again. Oh. Afterward, whenever Fang Zhao rendering meritorious service or deeds was mentioned by Baiji Military District, unless it was third-class merits or the like, it rarely even created a splash. Only some idle audiences would lament about it. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's fans were rather unperturbed. They had already classified Fang Zhao under the category of an abnormal person. The image that, my idol is a mythical creature, was already firmly etched in their hearts. Thus, small matters like this would not excite them. For a mythical creature, these kind of small matters were nothing more than simple effort. Was there a need to be amazed? The number of Fang Zhao fans was also continuing to increase. However, there were also many people who could not understand Fang Zhao's actions. What was a conscript who was only undergoing temporary military service striving so hard for? You aren't even a career soldier. Yes, you can strive for merits over at Baiji military service and rise up the ranks, but even if you reach an officer rank, the bonus you will get after ending your military service is not even a tenth of the revenue you earn just from composing one tune. It was said that those who could use their brains didn't need to use their hands. Why did Fang Zhao have to use his brains and also use his hands? That just wasn't worth it. What was he trying to prove? For Fang Zhao, military service was a really special experience. This was the first time he had gone into outer space and the first time he had personally seen the large strides humanity had taken in space travel. Battlefields would not just be limited to a single planet. In the future, even if planets with immigrants had conflicts or disputes, humanity and civilization would continue moving forward and expanding even farther into space. Should a catastrophe occur on a planet, there were other planets that could provide refuge for humans. There was no need to worry about a calamity like humankind being nearly wiped out during the period of destruction ever happening again. And during the course of his military service, Fang Zhao had gained even more inspiration for his compositions. In short, Fang Zhao was very satisfied with his own military service experience. Many people advised him to stay on in the military, including Shanta, who had mentioned it multiple times. As long as Fang Zhao chose to remain at Baiji Military District, he might even rise to the rank of general in the future. But Fang Zhao still rejected this notion. In his previous life, it could be said that he sacrificed a lot for the great cause of surviving, so much so that he was unable to endure until the founding era. In this lifetime, Fang Zhao just wished to enjoy as much as he could, although many people would not be able to comprehend his sort of enjoying. After Memorial Day passed, the batch of conscripts who had started their military service together with Fang Zhao all started to get restless. Whether they wished to remain on planet Baiji or return home after military service, these people all started making plans. Given planet Baiji's development, they no longer had to suffer what Baiji conscripts of the past had gone through, that is, being isolated from the world. Now, the amount of time they could go online had increased, and on days off, they could still head to the newly constructed places of entertainment and have fun, even if those weren't all open yet. After Memorial Day, the entertainment circles were also shaken up. News of the revolutionary film project being rebooted broke out. Media firms, reporters, and paparazzi from every single continent felt that their own springtime had come. How many topics could be generated just from this revolutionary film project? How many livelihoods could it feed? The chance to strike it rich was right before their eyes. A short while back, it had been reported that a certain paparazzo had dirt on a certain film superstar. That superstar had spent tens of millions to purchase the incriminating information from the paparazzo to protect his reputation. Therefore, promotions, pay raises, and perhaps an overnight fortune were not out of the question. It all depended on who had the ability to seize such big news. However, well-informed parties had already started their preparations a few months earlier. Now all they were waiting for was the official announcement and the information that would be laid out for the public. For the sake of snagging a satisfactory role in the revolutionary film project, big-name film superstars from every continent had started to move. The teams behind them had already prepared a series of publicity-boosting plans and campaigns. Over at Silver Wing's side, Duan Xianji had already used the historical dramas shot on real physical sets to give a popularity boost to the company's few big-name superstar actors and actresses. They still could not afford to relax, though. This was not a competition within Yenzhou alone. This was a competition between all the entertainment circles on a global scale. There were only so few roles, and there were so many actors and actresses. Anyone who studied history knew what sort of characters there were. At this sort of time, superstars of every continent saw their value depreciating. Only each continent's first-rate megastars with global appeal would be able to vie for the lead roles. Normally, Fang Zhao would also have paid attention to entertainment news and any trending news regarding this revolutionary film project. The script was still being discussed and the consultant team and screenwriters were exchanging thoughts and views, but it was approaching the end stage and was close to being finalized. Fang Zhao's military service was also coming to an end soon, and Shanta had informed him beforehand. Before your batch is decommissioned, there will be one more large commendation ceremony, and you will be among the recipients. When the time comes, you will be promoted one rank and the bonus when your service ends will increase as well. However, have you really decided not to stay on? I have already made plans for a concert performance at a music hall, Fang Zhao replied. All right. Then I shall wish you all the best with your concert. You are welcome back any time. Shanta really wished he could retain the services of Fang Zhao. Not even mentioning Fang Zhao's rumored divine ears, he didn't want to let go of Fang Zhao's combat ability. What a pity that Fang Zhao had actually chosen to be an artistic youth. After speaking with Shanta, Fang Zhao discovered that an entertainment news company had set up a survey through a voting system to see which superstars the masses thought should play the roles of the important leaders during the period of destruction. Below every founding era leader's character, there were over 10 listed big-name film stars from every continent. What attracted Fang Zhao's attention was the role of that Fang Zhao, where there were also more than 10 film stars listed. What was interesting was that for the role of founding era leader Fang Zhao, there was a lot of discussion. Fang Zhao saw some of the comments of netizens. For sure, the roles of the founding era great generals will surely be played by members of their own families. If not, those roles will be selected by them. However, for this sort of revolutionary film project, playing a minor role in it is enough for someone to brag for half his lifetime. I just took out my secondary school history e-textbook for a read. This character, Fang Zhao, had a rather important role during that period but was unfortunate enough to pass on a little early. Now there aren't even any aristocratic families with the family name Fang. Since this is the case, I feel that the film emperors of every continent will be vying for this role. The ill-fated leader of Yenzhou was actually called Fang Zhao. Why don't they let Fang Zhao play the role? Yeah, the one I'm talking about is that mythical beast, with the pair of really expensive ears. Ha 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 ha, that sounds feasible. Let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao. They should try it out. Stop joking. Fang Zhao's gaming in Battle of the Century is rather impressive, sure. His actual combat ability is legit too, after all, he has garnered so many military merits, but he might not necessarily be able to act. He isn't an actor, after all. The online voting activity was little more than a means of generating discussion and conveniently obtaining statistics of the masses' opinions and which stars they felt were most appropriate for which role. The final results would also give the investors of the revolutionary film project some data to consider. Of course, there were huge profits to be made for this voting activity, because for the voting, there were two choices. For every role, everyone had a free chance to vote, and besides that, they could also place a wager. The latter choice added an element of fun to the voting, and the market was huge. After all, every one of these listed stars had a large following of fans. Even if only 1% of these fans placed a wager, it would still be a massive figure. The number of people who had placed a wager and how much they had placed were not displayed. After voting, one could only see a bar chart showing the support that each star had. Fang Zhao looked at the comments and the bar chart. Online audiences that did not know anything and were purely joining in on the fun had made him the most voted option. Let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao also became a topic for laughs. Sometimes, people would say one thing, but in their hearts, they would be thinking something else. For example, some people said this, that person might not necessarily be able to act. But in their hearts, what they were thinking was this, if not him, who else can do so? And now, although these people were saying to just let Fang Zhao play the role of Fang Zhao. He has the exact same name and can even fight beasts, in fact, their hearts were laughing. If Fang Zhao can act for such an important role, then even pigs can fly. While Fang Zhao was viewing the voting activity, there were also many people paying attention to it on Planet Y. Zero was currently filming the third season of Vampire Duke. With technological advancements, as long as filming was smooth, the time taken to manufacture an episode had been greatly shortened. Since he had seen that the sets were really good, Zero's agent had suggested Zero continue filming. After the first season was complete, the second season had followed immediately after. Reception for season 2 had not been bad, so they had taken advantage of it and filmed a third season. During idle times while filming, Zero had come across the online voting activity. Naturally, his attention went to the role of Lijo's great General Renault and the possible candidates for this role. Sweeping through the list of over 10 actors in the voting options, Zero found out that he was among the candidates on the voting list for the role of General Renault. Zero was elated. This was the delight of being acknowledged. However, this joy only lasted for a short while. When Zero went through the discussions, his face became one shade darker. Especially after reading the top few comments that had obtained the most likes, Zero was no longer able to maintain his good mood. Why is Zero in the choices for the role of General Renault? Zero can act. There's no choice, who asked him to be born with the Renault family name? Furthermore, he acted in a really popular TV series. That cannot be denied. This, Lijo's smiling angel, should just go do some charity. Don't act anymore. Sharo. He wants to vie for leading role in that revolutionary film project with his sort of acting skills. I have watched the highly popular series, Vampire Duke, and it was rather ordinary. All he did was pull a long face and act cool to trick some young ladies. It's better for him not to disgrace himself in this sort of revolutionary film project. Honestly speaking, Zero does have the status and basis. If he doesn't open his mouth, his acting can be considered decent, but when he talks, everything just falls apart. Under the performances of those kings of the silver screen, he will experience being crushed by a tank. Letting him play the role of General Renault would just be letting people from other continents laugh their heads off. Reading these few pages of comments, at the start, Zero was filled with a burning rage, but it slowly turned into self-doubt, as there were just too many such comments, over 10 pages worth. Zero tilted his head toward his agent beside him and asked, "Is my acting really that bad?" Zero's agent fell silent for a few seconds as he considered the question, then replied, "There is room for improvement." Then his agent added, "It has improved greatly." Zero's expression changed. He seemed pleased and, following that, brought up his own performances in Vampire Duke Seasons 1 and 2 and the currently airing Season 3 and watched them. The more he watched, the more pleased he was. Where can you find this sort of acting? How can this even be called acting cool? No, acting cool also requires skill. Those people online are just blind. Zero then checked the views and profits of this drama series. It's impossible not to be popular. Returning to the slew of vicious comments directed toward him, Zero silently pondered for a bit. Combining facts and theory, he came to a conclusion: these people are definitely blind. Zero's agent shrugged, indicating he didn't wish to say anything. Zero did not even look at his manager's expression. He voted for himself and placed a wager. This was how much faith the great Zero of Lijo had in himself. After voting for himself, Zero was feeling contented and went to check on the other roles to vote for candidates that satisfied him. Fang Zhao. There was a leader during the period of destruction called Fang Zhao. Oh, seems like there was one. Zero clicked to enter this page and read through the introduction of this period of destruction leader. After reading through this character's introduction, Zero clicked his tongue. Weak, this person was really weak. However, he was not really interested in all this. He quickly went to check the list of candidates in the voting pool. The first option was actually more good-looking than himself. Not pleasing to look at, not voting for him. The second option had too many awards. The photo of him even had a close-up of those awards he had won. Are you afraid that nobody will know that you have won awards? So pretentious, I can't stand looking at him. No votes. Third option. Didn't this be asterisk starred already appear on the voting list for another role? Who placed him here? The editor must be retarded. No votes. Fourth option. More than 2 meters tall. What did he grow so tall for? To snatch rebounds in basketball? No votes. Fifth option. Sixth option. Zero went through them one by one right till the last option. Fang Zhao. That Fang Zhao from Yenzhou. The one undergoing military service on planet Baiji. Why is his name here? Isn't he a composer who plays games? Which idiot nominated him? He can't just be added to this list because his name is Fang Zhao. This bunch of editors are really no good. After browsing through all of them, Zero looked through the voting options in the list once again. Zero then placed a vote for Fang Zhao and conveniently wagered a little on him too. This was a totally an instinctive reaction, and the agent beside him could not have stopped Zero in time if he had wanted to. After placing the wager, Zero realized what he had done. He had not really intended to place a wager on anyone other than himself, but he could not bring himself to admit his mistake and reluctantly said, "Cough, just a little investment in Fang Zhao. Take it as me supporting that fella. After all, he did help us out, didn't he? He was the one who introduced the projects at the film entertainment complex to us. As people, we should know how to be grateful." Zero's agent felt that from his understanding of Zero, given Zero's idiotic IQ and pettiness, his choice of voting for Fang Zhao was definitely not being grateful, but a load of hogwash. Faced with the list of those actors displayed on the screen, perhaps Zero had only found Fang Zhao a little more pleasing to his eyes than the rest. Why was this so? Because among all the superstars on this list, only Fang Zhao's status in the film entertainment circles was lower than Zero's. When it came to a person who was beneath himself, Zero would definitely find him more pleasing to the eyes. Being a hot topic online, people on Baiji were frequently heard discussing it. Whether they were conscripts undergoing military service or workers from construction teams, even seasoned soldiers from the military district spoke about it with their comrades in their free time. In the past, they might have been cut off from the world and would only receive limited military news, but now they could access the internet and their surroundings were much more lively, so people would participate in idle chatting. Not all people belonged to the category of star chasers, but they would still have actors and actresses they liked or who seemed pleasant to them, so they would also cast a vote. However, when the majority of garrison troops on planet Baiji saw the option for Fang Zhao, they immediately voted for him. If it hadn't been for Fang Zhao, planet Baiji would still be a poor and destitute place. Perhaps they might still be racking their brains to try and get others to lend some assistance even now. Therefore, if they didn't vote for Fang Zhao, who else could they vote for? Not an actor. They didn't care. In any case, when they saw the option of Fang Zhao, they just had to cast their votes. A year's military service was coming to an end and the military district had allocated a time for the large commendation ceremony. In the past, Planet Baiji would definitely not have set up this sort of thing. They did not have the money or inclination to host farewell parties, commendation ceremonies, or any such events. This year, they were making it especially formal and were even preparing an extravagant farewell party. Why? In light of Fang Zhao's contributions to Planet Baiji, the military district also had to show their appreciation. Of course, Baiji Military District would also use this opportunity to reveal to the public how the military district saw this bunch of youths who had undergone military service, and they would conveniently answer the call from the top brass to promote these exemplary models so that even more youngsters would not choose to avoid military service. During the large commendation ceremony, over 100 conscripts with exceptional performances were conferred medals, which were handed out personally by the military district's highest-ranking officer, Shanta. As the first official commendation ceremony, Shanta attached a great deal of importance to it. Besides inviting a few reporters and media, the entire ceremony would be broadcasted live. There were too many people to commend, so it was impossible to list out every contribution belonging to every single person. During the awards presentation, the majority would only have their biggest meritorious deed mentioned. Fang Zhao was the last recipient. This time, Shanta listed over 10 meritorious deeds in one breath. These deeds were the more typical cases. There were some that were confidential and could not be released publicly, such as the deeds during the terrorist attack. Saying so much was to show off Fang Zhao as a role model. Last year, when Fang Zhao had first discovered Baiji Or, it had caused a large commotion. Not long after, he had rendered meritorious service during the terrorist attack and had even shot 2 important terrorists. Exceptions had been made for him to be promoted, and he had obtained lawful gun ownership rights for after his military service ended. Half a year after that, at a mobilization meeting in front of the new batch of conscripts that had arrived in October last year, Fang Zhao had been promoted from the rank of second lieutenant to first lieutenant. Now, when his 1 year of military service was reaching its end, at the military district's General Assembly Hall, in front of online audiences watching the live broadcast, Fang Zhao's military achievements once again resulted in him getting a promotion. Fang Zhao was promoted from the rank of first lieutenant to captain. Although there were other outstanding individuals from the same batch, the only one to rise up the ranks so quickly was Fang Zhao. However, nobody had any objections, including netizens that were watching the live broadcast. In this 1 year, all the meritorious deeds publicly announced by Baiji Military District were real and true, to the point that even Fang Zhao's fans had already become immune to hearing about them. Although there might have been some political agenda here where they needed a role model and benchmark, if that person was Fang Zhao, everyone had no qualms. Tears streamed down great-grandfather Fang's face as he watched his great-grandson on stage. He was very gratified. Beside him, others once again told the 2 elder Fangs to advise Fang Zhao to stay on with the military. However, the 2 of them only returned faint smiles. They also hoped that Fang Zhao would stay in the military, but they also respected Fang Zhao's own aspirations. If he doesn't want to stay on, then he won't stay on. Whatever Fang Zhao wants to do, he should just go ahead and do. All that matters is that he is happy. Being an artist is also rather great too. This was what the 2 elder Fangs had decided when they had discussed the matter in private. All the meritorious services and deeds were a result of Fang Zhao's own striving. Whatever he wished to do, however he went about it, the 2 elder Fangs would not interfere. Audiences watching the live broadcast of the commendation ceremony also felt somewhat rueful. He underwent military service for a year yet could obtain an officer rank. After he is discharged, he can still carry arms. How great is that? With Fang Zhao and the others as examples, there were even more people who wished to apply for their military service on planet Baiji. Furthermore, it was predicted that as time passed, it would get more difficult to apply for planet Baiji. Fang Zhao was actually promoted to captain. If it were me, I would surely stay on at Baiji Military District. Such a great opportunity, what can he achieve by leaving? The person above, do you know how much Fang Zhao earns from his compositions? The person before me, do you know how much Fang Zhao earns playing games? Do you know how much the 10th generation console he owns is worth now? A sky-high premium. Reselling it would bring one an overnight fortune. How envious. The brother above, do you know much Fang Zhao earns from endorsements? Can he earn so much in the military? The few above who posted seem like they are quite young, short-sighted, and lack any understanding. If Fang Zhao stays on at Baiji Military District, that is where there will be unlimited possibilities for future prospects. Those are things that cannot be calculated in terms of money. Returning is the worst possible choice. In 1 hour, the comments section went from admiring Fang Zhao's promotion to discussing whether Fang Zhao should stay on with the military. Kevin Lin looked at the comments online and could not help but take delight in this. When the person involved is quiet, these people will defend his interests. As one of the reporters present, Kevin Lin had been allocated to a good spot and had managed to capture many photographs and videos of the commendation ceremony. While browsing through the online comments, Kevin Lin sent a message. He wanted to interview Fang Zhao on his thoughts about his promotion and pending discharge. However, he never got a reply from Fang Zhao. After the ceremony ended, Fang Zhao was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Kevin Lin asked a few people he recognized over at the military district and found out that Fang Zhao had been called over by Shanta for a talk. He guessed that Shanta was surely trying to persuade Fang Zhao to stay on with the military. However, Kevin Lin had only gotten it half right. Shanta did try to persuade Fang Zhao, but he'd had another reason for summoning Fang Zhao. It is certain that you will be transferred to reserve duty, but I have already submitted an application for you as a reserve duty officer. According to regulations, for people with outstanding contributions during their active military service, when they are transferred to reserve duty, their rank can still rise by 1 grade. That means to say, if the application is successful, after you have been discharged and transferred to reserve duty, your reserve duty rank will rise to major. The position of a reserve duty officer had already been brought up, and the military district needed time to discuss this matter. As it had not yet been confirmed, this information had not been revealed during the commendation ceremony. For people like Fang Zhao, Yan Biao, and other discharged soldiers who had lawful gun ownership rights, they were all transferred to reserve duty. Normally, people in reserve duty did not do anything, but should a war break out, these people would receive an enlistment notice and could be speedily converted to active duty to participate. Reserve duty personnel were registered under the continent they were from as well as the place they had served. In most cases, the system generally listed the home continent in front. Shanta had pulled some tricks, though. During the registration, he had moved the place Fang Zhao had served to the top. That was to say that if there were any wars or special circumstances that required reserve personnel be activated and both Yenzhou Military District and Baiji Military District tried to draft Fang Zhao at the same time, Baiji Military District would have priority. 2 days later, the position of a reserve duty officer was fixed and his rank was confirmed. Shanta called up Fang Zhao. Reserve duty major. Although you don't have any real authority or power, that rank isn't just for show. The higher the rank, the more responsibility you bear on your shoulders. In the future, if you receive an enlistment notice, regardless of any other reasons, make sure to report promptly to the appointed location. When one was given the right to wield guns, they would have to fulfill their obligations. Although he may never be called up, the moment he received an enlistment notice, unless there was really no way of responding, he would have to rush to the designated location as soon as possible. Otherwise, would it have been so easy to obtain a gun permit? Fang Zhao took a look at the military uniform that was sent to him. The reserve duty uniform's buttons, rank, and design were similar to the active duty one, only the color was different. On the day that they were officially discharged, people from the same batch were wearing all sorts of clothing. However, Fang Zhao and others that had been transferred to reserve duty were still wearing military uniforms. Kevin Lin swept his eyes over Fang Zhao's epaulette. The heck? It's only been a few days, how have you gotten promoted again? Baiji Military District is really generous to you. Kevin Lin was only joking light-heartedly. He knew about the regulations when transferring to reserve duty. Fang Zhao bade farewell to his comrades and the construction teams and researchers of Outpost 23 and carried the water tank with the rabbit as he left. Great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang also said their goodbyes to the people in the family district they had grown close to. Together with Fang Zhao and the batch of conscripts who had completed their military service, they boarded a transport ship headed back home. After the space flight, the transport ship arrived at a space station orbiting Earth. Here, all conscripts who had completed a year of military service would ride a shuttle back to their respective continents. Here, Fang Zhao, the two elder Fangs, and the other Yenzhou conscripts would board shuttles back to Yenzhou, but the two elder Fangs would be on a shuttle for civilians, while Fang Zhao and the other conscripts who had completed a year of military service would board a military shuttle. The destinations of the two shuttles were also different. Online, news of returning conscripts after their year of military service had been announced. Look at Fang Zhao. After completing his military service, his reputation has gotten even higher. Have you ever seen a celebrity who was even more famous after military service? If military service could raise one's fame, would any celebrity try to skip military service? Before his military service had started, at most, Fang Zhao could have been said to have some fame in the entertainment circles and had banked on gaming to gain a temporary boost in popularity. Many people had seen Fang Zhao choosing to enlist in the military at the time his popularity was soaring as a huge mistake. Now, the Fang Zhao who was even more popular than ever had returned back to Earth. After all, there were limitations in the gaming circles. Furthermore, during Fang Zhao's military service duration, he had appeared in both entertainment news and political news, with Baiji Military District's official news being the main driving force. How could he not be popular? With reports from many angles, this was not something limited to just the gaming circles. There were lots of people who did not pay attention to gaming or even the entire entertainment industry who had now heard of Fang Zhao. Of course, Fang Zhao's ears were another popular discussion topic among people. There was also the online voting activity. Not even mentioning those film emperors, even these younger generations of aristocratic families who filmed movies and TV series just for fun had representative works. In the lists of stars, only Fang Zhao did not have any prior films. Therefore, every entertainment media outlet wished to interview Fang Zhao on his thoughts regarding the revolutionary film project's voting activity and ask him about his thoughts and feelings from his time undergoing military service. Although netizens were only light-heartedly joking about voting for Fang Zhao, they were also very curious as to Fang Zhao's own thoughts. Why did this person who was able to brave storms and hardships during his military service give up the chance to remain at Baiji Military District and instead come back? And what are his future life plans for after this? Kevin Lin did talk about it in a live broadcast, but he never talked about the main points. Forget about military reporters, they won't even touch anything related to entertainment. Then which entertainment reporter should interview him? Speaking of that, we rarely get to see secret snapshots of Fang Zhao in the news. In the past, it was because Fang Zhao was not popular enough. Besides that, entertainment reporters and paparazzi pay less attention to the private lives of celebrities in gaming circles. However, now that he has returned, the amount of entertainment reporters eyeing him should increase. I believe that secret snapshots will appear soon. We have to leave it up to Yenzhou's paparazzi and entertainment reporters. Fang Zhao has already returned from his military service. Yenzhou's entertainment reporters and paparazzi, hurry up and get your *Cs over to the airfield. Who is Yenzhou's paparazzi king? I heard it was someone called Wang Tai. Wang Tai, you piece of trash. Where are you? Wang Tai, who was far away on planet Y. Why am I being abused again? I will never go even if I get scolded. Whoever wants to can go ahead. Wang Tai was afraid of Fang Zhao, but given his reputation as the top paparazzo and the king of paparazzi in Yenzhou, he couldn't state the obvious. That would be the equivalent of career suicide. He had been planning to play dead, but given the amount of discussion online, Wang Tai decided to respond directly instead. So Wang Tai posted a long spiel on his social media account, more than 100 words. In summary, the message was this mofo is onto a big scoop at the Y-filmed entertainment culture base. Who cares what's going on Earth? There are so many paparazzi journalists out there. Let them have the story. Stop bugging me. The Y-filmed entertainment culture base was now the focal point of most entertainment news outlets. After news had broken of the reboot of the revolutionary film project, paparazzi photographers and entertainment journalists started infiltrating the Y base. They had discovered a construction site that they suspected was where the revolutionary project would be shooting. Given that it was a blockbuster project, considering how things were developing, an elaborate set was likely. Geologists and historians also pointed out that the geological makeup of the construction site was quite similar to the terrain of many places during the period of destruction. This prompted a deluge of A-list actors setting up camp on Y so they could get used to the climate. What if they were cast in the revolutionary project? It would be an utter disaster if they couldn't acclimate then. If they couldn't even get used to the weather and local diet, what were they good for? So being prepared was the way to go. They couldn't go wrong with renting a spot to shoot another project on Y and acclimating at the same time. That was also why, after the brief respite during Memorial Day, the Y-filmed entertainment culture base became bustling again. With the revolutionary film project as a major attraction, the number of visitors skyrocketed. Real estate and rental prices doubled. Rents at the film studio complex were spiraling out of control. And yet, despite the crazy rent, there was a waiting list. The early investors in the film studio complex made a major killing. Now that Wang Tai had announced that he was chasing a scoop on Y, entertainment news junkies had nothing to say. They started turning their sights to other famed entertainment journalists and companies. That was why it was a busy day at Yenzhou spaceport. This was the time of the year when conscripts who had completed their military service returned home. The spaceport typically dedicated a special passage for the soldiers where their parents could pick them up in person. But the Yenzhou spaceport was exceptionally crowded. There were parents picking up their kids, people greeting their friends, local journalists, entertainment reporters, and fans. A student from a neighboring university wanted to get Fang Zhao's autograph. Little had he expected the arrival hall to be so crowded. After surveying his surroundings, he asked the folks next to him why they were there. "I'm a gamer. Fang Zhao is the perennial champion in my mind," one person said. "I'm a soldier. He's my idol," another answered, pointing to the sky. "I'm a musician. I attend Fang Zhao's alma mater. He's our senior alum," a young fellow said enthusiastically. I'm here to check out the spectacle." Suddenly, someone started screaming. Look! They're here." 2 flying transports landed, but they descended into different areas. One landed on the civilian airfield and the second on a military airstrip. The jam-packed arrival hall was near the military airfield. The crowds gathering in the arrival hall craned their necks. Soon, passengers started emerging. After a year of military service, many conscripts had gone from pale to thoroughly tanned and had bulked up. They still smelled like their barracks. Thankfully, the conscripts frequently stayed in touch via video conference, so their parents were at least able to recognize them. The long-awaited reunion gave rise to cheers and laughter. Many parents felt that military service was a rite of passage and that their children had come out the other end more mature. Meanwhile, the journalists were scrambling. "Where's Fang Zhao? Anyone see Fang Zhao? Kid, did Fang Zhao come out with your batch?" a journalist asked a young man who was greeting his family. Most of the conscripts were university students, so "kid" was an appropriate way to address him. The young man laughed. "You're not going to catch him. He boarded a transfer flight for Yenzhou's military headquarters." Fang Zhao was grouped together with about a dozen other conscripts, all exemplary soldiers from the same batch of conscripts. They wore the insignias of majors-in-waiting. After landing in Yenzhou, they had boarded another military transport bound for Yenzhou's military HQ right away so they could get straight to the paperwork for transitioning to reserve duty. The computer software for switching service status was available online, but there were certain procedures that had to be handled in person. The journalists from Yenzhou's military newspaper were already on the transfer flight. They would continue filming Fang Zhao and company as they traveled to HQ, where they would conduct a short interview with the soldiers. The questions were perfunctory and had been given to them in advance. The soldiers knew the kinds of answers the top brass was looking for. Word spread quickly among journalists that Fang Zhao and company had headed to Yenzhou's military headquarters. "We're not going to get him here. Let's move on. Are we really going to stake out military HQ? Military HQ is not somewhere you can just waltz into. Before you know it, you'll be shot dead on account of being suspected criminals. Then what should we do next? Set up near military HQ? No, I have a better idea. Let's send someone to Silver Wing and we'll go to the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei." Conversations like this also happened elsewhere. Yenzhou's military HQ being off-limits, the entertainment press corps started thinking on their feet. They were experts at stakeouts. If one place didn't work, they would move on. The entertainment journalists had missed Fang Zhao and company, but the group was tailed by reporters from Yenzhou's military newspaper who posted quite a few photos and videos online. Readers glued to their devices weren't happy. The journalists didn't catch Fang Zhao. He actually left straight for military HQ. "I don't want to watch the coverage from the military newspaper. The returning conscripts say the same thing every year. This year there's Fang Zhao, so they have to make a big deal out of him, but he himself is going to give the same politically correct spiel again. Lord knows how many times he has made the same comments on Baiji. I'm so sick of them. I only want to watch the interviews conducted by the entertainment journalists, not the bullshit that the military reporters generate." What they wanted to hear wasn't effusive praise about the conscripts and their performance and hard work but, rather, interesting anecdotes, details that had never been reported. "Wait, didn't you notice the insignia on Fang Zhao's shoulders? F***CK. Is that the insignia of a major? Isn't he a captain? I could have sworn he was promoted to captain at the commendation ceremony. If you take a closer look, the color is a bit different than a typical major's insignia. That's the insignia for a major-in-waiting, not a serving major. It's not just Fang Zhao. The others were promoted one rank too. The previous batch of conscripts from Yenzhou didn't produce this many officers. There's also a distinction between active and reserve officers. You can get promoted even when you become a reserve soldier. This rule was among the latest revisions to the military code during the new era. The top brass decided to allow conscripts to be promoted when they become reserve soldiers to encourage military service. Folks hadn't paid attention to the new provision because they resented having to serve in the military. In addition, there were so many conscripts who served every year, and only a minority were promoted to officer rank upon completing their service period. The provision hadn't been widely promoted either, so many members of the public were clueless. Meanwhile, after signing in at military HQ and completing his media interviews, Fang Zhao headed to the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei. His pet, rabbit, had already been delivered to his home in Qian by courier post, so he was traveling light, carrying a single backpack that contained his notebook and gun, his two most treasured items. When Fang Zhao arrived at the retirement home, it was still business as usual, but shortly after he arrived, he got word that journalists were en route to stake him out. Great-grandfather Fang asked a security guard to send him surveillance footage of the press pack gathering outside, and he lectured Fang Zhao, "You have name recognition now. There are people who admire you and want you to do well, but there are also those who curse at you and will tear you down, especially your competitors in the entertainment industry. So many of them are just waiting for you to stumble, so pay attention to your behavior and language when you're in public. Don't give your enemies any ammunition." "I know." Fang Zhao made sure his two great-grandparents had returned from Baiji in one piece and were in good health, then got ready to leave. Great-grandfather Fang asked him to hang on. "Wait. There are quite a few journalists out there. Some of them have even tried to sneak into the retirement home. They won't be able to make it to the residential wing, but there's a considerable distance between the residential compound and the parking lot. There have got to be reporters staked out there. Even if you lose them, you'll be trailed by cameras, so I suggest you steer clear of both the front and side entrances. Let me show you an obscure detour that will bypass the journalists. You'll see a door and an outpost at the end of the path. The door is typically closed, but the outpost is usually staffed. I'll give the guard station there a heads up to open the door for you." Great-grandfather Fang pulled out a map of the retirement home and circled a spot. "There it is. There's a small path here that cuts through the woods." Fang Zhao nodded, memorized the route, changed into plain clothes, and left the residential wing where the two elders lived. He followed the route great-grandfather Fang had traced. Soon he saw a small cluster of trees. The path was buried among the woods beneath the thick foliage, which made it hard to detect. But Fang Zhao noticed that he had company. Two men were hiding behind a bush by the sheltered path, one a cunning-looking middle-aged man and the other a young man who struck Fang Zhao as a fresh university graduate. "Shifu, you were spot on. There's Fang Zhao," the young man hiding behind the bush blurted out in a whisper after spotting Fang Zhao through his binoculars. "At the end of the day, us locals have an advantage. We know the layout of the retirement home better," the middle-aged man said, flashing a conceited grin. He had consulted a few former classmates who covered finance and politics. They frequently interviewed former officials at the retirement home, so they knew the layout of the compound. The classmates told him that the old geezers loved to avoid journalists by using this detour. The other journalists were staking out the hallway leading to the parking lot. The entrance and side doors were also covered. What a shame they were clueless about the existence of this obscure path. It wasn't visible from the air because it was covered by a thick layer of leaves and branches. The retirement home compound was also huge, and this was a far-flung location. The detour was impossible to discover unless you were an insider. The middle-aged man was quite upset. How come he's all alone? What he wanted was to shoot Fang Zhao with a few other companions, regardless of whether he could recognize them or not, be they kids or elderly folks. As long as there was a second person in the frame, he could make up a story. Some dirt would be ideal, like a family feud, some form of hypocrisy, or a messy personal life. He could spin a tale out of nothing by extrapolating from a shady-looking picture. Let the image speak for itself. "I want you to ambush him with those questions we prepared when he passes our spot," the middle-aged man mumbled. The young man was reluctant. "Shifu, is that a good idea? He's a major, after all." The questions his senior colleague had prepared were quite pointed and touched on Fang Zhao's personal life. "You're still green. He's a major in waiting, which doesn't mean Jack*T. He might as well be a civilian. He doesn't have any real authority. We have nothing to be afraid of. The young man was shivering. But he's a military officer, after all. He's authorized to carry a gun. What if shoots us both in a fit of fury? Word is he's a decent fighter. What if he drags us to a corner and executes us? Have you been watching those lame-ass TV shows again? How many times have I told you? Those shows make you dumb. Cut down on those silly shows and use your brain. Think about it, he's been touted as such a positive role model and he's a major-in-waiting fresh from his military service. Would he dare use lethal force with this much public attention focused on him? After peeking into his binoculars again, the middle-aged man continued, I figure he'll pass us in about 2 minutes. When he does, go confront him. Don't forget the questions we prepared. If he tries to blow you off, do your best to cut him off and pester him. If there's a scuffle, drop to the ground and yell, he's hitting me. The young man was a bit embarrassed by the questionable tactics. Isn't that kinda fake? Then drop dead once he makes a move and hurt yourself somehow, pretend that you're injured. Soldiers who have earned merits like him, they could paralyze me with a single blow, no. Don't worry, he won't attack you for real. Just confront him. What if he attacks me for real? That's even better. That would be big news. How considerate of you, Shifu. Look at you. And you call yourself a man? You're even more timid than your female cohort. I should have brought her instead. Fang Zhao attacks woman, that's an even better headline. Don't underestimate me. It's just that this is my first time doing something like this. I'm not used to it. The middle-aged man didn't mind at all. You'll get used to it. People who were too generous and honest were destined to fail as journalists. You know what, Shifu, I'm still not comfortable with this. The stars should be aligned for such a confrontational approach. We don't have a strategic advantage here. Look around you, there's nobody. No one will see the fight. Even if someone is drawn to the ruckus, this is a retirement home for former officials where Fang Zhao's elders live. They're all on his side. They will close ranks against us. The retired officials will definitely side with Fang Zhao. We're outnumbered. Tisk, you've been watching too many period dramas, haven't you? This is the new era, the high-tech era. Everything will be recorded. As long as we have video evidence, we have nothing to fear. We'll adjust our camera settings to upload the video to an online drive and make 10 copies. He won't be able to wipe out all my copies. If he attacks you, even better. Let's con him with a huge medical bill and we'll offer to sell him the video of the attack. Let's blackmail the hell out of him. Engrossed in their exchange, the two journalists failed to notice that the silhouette they had spotted in their binoculars had disappeared. When they felt that it was time and stopped chatting, they realized their target had gone missing. Where is he? Did he spot us? The young man was incredulous. That's impossible. It's all your fault. You were talking too much. He must have overheard us. The two men felt a sudden breeze sweep their backs, and they shivered. It was as if someone had hovered over them briefly. Alarmed, the middle-aged man looked around. As a veteran entertainment journalist, his senses were well honed, but all he noticed was the wind and the resulting rustling of leaves. Nothing out of the ordinary. The middle-aged man thought to himself, I'm probably just too nervous. A minute later. Still no sign of Fang Zhao. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour had passed. The young man was ready to give up. Shifu, there's no sign of him. The middle-aged entertainment journalist frowned. That's impossible. Did Fang Zhao really spot us? Are his godly ears for real? It isn't a load of bullsh*t after all. He went online and didn't find any updates from the other journalists staking out the retirement home. The middle-aged man remained unconvinced that he had let his mark slip. He gritted his teeth and said, let's stick around. 5 hours passed. Dusk loomed. The two journalists got a message from their colleague, "Get online." Fang Zhao was photographed entering Silver Wing Tower. Silver Wing Tower was located in Qian. The retirement home was in Yanbei. The two journalists examined the pictures and videos posted online and were dumbfounded. When on earth did Fang Zhao leave? Qian City. At Silver Wing Tower's ground floor car park, Ji Polan emerged from an inconspicuous car. He was wearing a baseball cap and very ordinary clothes. He was having a short vacation that was very hard to come by. The previous day, he had secretly gone out with a few friends to have fun all night and had only returned home at dawn to sleep until now. Today, he had not taken a company car but had borrowed a friend's car instead. He had driven to the company's public car park in an inconspicuous fashion so as to not attract any attention. In a bit, he would take the elevator straight to the film department. Headed toward the elevator were two others who had gotten out of another car. They were two newcomers that had been signed by the company's film department. The two newcomers were talking in hushed tones. When they looked up and saw Ji Polan, they wiped the smiles off their faces and greeted Ji Polan. "Greetings, Senior." "Amenchem." Ji Polan gave a faint smile and nodded his head. His expression was a little aloof with a slight hint of haughtiness, and he didn't say anything else. Now, although Ji Polan was still a second-tier actor on a B-grade contract with the company, Beauties, and Warring States had let him show his face on a global scale. During the promotional activities back on Earth, Ji Polan had visited all the different continents. Although he still couldn't be compared to the company's other top-tier stars, compared to other second-tier actors, his popularity was way greater. He finally knew why everyone wished to develop on the global scene. Just Yenzhou alone was too small. If at any time there was a revolutionary film project or something similar, stars that were only famous within Yenzhou would simply have no chance to land any good roles. People in the film department all knew that Ji Polan was on the right path. Although his roles in the two popular drama series were slightly awkward, at least they let people remember him. How many people regretted not fighting for that role? Ji Polan's slightly cold attitude did not bother the two newcomers. In their minds, stars with fame and ability were just like that. The three of them stepped into the elevator. The two newcomers also did not have the nerve to continue chit-chatting in front of Ji Polan and fell silent. Ji Polan was thinking about some information his manager had sent him. Now, his manager was working hard to help him fight for an opportunity to show his face in the revolutionary film project. He wasn't qualified to snag an important role, but he was willing to be a minor character as long as he got a chance to participate in it. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Ji Polan's eyes lit up. The two newcomers watched as Ji Polan's hand shot out to press a button and reopen the closing elevator doors. Ji Polan voluntarily took a step back to create space. Yet another person entered the lift. Ji Polan's attitude did a big 360. Brother Zhao. His previously cold and indifferent manner was no longer anywhere to be seen. Now a bright and warm smile was all over his face. This sudden change in attitude stunned the two newcomers. When they saw Fang Zhao, they could recognize him right away. After all, they had seen him frequently in news reports, and their own company was putting lots of effort into giving him publicity. But what astonished them even more was that Ji Polan, a second-tier actor whose stock was on the uprise, actually had this sort of attitude toward Fang Zhao. They had still been wondering which top-tier superstar had come over. Fang Zhao had not expected to run into someone he recognized immediately after entering either. He had driven over from Yanbei City in a publicly shared car and had parked at the public car park below the company's tower. As it was a publicly shared car, it would not be nice of him to park it on the 50th floor, so he had left the vehicle at the public car park and was going to take the elevator up. Ji Polan. When Fang Zhao stepped into the lift, he noticed the two newcomers and nodded his head toward them. He did not have the sort of cold indifference Ji Polan had had, but he made the two newcomers feel even more nervous. The aura that Fang Zhao emitted gave them a sort of constricting feeling, making them afraid to even speak. It's me. Brother Zhao, you have returned back to Qian City so quickly. I watched the news in the afternoon and heard that many reporters were camped out in Yanbei City for you. Ji Polan had really not expected that Fang Zhao would be back at the company at this time. I just arrived from Yanbei City. As Fang Zhao chatted with Ji Polan, the two newcomers stood to the side without so much as letting out a squeak. The elevator arrived at the 50th floor Virtual Projects department. Fang Zhao left, while Ji Polan and the other two continued on their way up. The moment Fang Zhao left, Ji Polan returned to his cold and aloof manner. The two newcomers watching were extremely curious and were waiting for Ji Polan to dispel their doubts, but when they reached the film department's floor, Ji Polan stepped out and left. He simply had no intention of explaining anything to them. He had no choice. When someone was popular, they had to be a little careful. Toward these newcomers, before he understood their characters, Ji Polan would not say much. After Ji Polan had left, the two newcomers exhaled sharply. That's my first time coming close to Fang Zhao in person. His aura is really strong. But isn't Ji Polan older than Fang Zhao? Why did he call Fang Zhao, Brother Zhao? In our entertainment company, age doesn't equate seniority. Makes sense. At the other side, when Fang Zhao entered the Virtual Projects department, Zhu Wen and the others were already waiting to welcome him. All of them had been keeping their eyes peeled to the internet. Someone had taken a photo of Fang Zhao at the car park below when he had arrived, but looking at the angle the photograph was taken from and then further considering the security measures the company had improved over the last half a year, the photograph of Fang Zhao entering Silver Wing Tower had probably been intentionally leaked by the company itself. However, whether it was the company's own publicity operation or not, the moment Zhu Wen and the others saw the news, they immediately moved to welcome Fang Zhao on his return. The Virtual Projects department and gaming department had both recruited some newcomers. The gaming team had also recruited a few team members. First, Fang Zhao got to know the newcomers and spoke to the department staff before heading to the top-floor office to speak with Duan Qinji about acting. At night, the staff of the Virtual Projects and gaming departments gathered for a meal to welcome Fang Zhao back. After that, Zhu Wen gave Fang Zhao a ride to his Qian City residence before leaving. First, Fang Zhao went to the luggage depository to collect his rabbit and bring it up. Looking at the data being displayed on the water tank's monitoring system, the water tank's vitality readings were still strong, and there were no signs of any abnormalities. It seemed like its endurance for long-haul space travel was decent and it was adapting very well. After Fang Zhao returned to his residence, he received messages from Yan Biao and Zuiyu. The two of them were on their way back from Planet Y and had already arrived at the space station. The film studio complex had seen an increase in traffic flow. Fang Zhao had recruited 2 additional men, so when Zuiyu and Yan Biao were not at the filmed entertainment culture base, there would still be 10 people to guard the sets. At the space station, Zuiyu received a new message from Fang Zhao and raised an eyebrow. Noticing Zuiyu's reaction, Yan Biao asked, "What are the instructions from boss?" Zuiyu laughed. "We are to head to Muzhou first to fetch a dog." Muzhou's annual sheep-herding championship was already underway. However, this year, Curly Hair was not taking part. Since the year Curly Hair had represented Dongshan Farm as a competition dog, lead Dongshan Farm to the championship, and clinched the title of Most Valuable Dog, he had repeated both successes once more in the previous year. It was said that over at Muzhou, Curly Hair's value had swelled up once more. However, at the start of the year, Muzhou's sheep-herding championships had changed their rules to only permit registered Muzhou competition dogs taking part. As Curly Hair was considered Fang Zhao's pet and was registered under his name, he did not belong to Su Ho's Dongshan Farm. Fang Zhao was a Yenzhou person. Curly Hair followed his master and was considered a Yenzhou dog. This change of rules had given rise to heated debates. Medium and small farm owners' thoughts were that they finally did not need to compete against that curly-haired dog. On the other hand, large farm owners were wondering whether or not they should purchase that curly-haired dog. If they managed to purchase it, wouldn't it become a Mujo competition dog? And outside Mujo, when people from other continents saw this new system, all they had were laughs. There is even a register for dogs. Does it add to the population? Then does my family's pet fish have to be registered? Mujo is slightly special. Dogs have a high status over there. Only in Mujo are dogs able to set a high value for themselves. For example, that dog said to be worth over 100 million. If it was placed anywhere other than Mujo, would it be worth that much? But what's with changing the rules? Is this to prevent foreign competition dogs from competing? Could it be that after having the finals Most Valuable Dog award stolen by a Yenzhou dog 2 years in a row, they were not able to stand it and came up with a solution to bar that curly-haired dog from participating? I felt like that is the case. This is Mujo people not having enough faith in their own Mujo dogs. This is just called being a sore loser. There were many people online ridiculing Mujo's new competition rules. In actual fact, the reform of Mujo sheep herding competition rules had been raised a few years back, but it had never been implemented. Now, because of curly hair as the trigger that had caused some large Mujo farm owners to sustain losses, they had pushed for the competition rules to be chance. Otherwise, that curly-haired dog would still be participating this year. Thus, Dongshan's lineup this year was missing curly hair. However, given the progress in the last 2 years, Dongshan Farm's competition dogs had all been trained up, and there wouldn't be a situation where they had no competition dogs. Fang Zhao had seen this year's competition. Without curly hair in Dongshan Farm's sheep-herding team, although their performance was a little worse, on the whole, it was still considered an outstanding sheep-herding team. Previously, Dongshan Farm had been hot favorites to be the champion. Now, Dongshan Farm's sheep-herding team was merely considered a contender. Although they were now just contenders, at least their strength was still being acknowledged. Many people thought that curly hair would surely be dejected and in low spirits. Many netizens complained about the injustice toward curly hair. Dogs also have self-respect and feelings. But when Yen Biao and Zuiyu went over to pick up curly hair, that little thing had just caught a wild rabbit close to its own size. He had not even stopped to catch his breath and was preparing to hunt a second one. The wild rabbits of Mujo in the new era originated from domestic breeding and rearing. After that, a bunch of them had escaped into the wild. Given the impressive breeding ability of those rabbits that had escaped, their numbers had expanded exponentially and they had slowly come to be known as what people called wild rabbits. And these wild rabbits in the new era were even bigger than those of the old era. Their hind legs were much more powerful and they could run rather fast. In places with fertile soil and lush vegetation, wild rabbits grew especially large. Now, curly hair had caught a similarly sized rabbit and was in good spirits. Hearing Zuiyu's calls, it came bounding back. Zuiyu laughed as he watched curly hair's joyous enthusiasm. Oh, he seems to be in a rather good state, unlike what the internet says. Su Ho shrugged. Ever since the competition rules were changed, he can only catch all these other creatures. However, he doesn't run off too far, at most around the boundaries of the farm. Currently, there are many people in Mujo eyeing him. I also feel that sending him back to Yenzhou is the best option. Over at Mujo's side, some people thought this way. Can't afford, can't purchase, then how about stealing? Even if it can't be used as a competition dog after stealing it, he can still be used as a breeding dog. Any dog with championship-winning blood in its veins surely can't be bad. Perhaps it can produce a batch of outstanding puppies every 2 years. Su Ho knew about these people's thoughts, and that was why he was worried. If a championship-winning dog like curly hair was stolen, there was a high possibility it would never appear in the eyes of the public ever again. Currently, He was busy with the competition and could not always bring along curly hair when he was participating. There were surely times when curly hair was neglected. Having been worrying and on the edge, Suho had kept waiting when Fang Zhao had told him that he had arranged for someone to pick curly hair up. Only after he had seen Suyu arrive had he felt more at ease. This was Yen Biao's first time coming close to the dog worth over 100 million. He could not see anything really special about this small little thing. There were many such dogs in cities outside of Muzhou. How on earth had its price risen to over 100 million? Not just curly hair, even other star competition dogs were worth tens of millions. Yen Biao could not understand it. All he could say was that Muzhou people were crazy. After Yen Biao and Zuiyu picked up curly hair from Dongshan Farm, they flew to Fang Zhao's Qian City residence. Having not seen Fang Zhao in a year, curly hair was especially excited and was whimpering like a spoiled child, until he saw the rabbit in the house and his attention was drawn away. Woof! Curly hair looked at the rabbit in the water tank, then glanced at Fang Zhao before turning to face the rabbit. Woof woof woof! Regarding a strange creature that had suddenly appeared in his territory, curly hair was very angry. During his time at Muzhou's Dongshan farm, whenever any field mice, wild rabbits, or large wild animals entered the farm, he ate them up right away. Now that he saw that a strange creature had appeared in his domain, he wasn't pleased at all. Although the thing inside the water tank looked similar to the wild rabbits it had eaten before, it had a strange, foreign smell. However, his IQ was higher than a normal animal's, so he sounded out Fang Zhao's bearing. As long as Fang Zhao said that he could eat it, curly hair wouldn't show any mercy. Fang Zhao's short sentence made curly hair give up all hope, no eating. Fang Zhao was indifferent to the matter of Muzhou's sheep-herding competition barring foreign competition dogs from participating. Even if the rules had not been changed this year, Fang Zhao had previously made up his mind not to let curly hair participate this year. There was no meaning. Curly hair's IQ was continuously rising. Furthermore, his body had secrets and could not be compared with normal dogs. There had been no choice but to let him take part in the first year, and the second year had just been for fun, but there was really no need for him to take part in a third consecutive year. It was just like an adult taking part in a children's competition, wasn't it meaningless? He had gotten enough of the limelight already. When it was time to withdraw, it was best to do it decisively. If curly hair continued to remain in Muzhou, he would just become a target for more and more people, and many things might be revealed. Fortunately, Muzhou's sheep-herding rules had been changed, so Fang Zhao could borrow this excuse to bring curly hair back with him. Patting curly hair, Fang Zhao said, "Take a look at your new kennel." The previous kennel had been given by the advertising company when he had filmed an advertisement, but curly hair had torn it down. Afterward, he had been sent to Muzhou, so a new kennel hadn't been bought. After returning, Fang Zhao had once more ordered a kennel manufactured in Muzhou made from natural materials. This one was the same model as the one curly hair had had in Muzhou. This time, it wasn't torn down. Returning to his study, Fang Zhao received a call from Duan Qianji asking him whether his pieces for the concert had been prepared. Following that, she told him the recent tasks that had been scheduled for him. Don't forget about the 2 talk shows I mentioned. One is Prairie Fire, the other is Star of Tomorrow. Both are interview formats, so be sure to make preparations. Taking the opportunity to boost your popularity now would be beneficial for your concert, Duan Qianji said. Prairie Fire, which had a very strong presence in Yenzhou's entertainment circles, had had a good relationship with Silver Wing in the past year and had not publicized much negative news about Silver Wing celebrities. This was probably due to the fact that there was already an imbalance in power among the big 3 entertainment companies. Silver Wing had momentum that had already surpassed the other 2. Thus, a few Silver Wing celebrities' interview sessions had already been scheduled. As long as Silver Wing was informed of the private questions they wished to ask, there would not be any awkward questions that would stump the interviewee during filming. However, the Prairie Fire talk show was not the important point. What Duan Qianji regarded as important was the interview session with Star of Tomorrow. Star of Tomorrow interviewed mainly youngsters below the age of 30, and according to statistical data, 80% of Galaxy Supernova Award winners had appeared on the Star of Tomorrow talk show. In other words, people who were invited on Star of Tomorrow were people they fancied and viewed as potential Galaxy Supernova Award winners. Inviting Fang Zhao meant they felt Fang Zhao had the ability to vie for a Galaxy Supernova Award. This was also a rather good opportunity for Silver Wing. Furthermore, the headquarters of Star of Tomorrow were not in Yenzhou but in Huangzhou. It was a program that had a global reach. They had had two forms, live broadcasts and delayed broadcasts, but in most situations, they chose live broadcasts. This time around, the program hopes that you can have a live broadcast interview. We have yet to give a reply and are waiting for you to make a choice, Duan Qianji continued. Then let's go with a live broadcast. Fang Zhao also knew which choice would have a larger impact, and he made preparations for any questions he might be asked. Audiences were not stupid. Having watched so many delayed telecast programs, they knew that delayed telecasts filtered out some crucial points, so audiences were more inclined toward live broadcasts. Even if the program was longer and there was a long intermission midway through for a break and some advertisements, audiences were willing to wait. An hour later, Duan Qianji came back with news. I have spoken with that side. They wish to select your study as the location for the broadcast. The other side's intention is this: generally, places like studies and offices seem private yet formal and serious. If you decide this is all right, you can make preparations first. What Duan Qianji meant was for Fang Zhao to tidy up and remove any items that should not be seen by the public at the live broadcast location. Also, if there were any awards or medals he wished to show off, he could bring them out and display them in the background. Besides making preparations for Star of Tomorrow, during the live interview, don't forget to mention your concert. Duan Qianji reminded him. Fang Zhao was signed on with Silver Wing as a composer. He could work on other aspects on his own, but for the concert, he still had to discuss it with Silver Wing. However, Fang Zhao had spoken to Duan Qianji about this some time ago. The operations team had suggested striking while the iron was hot, taking the opportunity before his popularity faded to give an official announcement of his concert and start advanced ticket sales. The planned date for Fang Zhao's concert was in August. Although it was only April now, once 3 or 4 months passed, there was no guarantee that Fang Zhao would still be fresh in everyone's mind. By talking about the concert and announcing advanced ticket sales, it would at least help mitigate people losing interest in Fang Zhao and deciding not to purchase tickets. On the night that the interview was arranged, Silver Wing and the Star of Tomorrow program team officially announced news of Fang Zhao being invited on Star of Tomorrow, as well as the details of when the interview would take place. Star of Tomorrow. Isn't that the program that invites people who have the ability to vie for the Galaxy Supernova Award, that interview talk show? It's just vying for an art award. Does Fang Zhao have that ability? I feel that his works are just so and are not as good as everyone says they are. It's not for you to decide how good they are. The market does that. Speaking of the market, anything too commercialized has no rights to be compared to art. Cough, given your salty tone, I guess you haven't been doing too well yourself. Fang Zhao still doesn't really have the qualifications when it comes to artistic music. He hasn't even held a proper concert yet. This new piece of news gave rise to a lot of discussion, but regardless of their different points of view, everyone set aside their time. On the day of the Star of Tomorrow interview, Fang Zhao sat beside a round wooden table in his newly arranged study. There was another chair on the other side. A program team staff member had already set up the equipment. Looking at Fang Zhao and seeing him nod his head, the staff member made a hand gesture and started counting down. 3, 2, 1, action. A projection of a youthful lady appeared on the originally empty chair beside Fang Zhao, the Star of Tomorrow host, Grace Chen. Grace Chen might have seemed young and beautiful, but she was much more mature than most recent graduates. From her attire and her words and actions, she seemed like someone of class and poise. After all, she was a highly popular host of a globally broadcasted talk show and wasn't just a nice-looking flower vase. The projection seemed very realistic. During the live broadcast, it seemed like Grace Chen, who was in Huangzhou's Star of Tomorrow headquarters, had suddenly arrived in the study. Right at the start of the program, Grace Chen expertly set the mood with a lively ambience, dispelling the originally overly serious atmosphere. The number of online viewers was increasing at an extremely rapid pace. People in the music world and gaming circles, and other people who were interested in Fang Zhao, all came online quickly. Grace Chen first asked Fang Zhao about his experiences in his 1 year of military service. Fang Zhao, having just returned from military service, can you briefly share with us your thoughts on your past year of military service? Grace Chen asked with a smile. Fang Zhao replied, I gained a lot. It was worth it. Grace Chen's smiling expression did not change. She only blinked when she heard Fang Zhao's reply. People who knew her well knew that this was the reaction Grace Chen gave when she was surprised. She had not expected that Fang Zhao would really briefly reply. 7 words, that was indeed brief. Following that, Grace Chen talked about Project Starlight. Probably because she had received instructions from the top, she praised Project Starlight in the interview to make it convenient for next year's second batch. However, Grace Chen also acted appropriately and managed the time well, not making it too deliberate. She did not separate the important from the trivial. After talking about Project Starlight, Grace Chen then said, because of Project Starlight, we were able to see the arduous conditions of military service. I believe that everyone has seen some of the videos Kevin Lin filmed back then. Although you were taking refuge when those beasts were on the other side of the door and were extremely close. As Grace Chen spoke, a window appeared to the side and displayed a snippet of a video. It was a part of the video Kevin Lin had filmed during the terrorist attack. According to some of the videos recorded then, we know that the outpost you were at suffered numerous bombings and was then invaded by terrorists. At that time, when you knew about the terrorist attack, were you afraid? The host asked. No. Grace Chen laughed but did not ask whether Fang Zhao was speaking the truth. When you saw those savage beasts in the game become reality, what were you thinking about at that moment? Killing them, Fang Zhao replied. In more detail, perhaps. Completely obliterate them. Grace Chen blinked once again, her face still displaying a slight smile, indicating she understood and was still in control. Faced with those savage beasts and battling them and facing terrorists, this is something many youngsters around your age would have a tough time imagining. When faced with that sort of situation, they would most likely be at a loss. So, Fang Zhao, how were you feeling at that moment? Would you be so kind as to share with us what happened then? After all, in the videos that Mr. Kevin Lin recorded, we have no way of knowing what happened outside. Fang Zhao was aware that his previous words had created an awkward silence and gave off a pretentious image. However, after adjusting, he knew how to reply already. This was not a Silver Wing internal project and there were no scripted answers prepared beforehand, but he could still tackle it calmly. Fang Zhao said whatever he could. For stuff he was not allowed to disclose, he did not say a single word. Grace Chen also knew that the military had confidentiality agreements and she did not probe too much into certain things. As the interview was in progress, Curly Hair, who had been sleeping in the corner of the study, awoke. In a familiar environment with familiar people, he wasn't bothered by the surrounding sounds. Now that he'd had his fill of sleep, he got up to move about. Stretching his body, Curly Hair circled around Fang Zhao, whimpering around Fang Zhao to tell his master that he had woken up and to make his presence felt. Probably noticing that Fang Zhao was busy with something, curly hair walked away after a round. He didn't leave the study but instead watched the water tank on top of the cabinet. However, curly hair's round after waking up had caught the attention of audiences watching the live broadcast. Isn't that dog we just saw the golden competition dog that compelled Muzhou to change its sheep-herding competition rules? That is the golden competition dog said to be worth over 100 million. It isn't even gold in color. The golden competition dog refers to its worth, not the color of its fur. The F***ck, that dog is Fang Zhao's. To the brother above, isn't this old news? Does your household pay their internet bills? I have seen news reports concerning it, but I didn't remember the owner's name back then. I only realized it now. Fang Zhao's popularity on the global scale was really high right now. People who had never paid attention to this matter in the past remembered Fang Zhao's name now. They had not expected that Muzhou's rule change a while back that had been discussed passionately had been caused by Fang Zhao's dog. During the interview, Grace Qian had already stopped asking Fang Zhao about his military service and was now talking about stuff that many people in the gaming circles wished to know. You have already been away from gaming for a year. Now that you have returned from military service, are you still going to return to gaming? I will still play the game, but only in my leisure time. I won't be a professional gamer. Fang Zhao had just finished his sentence when a series of barks resounded. Woof, woof, woof. Separated by their screens, online audiences also heard the dog barking. The cameraman in charge of filming slightly changed the angle of the camera so the scene at the cabinet entered the frame. When they heard Fang Zhao say, "I won't be a professional gamer," many gaming fans were feeling sorry and regretful. That means to say that Fang Zhao won't rush up the global individual leaderboards once again. That means we will not get to see the crazy point-sweeping demon ever again. If Fang Zhao gives up on the individual leaderboards, that means that Ma Xier will surely not return either. Without those two, what meaning is there to the individual leaderboards? But there were also other people jubilantly celebrating. Luckily, Fang Zhao wasn't playing anymore. However, whether it was despair or delight, everyone's attention was drawn to the sound of barking. Watching the image shown on the screen, curly hair was facing the water tank and barking. Yet another series of barks. Woof, woof, woof. Fang Zhao did not turn his head back. His gaze not deviating, he tapped his fingers on the study table. Curly hair no longer barked, but as before, he still bared his teeth at the water tank and paced around. Following that, he stopped. From his manner, it seemed as if he had decided to leap up. When online audiences saw this scene, they lamented. That dog is so obedient. Just a tap on the table and it no longer barks. I just tried the same thing on my dog at home. It continued barking even more excitedly. Wait a minute, your focus is all wrong. That dog looks like it is going to leap up onto the cabinet. It's fine. This sort of dog cannot leap that high. This comment had just been posted when online audiences saw the dog in the live broadcast easily leap up a 1.2-meter tall cabinet without even a running start. Online audiences. Everything went haywire in the talk show's comments section. Brother Zhao, look behind you. Your rabbit and your dog are about to fight. Aren't many sea slugs venomous? Some sea slugs sold as pets have their toxin glands removed. However, many wild ones are venomous. The foods they normally eat usually have toxins. These sea slugs can store these toxins for their own use. Fang Zhao got his from planet Baiji, so it probably has toxins. Does that mean it's not poisonous? It's rumored that the poison from this sea slug caused one of Zero's bodyguards to collapse. Only idiots believe in rumors. Those above, that isn't the main issue right now. Obviously I'm very interested in what Fang Zhao has to say, but I just cannot keep my eyes from watching the top right corner of the screen. Is this dog a scene stealer? This is totally stealing the show. Upon hearing the commotion and to prevent Curly Hair and the rabbit in the water tank from fighting, Fang Zhao flashed an apologetic look to the host before getting up and lifting Curly Hair, who was about to put his paw into the tank. The cameraman felt a little disappointed. Actually, he had also wished to see the golden competition dog worth more than 100 million go head-to-head with the extraterrestrial hybrid sea slug. He wondered who would win in a fight. Would the golden competition dog bite the extraterrestrial hybrid sea slug, or would the extraterrestrial sea slug poison the golden competition dog? How unfortunate. Why had Fang Zhao interfered at the moment this exciting battle had been about to start? Not only was the cameraman disappointed, online audiences were also feeling regretful. When Fang Zhao had not turned around, all the viewers had been spamming the comment section asking Fang Zhao to get up, and when he had done so, they were all regretting not getting to see the rabbit and dog battle. Outside the study, Suiyu and Yen Biao were chatting. The study was soundproof, so their chatter would not affect what was going on inside. At the same time, they wouldn't be able to hear anything from the inside. Yen Biao was complaining about how his personal terminal bracelet wasn't good to use and he wished to change it. Bracelets functioned as a computer, mobile phone, and storage for credentials, and they had identification purposes. In the new era, bracelets had already become a basic item for everyone. It was only natural for Yen Biao to want to switch to one that was easier to use. Are there any bulletproof ones? Yen Biao asked. Of course, but it all depends on how much you pay. Different grades of bulletproof ones have different prices. Suiyu showed Yen Biao a few models. The better the quality, the higher the price. Smacking his lips, Yen Biao said, when I have saved enough wages, I will buy one that is easy to use. Recently, to publicize their new products, Fiery Bird is hosting a bunch of activities. Among them is a lucky spin. Old members get 3 chances, and newly registered members get 5 chances. I guess you haven't registered as a member with Fiery Bird, right? Since I don't see you use many Fiery Bird items and you don't play games. Yeah, I haven't registered yet. There is a lucky spin. What prizes are there? Yen Biao leaned over to look at the screens Suiyu had opened. Of the prizes displayed on the lucky spin wheel, there were points, game equipment, physical prizes, earpieces, stereo equipment, game consoles, and a personal terminal. Since when does Fiery Bird manufacture personal terminals? Don't they manufacture game consoles? Yen Biao asked. They even manufacture mechas. Suiyu joked. Indeed, the 10th generation console had been used as a mecha in Muzhou some time back to save Suho at Dongshan Farm. After that, it had been coined by netizens as a game console inbuilt in a mecha, and a fighting machine inbuilt in a game console. During crucial moments, it could be used as a suit of machine armor to protect oneself. This personal terminal is being manufactured as a collaboration between Fiery Bird and another company. From what I hear, it is not bad. However, in this sort of lucky spin, don't bother dreaming about drawing those high-quality items. My expectations aren't high. I just wish to draw a red packet. The 10,000 one will do. As they were speaking, the door of the study opened and Fang Zhao carried Curly Hair out before pointing at Curly Hair, indicating Suiyu and Yen Biao were to keep an eye on him and make sure he didn't cause trouble around the house. Suiyu nodded his head and silently mouthed, understood. After placing Curly Hair outside, Fang Zhao shut the door, and the study was once again isolated from the outside. However, Curly Hair was a little moody, and he whimpered and scratched the study room door. Observing his mood, Suiyu brought Curly Hair further away. Master Curly, don't scratch the door. It's just a rabbit in the water tank. You can go back in after boss is done. If you keep scratching the door now, you might not get anything to eat. Curly Hair stopped at once and laid down and kept his silence. Suiyu picked up where he had left off with Yen Biao. I spun the wheel once and got some points. What's your situation like? I'm still registering. I say 100 would be good enough, forget about 10,000. As for my personal terminal bracelet, I think it's better for me to save up. However, thinking about it, our wages aren't low either, but we don't have a lot of things to do. Since we returned, all we have done is head to Muzhou to fetch a dog. Us bodyguards really have too much idle time, Yan Biao said. As Fang Zhao's bodyguards, after some time, you will realize that bodyguards are nannies, Sui Yu lamented. In the past, I was basically just a driver and a sparring partner. Sparring partner? Yan Biao could understand the part about being a driver, but a sparring partner? What sort of sparring? Fighting? Marksmanship? Or something else? Yan Biao was curious now. As he had seen Fang Zhao's performance during the terrorist attack, his curiosity was piqued. How exactly had Sui Yu sparred with Fang Zhao? Yan Biao himself had exchanged pointers with Fang Zhao before, but he felt that he wasn't on the same level as Fang Zhao. Even his marksmanship could not be compared to Fang Zhao's. Others, Sui Yu explained. In-game sparring. Let me tell you something. Silver Wing's current game department was established by Boss. The moment he heard in-game sparring, Yan Biao wanted to laugh. However, when he recalled what Fang Zhao had been like during the terrorist attack, he couldn't bring himself to laugh. He swallowed the words he had wanted to say. When I saw Fang Zhao instantly killing those mutated beasts, I felt my 20 years of life in the military had been fed to the dogs. Noticing Curly Hair raise his head and look at him, Yan Biao immediately said, I wasn't referring to you. Curly Hair returned to lying down. Under Sui Yu's guidance, Yan Biao opened Fiery Bird's Lucky Spin web page and saw a 5 displayed beside the spin wheel. Without wasting any time, he clicked on Spin. On the first try, he received a $10 red packet. Yan Biao was satisfied. Wasn't $10 still money? Receiving a red packet was already not bad. A good beginning and a good omen. Second try, in-game equipment. A gun that wasn't considered exceptionally good or terrible in Battle of the Century. Yan Biao felt it was all right. He had already made plans to try out the game in his free time. Third try, discount coupon. Worthless. Fourth try, points. **T. Yan Biao laughed helplessly. Typical. All typical and scrupulous business tactics. Duh, what else did you expect? On Sui Yu's second spin, he had also received a discount coupon. Just one chance remaining. Sui Yu raised his hands when he spotted Curly Hair spread out on the ground out of the corner of his eye. He squatted down and waved for Curly Hair to come over. Come, Master Curly, let's play a lucky spin game. Curly Hair's sensitive ears pricked up when he heard the words, play, and game. Come, let's win a large red packet. Sui Yu enlarged the spin wheel, took Curly Hair's paws in his hands, and used it to click on the spin button. Yan Biao raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, idiot. Dogs playing games? And even helping you win a prize? Are dog paws more valuable than human fingers? But in a moment, Yan Biao realized that Sui Yu's eyes had widened, and his gaze was fixated on the screen. Taking a second look. What the? On the screen at the web page Sui Yu was on, a large opened red packet was displayed. Below was a notification, transferred to account. Sui Yu checked his bank account and his widened eyes became slits as he laughed. Ha ha ha. First time getting a cash prize. And it's a large red packet. Master Curly, you have golden paws indeed. As he spoke, Sui Yu even stroked Curly Hair's front paw, which he had used to spin, like a crazed person. Yan Biao sneered in his heart. It's just luck. What has it got to do with the dog? Lucky be ****. Yan Biao returned to his own screen and was prepared to click on his own spin button. However, when his fingers were almost touching the screen, he paused. This isn't right. Lucky bastard. Dog? Turning to look at Curly Hair, who had laid down once again at the side, Yen Biao was at a loss. Finally, he decided to learn from Zuiyu and said, "Cough, Master Curly, let's play a lucky spin game." Curly Hair raised his head but didn't move. He remembered that this person's attitude toward him had not been that great. Even if his IQ wasn't yet up to the level of a human's, he could still clearly feel how fond people were of him. Zuiyu happily breathed at the side. "You haven't even cleared his sh*t before, yet you wish to get the same treatment as me? This little thing, cough, Master Curly bears grudges. You have to show some sincerity. Genuine sincerity, understand? Dogs are animals with souls." Yen Biao was a rational person and stared at Curly Hair. Man and dog stared at each other for half a minute. Yen Biao surrendered and rubbed his face, putting in effort to make his expression seem as apologetic as possible. "Please, Master Curly." He walked over, squatted down, hung his head, and raised an arm. Yen Biao then enlarged the wheel and pointed to the personal terminal. Kneeling was not possible. He had his own dignity. Zuiyu curled the corner of his lips. It was just a lucky spin, but Yen Biao was really taking it seriously. Actually, in his heart, Zuiyu felt that he had gotten lucky himself. He had just coincidentally used Curly Hair's front paw to click on it. Was what Yen Biao was doing necessary? In the old era, this was what people then had known as superstition. At the other end, perhaps because he felt Yen Biao's attitude was not too bad or perhaps because he himself was curious, Curly Hair raised his paw and pressed the spin button. After that, Yen Biao kept his eyes peeled to the needle on the spinning wheel. Zuiyu also wished to see what good stuff Yen Biao would win by using the dog's paw. Watching the spinning wheel slow down, Yen Biao and Zuiyu got more and more tense as they watched the needle inch over toward the large prize. Personal terminal, terminal, terminal. Yen Biao mouthed the words silently in his heart and prayed that the needle would not be too quick or too slow. Beside the column for the personal terminal bracelet, on one side was a discount voucher for purchases, while on the other side were member points. Forget about discount vouchers, Yen Biao did not have anything he wanted to buy. As for member points, why would he have any need for them? As the pointer got slower and slower, the two men held their breaths and watched as the needle passed member points and finally stopped on personal terminal. Watching the results of the spin land on Fiery Bird's newest personal terminal, alongside the special effects with confetti and celebratory pops, Zuiyu could only say this, what the F*Kitty F*CK. This time, Yen Biao nearly knelt down. Staring at the prize for a while, he finally said, "I finally know why he has such a high value. These paws of his are really gold." Inside the study. The interview progressed as the host and Fang Zhao talked about interesting incidents during his military service, his own experiences, his professional plans, life goals, and many other things. Fang Zhao also did not forget to mention his concert at Golden Age Concert Hall in August. For composers, their concerts were different from a singer's or performer's. A composer's concert would exhibit one's own personal works. Fang Zhao's plans were to invite a symphony orchestra to perform. These sorts of orchestra performances had more feeling when heard live. Silver Wing had considered the possibility of Fang Zhao's popularity dropping by August and the venue not being filled. Thus, they had let Fang Zhao take the opportunity while his popularity was fresh on everybody's minds to announce information about his concert and advance ticket sales so there would be more people who purchased them. However, Fang Zhao also knew how to show restraint. After mentioning his concert, he did not say much else. Just 2 lines were enough for audiences to clearly comprehend it. Too much would cause audiences to be put off. After the interview ended, Grace Qian let Fang Zhao show off his merit medals and the gun he had brought back with him. Following that, the camera shot a close-up of the water tank on the cabinet, which contained the only extraterrestrial hybrid sea slug in the world, to satiate the curiosity of the audience. Although the size of sea slugs had increased after the period of destruction and some large varieties had been specially bred for the ornamental aquatic pets market, they were not the same as the one in Fang Zhao's study. If it could be placed on a hand, it was rather large, about the size of a real rabbit. After the interview concluded and the live broadcast was cut, Fang Zhao opened his study room door. Stepping out, he saw Zuiyu and Yan Biao. One was combing the dog's fur and the other was shopping for dog food online. Fang Zhao was puzzled. When had these two people become so proactive? After sending off the staffer from Star of Tomorrow, Fang Zhao listened to Zuiyu and Yan Biao recount their good fortune. Zuiyu couldn't wait to relate it all to Fang Zhao. "Boss, you have no idea. I actually thought my luck was good enough, but a $10,000 red packet. I have taken part in this sort of draw since I was young, but this is the first time I have ever won this sort of large red packet. But Yan Biao's luck is even better. He actually won a big prize. Fiery Bird's personal terminal bracelet, even though it's just the normal version and not the luxurious one, is still worth at least 5 figures. Actually, that's wrong. It wasn't our luck that was good, it was Curly Hair who was the lucky one. We let Curly Hair spin the wheel on our last tries. He is really worthy of being a golden competition dog worth over 100 million. Yan Biao's face was glowing. For this sort of draw, forget about big prizes, he had rarely even hit any small prizes, and this sort of special prize had been even more impossible. He had never expected to actually win it. Right now, he could not help but be all smiles. This simply a change in fortune. However, the last draw had been with the help of Curly Hair's paw. Even if Yan Biao felt that he had experienced a change in fortune, in front of his boss, he still had to give merit to Curly Hair. Whether it was really because of Curly Hair, having won the large prize, Yan Biao was in a good mood. This time, he had saved quite a bit of money and time, so he had bought some high-quality dog food online. In the past, he definitely would not have bought such high-quality food just for a dog. Did the interview go smoothly? Zuiyu asked. It was all right. Fang Zhao felt it had gone rather smoothly. At the start, he might not have adapted and might have made it a little awkward. Having just returned from military service, he still had some lingering habits from his time with the forces. His first reaction had been to give the most crucial information in the shortest time possible. During the years of the period of destruction, because of the fighting that could have occurred at any time, whenever he had spoken or given instructions, most of the time he had spoken briefly and concisely. However, when he had realized this problem, Fang Zhao had also quickly adjusted and had not continued to let the host feel stumped. This way, there wouldn't be an awkward pause. Were you guys playing the Fiery Bird Lucky Spin game? Fang Zhao asked. Yeah, every time Fiery Bird releases a new product, they have this sort of giveaway, but new and old members have a different number of chances. Boss, you have already registered as a Fiery Bird member, so you will only have 3 chances. How about you try it? Zuiyu was also anticipating this and wished to know what Fang Zhao's luck would be like. Yan Biao had also stopped what he was doing. He was also curious and full of anticipation, so he energetically urged Fang Zhao on. Boss, you can let Curly Hair help you do the spin. His paws are really golden. It's very effective. Lucky without a doubt. Fang Zhao had opened the Lucky Spin page, and after confirming this was the page, he was in no rush to spin it. He instead talked to Zuiyu and Yan Biao about the upcoming arrangements and sent them back to rest. Zuiyu and Yan Biao met each other's gaze and smiled as a tacit understanding came to their minds. They felt that Fang Zhao surely cared about his image and wasn't willing to do the lucky spin in front of his 2 bodyguards. He would lose face if his luck wasn't good and he got a lousy prize. Curly Hair's golden paws were not verified, and there were only 2 chances. Who knew if he was originally lucky or whether it had been coincidence? Or was he really that effective? After Zuiyu and Yan Biao left and there was nobody else around, Fang Zhao checked around the house and made sure the program staffer had not left any monitoring or recording devices behind before he called Curly Hair over and pointed to the gaming room. "Let's go in and talk." When Curly Hair saw the gaming room, he became more energetic, as he thought Fang Zhao was bringing him to play games again. After Curly Hair had returned, he had not been inside the gaming room yet. The 10th generation console had been brought to the office before Fang Zhao had left for military service. Placing it aside was a waste, so he had lent it to the gaming team. Most of the time, it had been the current gaming team captain, Jinro, who had used it. After military service, Fang Zhao had also inspected it once. The console had been maintained well and was in good shape. There were no problems, so he had not brought it back. When he got busy, he would not have much time to use it. Thus, at present, there were only a few simple pieces of gaming equipment, along with a gaming helmet, in the gaming room. However, for Curly Hair, it was more than enough. Curly Hair excitedly rushed into the gaming room and was about to bury his head in the gaming helmet when he spotted Fang Zhao's grave face, and his ears drooped instantly. Curly Hair did not know where he had gone wrong, but every time this sort of expression appeared on Fang Zhao's face, it meant that Curly Hair had definitely done something wrong. Curly Hair no longer cared about the gaming console and his wagging tail drooped down. He looked up at Fang Zhao nervously. Fang Zhao looked at Curly Hair but did not say anything. Instead, he downloaded a spin wheel minigame. This was the sort that everyone in a household would play. Prizes and points could be set by the user. In the options, Fang Zhao set up 10 columns. He decided to use this as an experiment, so he did not need to make it complicated. The prize columns only displayed a number from 1 to 10. After he had set this up, he disconnected the apartment's internet and waved for Curly Hair. "Come over." Curly Hair looked at the similar-looking spin wheel displayed on the screen, and his eyes had a blank look, but he still came over obediently. "Did you help Suiyu and Yen Biao spin the wheel today?" "Woof." It wasn't a loud bark, as though he was just replying. "You spun it twice?" Fang Zhao asked again. "Woof." Fang Zhao stared straight at Curly Hair. "Did you influence the spin wheel results?" Curly Hair no longer made any noise. He probably knew which matter had made Fang Zhao, but he could not understand why Fang Zhao was angry. Wasn't it just a lucky spin? Weren't Suiyu and Yen Biao very happy? Faced with Fang Zhao's stare, Curly Hair let out a low whimper. This meant that it was just as Fang Zhao had said. Fang Zhao let out a low sigh. So that was the case. He just knew that both Suiyu and Yen Biao striking a prize could not have been so coincidental. It wasn't impossible, but the probability of them both having a burst such of great luck was really low. Anybody not in the know would surely think that these two were overflowing with luck and had experienced a change in fortunes, or if they saw it from a fun way, it was as Yen Biao had said about having dog sh*t luck, golden paws, or whatever just for a laugh. But the moment Fang Zhao had heard that Curly Hair was involved, he had realized something. He just hadn't shown it on his face. Now, there was nobody else in the house. Fang Zhao had already disconnected the internet, and he pointed to the spin wheel displayed on the screen and told Curly Hair, "Spin a 9." Curly Hair had a look of suspicion, but he still listened to Fang Zhao's instructions. He lifted his paw and hit the spin button. The spin wheel started spinning rapidly but then slowed down, and the pointer needle came to a stop in the middle of the 9 column. Fang Zhao did not say much but continued, "Now spin an 8. Curly Hair complied. Just like the previous time, when the wheel came to a stop, the pointer needle was right in the middle of the 8 column. Following that, Fang Zhao continued letting Curly Hair continue to spin the wheel. Whatever number Fang Zhao called out, Curly Hair was able to accurately land on that column. 10 times, 20 times. After 30 times, Fang Zhao finally let Curly Hair stop. After 30 rounds of tests, there was no doubt about whether Curly Hair could influence the spin's results. Fang Zhao walked in front of Curly Hair and said to him seriously, "In the future, be more prudent when it comes to this sort of thing." Fang Zhao wasn't trying to scare Curly Hair, but this sort of thing required some sort of caution, and it was better not to have a next time. Fang Zhao also didn't want to let Curly Hair win him a large prize, just to be safe. There were always shenanigans of some sort involved in these sorts of online giveaway activities. Large prizes were not that easy to hit. Once or twice could be reasoned as chance or perhaps a problem with the system, but if it occurred too many times, it would attract unwanted attention. And Fang Zhao knew that he and Curly Hair were different from others. Curly Hair's IQ was still increasing, but he was still just like a human child, unable to properly and prudently determine what things he should go about. Without proper guidance when he made a mistake, the consequences were still unknown. Fang Zhao did not know what sort of level Curly Hair's IQ would increase to, but he felt he needed to watch Curly Hair a little more. After making Curly Hair aware of his mistakes, Fang Zhao then explained to Curly Hair why he shouldn't do such things. He knew that Curly Hair could understand him now. The moment people found out that a dog was behind the Lucky Spins prize anomaly, it would surely blow up, and Curly Hair would surely be taken away to be experimented on. After 5 minutes of lecturing, Fang Zhao saw that Curly Hair was getting listless, so he pointed to the gaming helmet to the side. "Go play some games, but no going online." Woof. Fang Zhao looked on as the listless Curly Hair immediately livened up, expertly buried his head into the gaming helmet, changed the displayed image on the screen, and started playing his whack-a-mole game. The entire screen was filled with the special effects of fireworks from adding points. Looking at the points on the side rapidly rising, it was very hard to imagine that it was actually a dog playing. Even if a highly skilled gamer were the one playing this game, he might not be able to achieve this level. If one was to just look at the screen and the rapid speed the points were increasing at, their first thought would be that the computer was playing by itself. Probably only a computer was able to achieve this sort of standard. Fang Zhao recalled back to when he had received the surveillance footage from the Black Street. In the video, there had been a point where almost every internet connection and all the surveillance footage had been disrupted at exactly the same time. Something that nobody knew about had to have happened at that instant. Curly Hair was a native dog, that was certain. When he had just been reborn, Fang Zhao had brought Curly Hair to the drugstore, and the boss of the drugstore, AI Wan, had run some blood tests and genetic analysis on Curly Hair and had even speculated what sort of breed Curly Hair's ancestors were. This dog was odd. That had been Fang Zhao's guess. Fang Zhao had even pondered whether his rebirth had something to do with Curly Hair. Otherwise, why had it only been him who had gotten a chance at a second life? What exactly are you? Fang Zhao watched Curly Hair immersed in the game over to the side, and a doubt appeared in his heart. However, he had no way of getting answers now. Whatever the facts were, one thing was for certain, this couldn't be made known to anybody else. He had an unspeakable secret, and other people could not find out about Curly Hair's secret even more so. Both of them had secrets that they absolutely could not let others know about. Making notes on this matter, Fang Zhao started making preparations for his concert. The concert venue and advanced ticket sales were being handled by Silver Wing's side. All Fang Zhao needed to do now was complete the pieces that would be played at the concert and to instruct the symphony orchestra on how to perform each piece perfectly. However, unbeknownst to Fang Zhao, he had once again become a trending topic on the internet. Fang Zhao's answers to the questions in the interview had caused quite a lot of reactions, especially within the gaming circles. For the gaming circles, a person like this who had such absolute strength that he could dominate the leaderboards actually deciding not to return as a professional esports athlete elicited lots of sighs, and some secret satisfaction, from lots of people. There were also people discussing the incidents during his military service and the golden competition dog that had appeared midway through the program. Some people reckoned that after Fang Zhao had accepted the interview, he had intentionally revealed the golden competition dog on screen to generate more buzz and discussion. How devious, using this interview to show off the dog that was driven out of Muzhou. That dog isn't considered a big deal after leaving Muzhou, of course he wishes to get rid of it. If he sells it now, there are many nouveau riche Muzhou farm owners willing to spend big bucks to buy it. As time passes and the dog ages, its competing ability will deteriorate and its value will drop. That's so funny. If Fang Zhao wanted to sell the dog, he would have sold it long ago. Why would he have dragged it out till now? And even to generate buzz? Does the person who said this have a low IQ? Fang Zhao's dog forced Muzhou to change their rules. Saying, "driven out," is just inappropriate. Even if he wasn't trying to hype up that dog, perhaps his motive was to show off that hybrid extraterrestrial sea slug. Whether he is generating buzz intentionally or not, we just have to wait a few days for the answer, right? If he really has the intention of hyping them up to sell, he will surely reveal some intent to do some transactions in the news. If he doesn't have that intention, all of you are just making baseless claims. Hahaha, my focus was different from all you people. I thought I was the only one, but it turns out there are also many others just like me. To all those who say that Fang Zhao is just generating hype, let me send you a sticker, completely obliterate them. The completely obliterate them sticker at the end of the comment had been taken from a portion of Fang Zhao's replies during the program. Someone had taken 2 of Fang Zhao's replies from when he had been asked about the terrorist attack and mutated beasts at the start of the interview and had cut them off to create audiovisual stickers. One was, "kill them," and the other was, "completely obliterate them." For example, when that netizen had posted the, "completely obliterate them," sticker, in addition to seeing Fang Zhao's face, everyone had heard Fang Zhao's reply that was 30% domineering and 70% laced with killing intent, "completely obliterate them." Fans just love to take their idols' videos and turn them into stickers that they would use every day and at any time to let more people see them. If they went a day without using these stickers, they would feel uncomfortable. Generally, these did not directly involve commercial benefits, so it was fine to use them. When other people saw it, they felt that it was rather interesting and saved it right away. Thus, very quickly, in all sorts of discussion forums and comments sections, this sticker appeared. Especially in the gaming community, it was like a virus that had an extremely rapid infection rate. Have you completed your homework? How dare you play games before completing your homework? Completely obliterate them. F***CK. Somebody stole our med pack. Brothers, follow me and attack, completely obliterate them. This territory belongs to us. Anybody who dares to come, completely obliterate them. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Another wave of monsters is coming again, completely obliterate them. Even if one didn't see the sticker, just hearing that audio would jolt the person's memory into replaying the expression of Fang Zhao when he had said that line. Fang Zhao had just stepped out of his study when he received Zhu Wen's call. "Boss, do you know that your interview video has been made into an sticker pack?" Zhu Wen exclaimed excitedly. Fang Zhao was stunned. "Sticker pack? It's true, let me send it to you." Zhu Wen sent the 2 most widely used stickers created by netizens to Fang Zhao, "kill them," and "completely obliterate them," as well as some screenshots of discussions and entertainment news regarding this topic. One of these was entertainment news concerning the gaming circles and gave an analysis on why these 2 stickers of Fang Zhao's were trending. If it had been any other star, it might not have been to this extent, but in the gaming circles, Fang Zhao had once held a stranglehold on the throne for first place, and some of his in-game videos had been called scriptures and were frequently taken out by people to study. Fang Zhao's spot in many gamers' hearts was also different. According to certain gamers, every time they used Fang Zhao's stickers, it was as if were energized by a holy ring of light. Fang Zhao was somewhat astonished. Everyone had created an sticker pack from his cold and awkward replies at the start but had not taken any from the latter half where he had replied to the interview questions normally. However, seeing netizens creating stickers of himself, Fang Zhao found it novel. As long as it did not result in a negative impact, Fang Zhao saw it all in good fun and would not put a halt to it. "Oh right, boss, about your concert, publicity has already started. Our department has also been allocated tickets, so we will be there to root for you when the time comes," Zhu Wen said. Technical staff like them rarely went to live concerts, especially this kind that was held at a music hall. They always felt it didn't suit their tastes, and tickets were expensive, so even if they were interested, they could only watch videos online after the concert. This way was much cheaper. Zhu Wen had checked ticket prices for Golden Age Music Hall, and if it had been 2 years ago, they wouldn't even have been able to afford the cheapest tickets. Although they were able to afford it now, there still wasn't much interest. However, because it was Fang Zhao's concert this time around, even if the company had not given them tickets, they would still have personally bought tickets to show their support. After ending the call with Zhu Wen, Fang Zhao headed online. Indeed, the direction online had changed. It was rather obvious that the publicity team had started their campaigns to direct everyone's eyes over to the concert. Fang Zhao might have had lots of fans, but there were not many people who were willing to purchase concert tickets. For example, people in the gaming circles or those interested in military affairs tended not to have much interest toward music, and people who could appreciate music might not necessarily be willing to spend money to purchase tickets. Now, the staff of the publicity team wanted to divert people's attention to the concert. Regardless of whether it was for a concert, television series, film, or game, the work of the publicity team was very important. Advertising, public relations, even the gaming team under the flag of Silver Wing all came out to lend a hand. Yenzhou's Golden Age Music Hall. If I didn't check it out, I wouldn't have known. The tickets for this sort of concert hall are too expensive. Purchase tickets online. Streaming passes are even cheaper. How are streaming passes cheap? It's still at least a few hundred. Compared to live tickets, they are way cheaper. After all, it's one of Yenzhou's 3 big concert halls. The sound quality is really good. I think I'll forget about it. This money can be spent to purchase enough gaming equipment for someone to last for a long time. Tickets for concerts at music halls were divided into live tickets and streaming passes. Live tickets were unequal. The prices depended on the position, and ticket holders would experience the concert life. On the other hand, streaming passes were not really that much different from live broadcasts, since ticket holders could tune into the music hall's frequency to appreciate concert at the same time as people who were physically there. However, for a music hall with the status of Golden Age to guarantee the best sound quality, streaming passes were also limited. Generally speaking, for musicians that were not famous globally, during their live performances, they would not reach full capacity, and streaming passes would have even more blanks. Such concerts were different from the concerts of singers. For concerts of this nature, it was not within the mainstream tastes, just like Zhu Wen and the others who might suddenly have a little interest and just search for videos online to satisfy themselves. But Fang Zhao was an exceptional case because this person's steps had been just too huge. The publicity department had taken the opportunity while Fang Zhao's popularity had not dipped to do a round of promotions. If originally only 100 people would have wished to purchase tickets, after a round of publicity campaigns, perhaps there would be 200 or 300 people wishing to buy tickets. Looking at things, the operating costs would be too much. Whether it was publicity expenditures, booking of the music hall, or internal ticket purchases, all of this added up to a lot. As a business-minded company, since Silver Wing had invested this much, they naturally expected a larger return. A concert at a music hall was not just a stepping stone for a composer, it was also a platform to display a composer's own works. Letting more people listen to their works would provide a chance at selling the copyrights at a high price. Selling the copyrights, this was Silver Wing's final goal. As a deputy chairman of Yenzhou Music Associate, Ming Tsang would naturally receive tickets from Silver Wing. Every time people held a concert at a music hall, people of his standing would normally be given tickets. Whether they chose to go or not, the decision lay firmly in their hands. This time, after Ming Tsang received his ticket, he did not ask Silver Wing for 2 additional tickets, instead personally wanting to fork out cash to purchase tickets for his wife and son to accompany him to Fang Zhao's concert. After successive days of publicity and promotion, the day of advanced ticket sales arrived. Fang Zhao had applied for Hall No. 1 in Golden Age Music Hall. Hall No. 1 had a seating capacity of 2,000. Besides Silver Wing's own internal purchase of 500 tickets, there were still 1,500 more tickets for sale. Silver Wing Tower 50th floor, inside the Virtual Projects department. Today, nobody had other matters to attend to, and they were staying in the department to watch the sales situation of concert tickets. Although it was not their own concert, they were even more anxious than Fang Zhao. Quick, take a look. How many have been sold? More than 600. Besides the 500 internally purchased, an additional 100 have been sold. That's also too little. Too little. Sales have only just started. Besides, this sort of concert would not normally sell a lot. It's only April now, and the concert is in August. When the time comes, as long as it exceeds 1,500, everything will be fine. The venue will also seem more filled, Pang Pusong said. He was the only one in the department that actually went to live concerts. Before he had been contracted to Silver Wing, Pang Pusong had always wanted to enjoy concerts at those celebrated concert halls, but he had been embarrassingly short of money during those times. Now, his bank account was in much better shape, and he had been to quite a few concerts, so he knew a bit about those sorts of places. Even if the venue was unable to hit 1,500 people, Silver Wing would fork out some money to purchase the tickets and make the venue more abundant. How about we buy some tickets too, a newly signed newcomer in the department suggested. However, his voice wasn't too loud, and he spoke a little half-heartedly. As a newcomer, his finances were still a little tight, but when he had seen everyone displaying their support, he had felt that he needed to follow the team closely or he might get the feeling of being excluded. Besides, this was a chance for some *SS kissing. After all, this was Fang Zhao, the boss of the Virtual Projects department. The gaming team's main members would be going, and the core members of the Virtual Projects department had all been allocated internal tickets. However, these new hires did not enjoy such good treatment and had not received any tickets from Silver Wing, as they were not qualified enough. Zhu Wen palmed his forehead. I nearly forgot. You guys don't have to buy them. Boss has said that anyone in our department who wishes to go just has to leave your name and he will submit an expense claim. Are you guys going? Yes, yes, yes. Even if they had no interest in music, this sort of opportunity was too good to give up. Zhu Wen added up the number who were going and submitted the list of names to Fang Zhao. Although the department had new staff, the total figure did not even add up to 20. After sending the names to Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen once more refreshed the webpage. Whoa, live ticket sales are already reaching 900. Not bad, it's going steady. We don't have to worry too much. On the day of the concert, it will surely exceed 1,500. Pang Pusong cried out in surprise as he was browsing the web. Hey, Qian Academy of Music just announced that they have purchased 100 live tickets. Let me see. It's true, not only have they purchased 100 live tickets, they bought an additional 100 online streaming passes, saying it's a reward for outstanding students, Zhu Wen said as he scrolled through the web. Actually, they could have guessed what Qian Academy of Music's motive was. As an exceptional graduate of Qian Academy of Music, the school naturally had to show their support and let their students know a bit more about their senior Fang Zhao, who was doing really well. At the same time, they were also telling Fang Zhao, we are supporting you this time and helping you out. Make sure that when you climb even higher, you don't forget about the support your school, teachers, and juniors have shown you. Indeed, 100 tickets when considered against the total capacity of the music hall was a number that could not be ignored, and no one could deny this fact. Qian Academy of Music's actions were praised by many people in the industry. Take a look at the Qian Academy of Music, buying 100 tickets in a short while. Why doesn't our school do such things to support us? A graduate of a certain music school grumbled. Other people's school. Think about it. On a global scale, the Chimu posse is comprised of a tight-knit group of graduates. Even at Huangzhou, where competition is so great, Chimu's members are able to carve a niche for themselves. That is no coincidence. Fang Zhao is still but a newcomer in the music circles. Does Qian Academy of Music have to support him so vigorously? Fang Zhao isn't the only capable one. Among Chimu graduates in the last few years, Fang Zhao's reputation is the greatest. Regardless of what means Fang Zhao used, his fame and reputation are genuine. Now, he might lack qualifications in the musical aspect, but for this music hall concert, he has an institute backing him and a large commercial company vigorously running publicity campaigns. This first step that he is about to take is really solid. Look at how much publicity there has been over the past few days. How much money has been spent. However, as long as his works are of a certain quality, they won't have to worry about selling the copyrights. Once the copyrights of the pieces performed during the concert are sold, their investment will have been recouped. People within the industry analyzed this from a professional viewpoint, while those outside of the music circles watched on for the excitement. How many tickets have been sold? Nearly 1,000. With this momentum, will the advance ticket sales be sold out within a day? The heck, I see celebrities showing off their e-tickets. Macchiato, Wen Xingyi, He Lizi, and the others are sharing screenshots of their e-tickets. Don't tell me they are also fans of Fang Zhao. After the two globally popular drama serials, Beauties, and Warring States, had been broadcasted, those first-rate and super first-rate stars of Silver Wing had seen an increase in reputation on the global scale. Now, their activities and social platforms were watched by even more people. However, there were some fans who saw through everything. They are all contracted to Silver Wing and are just helping advertise. One look and you will know it is a company assignment. Everyone, just take a look, but don't fall for it. It's rare for my idol to help advertise for others. After all, Fang Zhao is in the music industry and not the film industry, so there is no competitive relationship between them, hahaha. However, this time, fans were mistaken. Silver Wing had prepared some internal tickets but had not forced these first-rate and super first-rate stars to help advertise for Fang Zhao. These stars had personally asked for these tickets, and the publicity had been done by them voluntarily. From what He Lizi and the others saw, Fang Zhao owned such a large piece of land in the filmed entertainment culture base. In the future, even if they left the company to start their own studios, it would be unavoidable to have dealings with Fang Zhao. Over at Planet Y, Fang Zhao was on good terms with the people of Y base. If they were on his good side, that could pave the way for future development. Besides these film stars, Silver Wing's Jinro and other gaming stars also helped advertise. Compared to others, the gaming team members' efforts were much more heartfelt. On social platforms, Ming Tsang also vigorously showed his support for Fang Zhao's concert and posted a screenshot of 3 e-tickets for the live concert. Dina, who is also a deputy chairman of the Yenzhou Music Association, and others also expressed that they would be attending the concert. Shui Jing, who was doing an academic exchange in Huangzhou, had forked out his own money to purchase 10 live tickets. Silver Wing had actually sent him tickets, but to support Fang Zhao, he had gotten 10 tickets and sent them to a few old friends, inviting them to join him for Fang Zhao's concert in August and root for Fang Zhao. Very quickly, news of another 2 bulk purchases spread. Y Military District had purchased 100 online streaming passes. After all, Fang Zhao was among the first batch of investors in the Y Film Entertainment Complex, and Fang Zhao had played a large role in the development of the Y filmed entertainment culture base. If it had only been him and Wu Tianhao, the base request might not even have been approved. Thus, as a way to show his thanks and support Fang Zhao as well as publicize their own Y filmed entertainment culture base and make people remember their presence, Y base commanding officer Hui Yi had sanctioned the purchase of 100 online streaming passes. Online streaming passes also depended on distance. Prices of streaming passes for people not on the same planet were more expensive. Streaming passes with high sound quality were not cheaper than live tickets. The cost of long-distance network communications was already high, and it was even higher for high sound quality transmissions. These sorts of long-distance online streaming passes were much more expensive than streaming passes on the same planet. One streaming passes was the most that Hui could approve. Base's large spending gave rise to a lot of discussion, but this news was quickly engulfed by even bigger news. Baiji Military District had made a bulk purchase of 1,000 long-distance online streaming passes and a hall-grade streaming pass. Hall-grade streaming passes were even more expensive than live VIP tickets. Baiji Military District's large spending led to much more discussion, and on a larger scale. However, Baiji Military District released an official statement saying that many of the pieces that would be performed for Fang Zhao's concert had been composed during his military service, and given his deep sentiments and close relationship with Planet Baiji, supporting him was what they ought to do. Whether deep sentiments was true or false, the purchase of these streaming passes was real. People tended to have a nosy nature, especially people who paid close attention to military affairs. When they saw a party buy so many tickets, they could not remain calm. Even a military district bought tickets. Should we buy online streaming passes too? Let's just buy one to support Fang Zhao. A certain film company. Fang Zhao. The fella who has recently been all the rage. Having just ended his military service, the company managing him hyping it up is understandable, but Fang Zhao is even holding a concert. He isn't a soldier anymore. Having listened to his previous pieces, Fang Zhao's style actually fits our requirements. Let's purchase a streaming pass. When the time comes, we can consider selecting a piece to purchase and place it in the new movie we are investing in. Given Fang Zhao's influence in the music world, he was still not big enough to be worth traveling all the way to Yenzhou's Qian City for a live concert. Over at Ma Sizu, professional shooter Ma Sierre had gotten his assistant to book a live ticket. He was not taking part in any competitions in August and would go over to Fang Zhao's concert for a listen. As the second-ranked person on the game's individual leaderboards back then, Ma Sierre felt a little regrettable that he could no longer compete with Fang Zhao in-game, but they could still have some friendly competitions in reality. Ma Sierre also rather admired the younger Fang Zhao. He rendered so many meritorious deeds during his military service, and his marksmanship has surely seen some improvement. I'll head to Yenzhou in August to support that little fellow and at the same time have some friendly competition with him, Ma Sierre said. Ma Sierre's assistant immediately booked the tickets and noted down the time and place. He would arrange it closer to the date. Despite having the same role, Zero's assistant had a very different life. At this moment, he was making his own presence even less conspicuous. Senior Master, I have helped you book a ticket for Fang Zhao's concert in April. When the time comes, you should go over for a listen, Zero's agent said. A concert? Not interested, it isn't as fun as playing games. It helps cultivate one's mind. Besides, given our friendship with Fang Zhao, we ought to go and support him, Zero's agent continued. Zero considered it for a bit and his eyes glimmered. Clapping his hands, together he said, "You are right, I ought to go. Book a ticket immediately. I want a VIP seat." When he finished talking, Zero picked up his communications device and contacted someone. Lajo. Barbara was letting someone painting her fingernails while listening to soothing tunes. She had shut her eyes to ponder over some matters. Currently, she had gotten addicted to filming shows. Not only could she make money and increase her fame and reputation, she could also satisfy her craving to be a princess or empress in the shows. As she was thinking about what movie to shoot next, the sound of ringing startled her, ruining the fingernail that was being painted. Everyone nearby watched as Barbara's face rapidly turned frosty, and they kept quiet out of fear. Looking at the name of the caller, Barbara impatiently accepted the call. Barbie. Zero said excitedly. Talk, Barbara said coldly. Zero nearly smashed his communications device. In the past, Barbara would still have said, if you have anything to say, get on with it. Now, one line had been shortened to a single word. Simply arrogant. Zero cursed silently in his heart. However, in order for Barbara not to reveal the black mark of Zero chasing a debt everywhere just for 5 million, Zero sighed deeply. How had he gotten involved with such an unreasonable idiot? That's right, from what Zero saw, the point where he lacked money and had to chase his debts was a dark stain in his history. How could the great Zero of Lijo face anyone if this sort of thing were leaked? Zero had already warned everyone else and was only left with Barbara. Back in Planet Y's film entertainment complex, if Zero had not reacted quickly to cut Barbara's words off, Barbara would have already said it. Zero wasn't sure who had said it, but he had heard that the people of Lijo loved concerts, so when his agent had mentioned it, he had thought that if he invited Barbara to listen to a concert, the matter could be written off and would never be brought up ever again. Taking another deep breath, Zero said, I'm inviting you to a concert in August. Yenzhou's Qian City's Golden Age Music Hall. Barbara reacted very quickly. Fang Zhao. Yeep, it's him. The one who asked us to Planet Y to invest in the film entertainment complex. Sure. However, Barbara was thinking to herself, does an idiot like Zero even know how to appreciate music and art? All right, I will contact you when the time comes. But Barbara, there is something we need to talk about. Zero and Barbara discussed the conditions so that Barbara would never reveal Zero's black mark. Zero's agent took a step backward from Zero. Idiotism was contagious. He had to stay further away from Zero. As for the reason why he had suggested that Zero attend Fang Zhao's concert, it had not been because of our friendship with Fang Zhao. Friendship my *SS. He saw this as a chance to hype up Zero. He wanted to increase Zero's fame and reputation by letting Zero use the concert as a means of visiting Yenzhou and generating buzz for himself. Although Zero was very famous in Lijo and had some reputation worldwide, in Yenzhou, his reputation and fame right now could not be compared to Fang Zhao's. His motive was to let Zero freeload off of Fang Zhao's popularity. If his global fame went up, only then would he be more confident in securing a role in the revolutionary film project for Zero. At this time, Fang Zhao did not yet know that his concert was being eyed by people with all sorts of motives. With the aggressive publicity campaigns, many people knew about Fang Zhao's concert. However, as it wasn't a mainstream concert and Fang Zhao could only be considered a rookie in the music circles, naturally, he could not be compared to those singers with lots of experience and fans. However, as someone involved with military affairs, gaming, and music, Fang Zhao had quite a lot of fans as well. On the first day of advanced ticket sales, live tickets were completely sold out and 70% of streaming passes were sold. Previously, the problem of the venue not filling up that many had worried about would no longer occur. At the current rate, even streaming passes would be sold out within a few days. As one of the 3 main music halls, Golden Age had a limit to its streaming passes. Regardless of what methods other business-minded concert halls used, Golden Age would only release a maximum of 10,000 streaming passes. Thus, for many people who had adopted a wait-and-see approach, the moment they saw that live tickets could no longer be purchased and streaming tickets seemed to be selling out fast, they quickly went and booked a streaming pass, thinking that even if they didn't wish to go when the time came, they could still resell it to others. After all, it was better to get it first and decide later, thus preventing future regrets. It was also at this time that Fang Zhao went for an interview with the other media organization that had arranged for an interview. Previously, Silver Wing had helped arrange for Fang Zhao to appear on 2 interview talk shows. One was Huangzhou's Star of Tomorrow, which had already concluded, and the other was Yenzhou's reputable media outlet, Prairie Fire. The location of the interview was set at Prairie Fire's headquarters in the heart of Qian City and was not too far from where Fang Zhao stayed. Fang Zhao's two bodyguards, Sui Yu and Yen Biao, displayed their usefulness this time around and obstructed a few entertainment reporters that were already camping in the area. This interview was different from the live broadcast of Star of Tomorrow. This time, it would be a recorded interview. After filming, Silver Wing personnel would go through it once, and if there were no problems, it would then be broadcasted. Having experience from the previous interview, this time, Fang Zhao no longer made the interview awkward at the start. Furthermore, this time around, the interview's atmosphere was more relaxed, as the style of Prairie Fire was different from that of Star of Tomorrow. It was more entertainment-oriented. The important points to be covered in the interview had already been set by Silver Wing, and they centered around the concert that would be held in August. Matters about his military service and gaming had already been talked about in detail during the Star of Tomorrow interview. Thus, for today's interview, while these topics were briefly touched upon, but there was no need to ask about them again. The host laughed and asked, "What will the duration of your concert in August be like? Will it be similar to other concerts, between 90 minutes and 2 hours?" Fang Zhao nodded. "More or less. I would have thought it would be slightly longer. After all, it's all your own works. A symphony orchestra will perform the pieces, you don't have to perform them personally, right? It shouldn't be as tiring as those singers' concerts." "I won't be tired, but the orchestra members will. A live performance isn't pre-recorded. Furthermore, I have only set 10 songs, and there will be time for breaks, introducing the backgrounds behind my compositions, and other information. So, adding all this up, the time won't be too long. I hear that the pieces prepared for the concert are all related to your military service. I have also seen a year of Channel S5 live broadcasts and heard Kevin Lin mention many times that you spend a portion of time composing at night. All of them are pieces composed during my military service. Every song is related to my experience during military service." The host faced the camera and made a sighing expression. "Taking a look at others' military service and then remembering my own military service experiences makes me feel like I have wasted away some years of my life." The host again asked, "That means to say that these 10 songs are pieces that have never been made public before?" "Yes. Actually, he had said 10 songs, but he would surely have prepared a few extra songs beforehand in the event of unforeseen circumstances. This was something everyone in the industry knew. Not just for orchestra concerts at music halls, even at those singers' large-scale concerts, if they were set to perform 15 songs, they would prepare at least 18 to 20, and sometimes even more." Inside Fang Zhao's notebook, there were not just 10 completed songs, and for uncompleted songs, there were even more. The symphony orchestra had 12 songs to practice, but the 10 songs that Fang Zhao had chosen were works he felt were most representative of him, and they were the 10 songs that he was most satisfied with. The interview progressed according to how Silver Wing had planned it. After the recording was done, more stuff would be added during post-production. For example, special effects and inserting certain videos. Of course, there was also a raffle where a barcode would be displayed. Viewers could use their personal bracelets to scan the barcode to see whether they won a prize. For this interview, Silver Wing had provided 1 live concert ticket, 10 online streaming passes, 20 small ornaments that had been made from Baiji ore, and a few cards with Fang Zhao's autograph as prizes for the raffle. Therefore, even people who had no interest in this interview also had a chance to test their luck. Generally speaking, for these sorts of Yenzhou interview talk shows, the audience was mainly people from Yenzhou. Foreigners generally would not watch them. However, when this interview was broadcast, in a certain senior management office in Fiery Bird's Huangzhou headquarters, there were a few people watching this interview. "We have only signed Fang Zhao for the endorsement of the new model of earpieces," the person seated at the head of the table asked. "Yes, it's the model of earpiece dubbed the Diting. Aren't Fang Zhao's ears called divine ears? Back then, shortly after the discovery of Baiji ore, we approached him for a contract." The person seated at the head of the table fell silent, and the entire room became quiet. Several minutes later, the person at the head of the table drummed his fingers on it, making everyone turn their attention to him. Increased the endorsement. The other people in the room had astonished faces. Shouldn't we exercise more prudence and consider this a more? After all, Fang Zhao is still considered a rookie in the music circles. The person at the head of the table did not get angry. Voice your opinions. Fang Zhao is, after all, a newcomer in the composing circles. Although his first concert seems amusing and he has accumulated popularity from his military service days and the publicity of the company behind him, if the concert doesn't turn out well, won't we experience the repercussions as well? Even if his concert results aren't up to scratch, as long as his ears are good, we can still continue to generate buzz. From what I know, a few reality singing shows were already considering looking up Fang Zhao even before he discovered the grade A power ore on planet Baiji. The deals probably have not been sealed yet, since Fang Zhao is putting all his effort into preparing for the concert. Furthermore, behind Fang Zhao stands Silver Wing. Given what Silver Wing's publicity has shown, they surely won't give up on Fang Zhao. Although it was not known how Fang Zhao's concert would turn out, they had selected Fang Zhao mainly because of his ears. Divine ears, Diding, and other sorts of nicknames given to his ears, which were much more effective than a normal human's, were things that everyone would still acknowledge in times to come, regardless of how his concert turned out. With Planet Baiji's development now, some science books had already published new editions crediting Planet Baiji's grade A ore's discovery to Fang Zhao. Also, the new element ZH, or Zaoium, had already been recorded down and was timeless. This was something that other global stars did not have. This was the advantage that Fang Zhao had. Back then, wasn't this the reason they had picked Fang Zhao out of so many other candidates? There were no idiots sitting here, and their minds started pondering. From the things that the head of the table had pointed out, everyone here now understood. They were letting Fang Zhao endorse earpieces and other sound and stereo equipment. With the primary focus on listening, there was nobody more suitable than Fang Zhao. So what you mean is? Just an earpiece endorsement is being wasteful. We should create a series. The person at the head of the table had a burning gaze and stared at the blueprints displayed in front of him. On the blueprints was an abstract drawing of the mythical beast Diding. Originally, the plan had been to use it as the decorative design on the model of earpieces that Fang Zhao endorsed. Every series rolled out by Fiery Bird had an individual characteristic. This had been Fiery Bird's style all along. After the meeting ended and everyone else in the room left, the person who was seated at the head of the table picked up his internal comms device and contacted the deputy head of the sound effects department, Huali. He remembered that Huali had talked about Fang Zhao before. A more important scene in Battle of the Century had made use of a piece composed by Fang Zhao. Huali, do you still remember Fang Zhao? I remember him, all right. As a matter of fact, I still keep in contact with him. I even received live tickets for his concert from him. When the time comes, I will surely be there. Why, do you also want to attend the concert? Huali was curious. Besides people from their sound effects department, other people in the company did not have this sort of interest toward music, and among those in their department that often went to concerts, only a few truly enjoyed it. Most of them only went to raise their artistic style and as a way to package themselves better by being pretentious. I don't have much interest in concerts. Even if I wished to listen to it, I would purchase a streaming pass. I called to ask you something. According to what you have seen, do you reckon Fang Zhao's concert will be a success? Huali paused and did not give an immediate reply. Instead, he asked, tell me what you mean by your concept of success. An evaluation from an academic? Or the points of view of fans and the masses? We are a business-oriented company. With this sentence, Huali understood. What the other part meant was Fang Zhao's commercial value. Viewing it in terms of pure commercial value, the most simple and straightforward way to judge whether the concert would be a success was whether the copyrights of the pieces brought out by Fang Zhao to be performed could be completely sold out and whether they would fetch high prices. Pondering for a bit, Huali replied, "I have only listened to Fang Zhao's previous pieces. Whether his style has seen any changes in his 1 year of military service or what the quality of his pieces will be like, I have no idea and can make no assumptions. However, making a guess from what I know about that little fellow and taking reference from his older works, I feel that his concert will be a success. That should be enough." The tone of the person in the office sounded more relaxed. He did not understand Fang Zhao, but he understood his old colleague Huali. Since Huali had said this much, it verified that the probability of Fang Zhao's concert being a success was really high. This was more than enough. After ending the call with Huali, he instructed his subordinates, contact the Yenzhou branch, get them to contact Fang Zhao regarding increasing his endorsements. Although there was some risk in deciding now, if they waited till after the concert ended and commenced talks in August, that would be too late. He still wished to borrow the traction of Fang Zhao's concert to promote some specialized earpieces for listening to concerts and for other stereo equipment. Even when watching recorded videos of Fang Zhao's concert, specialized earpieces would sound much better than normal ones. His plan was to create a series. The Dieting series. Headquarters' decision was conveyed to the Yenzhou branch, and the staff at the Yenzhou branch contacted Fang Zhao to discuss matters about the endorsement. When Fang Zhao received the news, he was surprised. He had not expected that Fiery Bird would actually want to increase the endorsement deal. When Fang Zhao visited Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch, he got a detailed grasp of the situation and understood Fiery Bird's intention. Dieting series? That means to say you want me to endorse an entire series. Fang Zhao looked at the information the other person had given him. He knew that what Fiery Bird viewed as important was not his musical talent but rather his ears. Now, Fiery Bird headquarters had had a new notion because of Fang Zhao's upcoming concert and wanted to increase the endorsement deal. However, this notion of Fiery Bird's, which had suddenly been proposed by Fiery Bird headquarters, was not something that Fang Zhao would reject. An increase in endorsements was also a good thing, and it was also something he needed at the moment. Previously, he had only signed an endorsement deal for the new model of earpieces, but now, the endorsement deal would be improved on and would include the endorsement of stereo equipment. Furthermore, Fiery Bird was very detailed on this aspect. Solely talking about earpieces, they were divided into gentle and rough uses. Gentle use was mainly used to appreciate art. They were used when one needed calm or when sitting down, walking, around or even when sleeping. Rough use was generally used for competitions and the like. Various aspects, such as being shockproof and waterproof, were emphasized. And for these, they were further divided into ordinary and specialized grades. Besides earpieces for this series, there were speakers, vehicle-mounted stereo equipment, and acoustic systems for home use, office use, bedrooms, and many others. Quality-wise, even though the words Fiery Bird on the earpieces, speakers, and stereo equipment were a stamp of quality assurance, Fang Zhao still wished to inspect them personally. After negotiating the contract and signing it, Fang Zhao freed up 2 days of his schedule to stay at Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch to shoot a commercial. Among all these products, a gaming sound equipment series was coined the Dieting Infernal Flames series and was relevant to Battle of the Century. On the packaged box was an image of Fang Zhao's alive after 500 years avatar with a Battle of the Century backdrop, but instead of the original emblem on his team uniform, it had been replaced with the logo of the series, a blazing red mythical beast, the Dieting. Although the background was the period of destruction's chaos and ruins, there was an additional ball of fire blazing upwards. Under the dark, gloomy backdrop, the brilliant red luster appeared to be blazing up from the infernal depths of hell, a purifying fire that seemed to be frantically extending outward. It was as if anybody looking at it could hear a bellow laced with killing intent. Fiery Bird valued Fang Zhao's ears, but because Fang Zhao had once held a stranglehold on the #1 spot on the global leaderboards. Even though Fang Zhao had retired from the professional esports circles, he still held considerable influence there. The dating series was mainly targeted at youngsters and had an even bolder style. The design had been meticulously planned out as well, and the abstract design of the mythical beast dating was this series' logo. With a customized logo, it meant that the series would be the focus of Fiery Bird's promotions this year. Every time Fiery Bird promoted a series, the advertising would be omnipresent. This was also the reason many celebrities spent time wishfully dreaming about obtaining a Fiery Bird endorsement deal. Fiery Bird always chose their ambassadors carefully, and most of the time, nobody understood Fiery Bird's selection process. Thus, since the hype about Fang Zhao's concert's advance ticket sales was over and there was some time till August, many people thought that the buzz about Fang Zhao would die down and fade into obscurity, but they realized that they were seeing Fang Zhao's image appearing frequently on tall buildings or on advertisements on vehicles when they were on their way to work, school, or even traveling abroad. Why is he appearing everywhere? Something strange is going on. I just saw his advertisement on a billboard at the previous station. Why do I see his image at this station too? The dating series earpiece was being advertised at the previous station. The advertisement here is for the dating series speakers. Earpieces and speakers, how does he have so many endorsements? After another station. Why is it still him? Billboards at stations shouldn't repeat so frequently, right? This time it's an inbuilt sound system for vehicles. The F***CK. How many things is he even endorsing? Online. What the F***CK, Fang Zhao is endorsing a Fiery Bird series. An entire series. For real. It has already been rolled out, so how can it be false? One person monopolizing an entire series. There isn't a second person. Just look at the name of the series and you will know that Fang Zhao is endorsing it on his own. Dating? Oh right, even since the start of the founding era, I think Fang Zhao is the only person who has been coined dating. This was not the first instance where somebody had completely monopolized the endorsements of an entire series. However, in the past, every single person who had endorsed an entire series had been a superstar with very high global acclaim. Although Fang Zhao could be considered to be known throughout the world, he had only made a name for himself in the last 2 years and was being hyped up at the moment. Who knew whether all of this would die down next year? Given the rate of entertainment news being refreshed daily, at that time, Fang Zhao might not even be as popular as he was now. What exactly is the reason for this? Isn't it reasonable to say that he doesn't have the qualifications to endorse an entire Fiery Bird series? To the previous commenter, open up your dog eyes and take a look at the series' name. According to my analysis, Fiery Bird probably values Fang Zhao's ears highly. Phew, Fang Zhao's ears are really valuable. Yet another group of people had their focus elsewhere. When they saw Fiery Bird selecting Fang Zhao to endorse an entire series and then thought back to Fang Zhao's upcoming concert that had been all the rage the past couple of days, even if they had previously decided not to attend, after spotting these advertisements, their hearts were tempted. If they didn't believe in Fang Zhao, they ought to believe in Fiery Bird, right? But when they went online to check, these people were dumbfounded. Live tickets have already been sold out. What about steaming passes? Streaming passes are actually all sold out as well. There were too many people who'd had the same intention, and those that had been a step slower could no longer obtain tickets. Ticket scalpers with keen noses that had reacted quickly had already swept the tickets and resold them at a higher price. Some people were unwilling to purchase tickets from ticket scalpers, so they visited Golden Age Music Hall's official website to suggest increasing the number of streaming passes. However, as one of the 3 major music halls in Yanzhou, Golden Age also had their own attitude. When faced with many suggestions by the public to increase the number of tickets, all they gave was a cold reply, not possible. Their music hall's online live broadcasts were not the same as those normal live broadcasts that were just playing around. Sound quality had to be maintained. Furthermore, even if they were able to maintain the sound quality and open up additional broadcast channels, they still wouldn't do so. In order to uphold their high-end and prestigious image, they had to set themselves apart from all those random subpar concert halls that only cared about profits. Silver Wing Virtual Projects Department. Zhu Wen felt secretly pleased as he read some of the discussions online. Fiery Bird's global ambassador selection had already changed. Over the past year, Fiery Bird had gradually removed virtual idol endorsements and added in more real celebrities. In the past, real celebrities had only endorsed hardware equipment, but according to reliable statistics, in the past 1 year, under the Fiery Bird banner, the amount of endorsements by real celebrities had increased. 2S Esports Club and those other people who can't stand it are probably going mad with rage. Zhu Wen still remembered what those others had said when their Polar Light team had snagged the endorsement deal to get the Treeman Polar Light to be an ambassador for Battle of the Century. Back then, what those people had meant was that Fiery Bird's strategy had been changing and they would be adopting a new approach in selecting ambassadors, so virtual idols would gradually be phased out and they would select new ambassadors from gaming stars. However, now, not only had Fang Zhao snagged a Fiery Bird endorsement, he was endorsing an entire series. Zhu Wen really wished to sneer at those people who had ridiculed them back then. Even if there are no more virtual idols, you people still won't get the chance. At a certain university in Yenzhou, Fang Yu was browsing the internet in his dormitory and discussing Fang Zhao's endorsement of the entire Dating series with his roommates. Fang Yu was the elder son of Fang Zhao's second uncle. For his military service, Fang Zhao had been the one who had helped him arrange his military posting. Back then, when people had mentioned enlisting in the military, everyone had wanted to take the easy path, but places that were more comfortable had limited spots. People with money would spend large sums to get a posting, and those who had connections would try to use them. Fang Zhao had helped Fang Yu obtain a posting then. To not attract the attention of others, Fang Yu and his family had kept a low profile and had not divulged too much about their relationship with Fang Zhao. After Fang Yu had returned from his year of military service, Fang Zhao had had an even higher reputation. His mum and dad had exhorted numerous times not to use his cousin Fang Zhao's name to cause trouble outside, so Fang Yu had never told his roommates about his relationship with Fang Zhao. Thus, all the roommates knew was that Fang Yu's idol was Fang Zhao, and on the wall of the dormitory was a large poster of Fang Zhao's virtual versus reality image, which had been trending in the gaming and political circles back then. The image was comprised of two halves of Fang Zhao. In one half, he wore Planet Baiji's military uniform, and the other featured his in-game avatar. All four in this dorm were gaming fans and worshipped Fang Zhao, especially because of the incidents that had happened during his military service. From time to time, the four of them would discuss this stuff. If only I had enlisted a little later, it would have been great if I could have headed over to Planet Baiji with Fang Zhao. This was what they all had thought after the matters on Planet Baiji. In the past, they had all followed the crowd and thought of ways and methods to get posted to a more safe and comfortable place, but then they had seen Fang Zhao, who had straightaway applied to undergo his military service at an arduous place. What was even more unexpected was that he had discovered grade A power ore there and propelled Planet Baiji's spot in the development sequence toward the front. That was just too awesome. When they had found out about Fang Zhao's concert, they had wanted to attend, but live tickets had just been too expensive, so they had only purchased an ordinary streaming pass to support their idol. The four members of the dormitory had pooled their money together to purchase one pass and would watch it together. Their equipment here was limited and definitely could not compare to that of a rich family's. The four also weren't that crazy about music and weren't in the music industry, so just listening to it was good enough. Luckily we were quick enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get the ticket. Ticket scalpers have increased the prices by quite a lot. Many people have raised the issue with Golden Age, asking them to increase the amount of streaming passes, but unfortunately, Golden Age is unwilling to do so. Hey, Fang Yu, what are you looking at? Why are your eyes on the verge of popping out? At the moment Fang Yu wanted to hide it, the image displayed on the screen was spotted by the person beside him. That person's eyes widened as he asked, "What is this?" "Concert tickets." Fang Yu had just received a message. He had also not imagined that Fang Zhao would send him a ticket. This was a pleasant surprise to him, but he had not been quick enough at hiding it, so one of his roommates had seen it. "Live tickets," that roommate exclaimed. With a whoosh, the other two roommates gathered over and looked at the message displayed on the screen, then simultaneously looked toward Fang Yu, their eyes green with envy as they asked, "Is there something you aren't telling us?" Cough, Fang Zhao, is my older bro. The kind where we share the same grandparents. The dorm room went silent for a split second after Fang Yu's response. What followed was an explosive roar that scared the living daylights out of the students next door. The neighbors opened their door and glanced sideways. They were just getting ready to head over and investigate when the door to the room in question slammed shut. What went down next door? My vast experience tells me that odds are they lost as a team in an online game. The others nodded in agreement. That sounded like a plausible reason. They listened carefully. Nothing. It wasn't a fight, so they didn't probe further and instead went back to what they had been doing. Meanwhile, in Fang Yu's room, Fang Yu had scrambled to shut the door after his roommate's exaggerated response. "Hush." Fang Yu signaled his roommates to quiet down. "Please keep this a secret." Before he could finish his sentence, he was already being lifted by his three roommates. "You sly bastard. Fang Zhao, it's really Fang Zhao. Where is his autograph? Where is the picture of the two of you? Boy, can you keep a secret. If it were me, the whole campus would know by now." Fang Yu's roommates finally put him down after an extensive interrogation. He caught his breath and said, "I'm under strict orders from my mom and dad not to be a burden to him. I never planned on telling anyone. You're the only people who know. Please keep it to yourselves." "No problem, but you'll have to buy our silence." "I'm not greedy." "Oh, just a dozen or so signed photos will do," one of the roommates said with a sinister smile. "Concert tickets. Right, right. We'll keep this a secret, but as our roommate, you gotta help us out too. Deliver the goods." Fang Yu gave a resigned smile. "Okay. I'll do my best." The concert was completely sold out. Fang Yu couldn't possibly ask Fang Zhao to produce a few tickets. His three roommates were just posturing. Even if Fang Yu agreed, they would be too embarrassed to accept such expensive tickets from Fang Zhao. The three roommates weren't even related to Fang Zhao, they weren't that thick-skinned. But in terms of autographs and pictures, they would undoubtedly badger Fang Yu for a healthy supply, and if they could tag along when Fang Yu gamed with Fang Zhao, that would be even better. Yanbei, the retirement home for former officials. After dinner, great-grandfather Fang made his rounds, showing off the concert tickets Fang Zhao had sent him. It just didn't feel right if he didn't brag a bit. When he was in his room, he repeatedly watched the TV commercials Fang Zhao had starred in every day. TV commercials had never looked better. He'd brag about those too. There were video billboards inside the retirement home compound as well. After his evening stroll, great-grandfather Fang would sit down in the pavilion closest to the billboard and jabber away at someone. Whenever Fang Zhao's ad came on, he would start boasting, "Look, that's my great-grandkid Fang Zhao. He gave up a military career for the arts. He quit the army just to become a professional musician. There was no stopping him. P** said the hell out of me. He's about to hold a concert at that Golden Age concert hall. Don't leave, let me show you the concert tickets I just received. They're completely sold out. Let me show you his emoji pack too." Great-grandfather Fang's fellow residents at the retirement home were mighty jealous about his extended stay on Baiji. Several of them also had a grandkid or great-grandkid assigned to Baiji for military service, but those kids weren't yet of a high enough rank to be allocated family quarters. They still had to pay their dues. Not everyone could enjoy the perks Fang Zhao had. He was the discoverer of the grade A power ore, after all. But if Fang Zhao had chosen to remain on Baiji, his military rank would have been sufficient for him to receive family members as guests. When they had learned that Fang Zhao was about to stage his first concert, great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang had wanted to do their part too. They had bought a bunch of online streaming passes with their savings. They had bought 2 for themselves and had given away the others to their friends in the retirement home. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao had sent them tickets to the live show. The 2 elders planned to attend with Fang Yu's family. So the 2 elders also gave away the 2 online streaming passes they had saved for themselves. Silver Wing had allocated to Fang Zhao a portion of the tickets it had reserved for internal use. Besides his immediate family, Fang Zhao also invited close friends like Su Ho and Su Feng from Muzhou. After completing the media interviews and shooting the TV commercials, Fang Zhao shifted his full attention to preparations for the upcoming concert. Fang Zhao was scheduled to work with an orchestra owned by Silver Wing. This was a professional orchestra, not a ragtag army. It was the same orchestra that had performed on Polar Light's debut, Period of Destruction, series. Pang Pusong had been part of the backup vocals for the Period of Destruction series, but this time, he was excluded. The orchestra did everything in-house. The priority back then had been to promote Polar Light, but this gig was different. But just as Fang Zhao was busy rehearsing with the orchestra, he was approached by the Silver Wing executive in charge of the concert with a suggestion. Silver Wing was taking Fang Zhao's debut concert seriously. There were many details that needed to be attended to, but at the end of the day, Silver Wing was a diversified entertainment company that did not specialize in live concerts. They could bring in paid consultants, but what if those consultants weren't good enough? So the Silver Wing executive suggested that, as much backup as the company could offer, Fang Zhao had to take matters into his own hands and perhaps consult a veteran performer or 2. This was an issue that Fang Zhao had thought of too. The first person he thought of was Xue Jing, but Xue Jing was stuck in Huangzhou and had a few important conferences to attend. When they had last spoken on the phone, Xue Jing had said that he wouldn't be able to return to Yenzhou for another 10 days or so. He would answer any questions that Fang Zhao had then. If it was urgent, he could be reached by phone. But Fang Zhao didn't end up bothering Xue Jing. Xue Jing was quite old, after all, and the conferences kept him busy. 10 days wasn't a long time to wait. Now that Silver Wing had brought up the issue again, Fang Zhao reconsidered the matter. If Xue Jing was still out of town, he could consult another veteran performer first. He couldn't necessarily trust a senior musician that didn't know him well, but apart from Xue Jing, there was another respected elder in Yenzhou he could turn to, Ming Tsang. So, that afternoon, after leaving rehearsal, Fang Zhao checked the course schedule at Qian Academy of Music to see if Ming Tsang was teaching or attending any conferences these next few days. He followed up with a phone call. Ming Tsang was at home chatting with Ming Yi. The doctor had said that frequent interaction with Ming Yi would facilitate recovery, so whenever Ming Tsang was free, he stayed home with Ming Yi. When his bracelet sounded and he checked the caller ID, Ming Tsang immediately answered with a smile. Fang Zhao. Teacher Ming, are you at home right now? Are you free? Do you mind if I intrude? Even though Ming Tsang was no longer president of the Music Academy, he still lectured there from time to time, so the teacher honorific was appropriate considering Fang Zhao's current status. The smile on Ming Tsang's face grew. Of course, of course. No need to be so polite. It's no intrusion at all. You're close by. Come over now. Ming Tsang's wife entered the room with a plate of fruit. She picked a piece and handed it to Ming Yi before, in a rather impatient tone, asking Ming Tsang who was on the phone. The couple had been receiving an increasing number of calls the past year. People who had never kept in close touch had started reaching out. Who knew what the future held? Ming Ye's condition was improving, and he might fully recover soon. When Ming Tsang and his wife returned to their careers, they were bound to scale new heights. They would wield even greater influence than before. Take Ming Tsang, for example. He had resigned from the presidency of the Qian Academy of Music because of Ming Yi. Now that Ming Yi was better, he might assume the presidency again when the incumbent's term ended. Plus, considering Ming Tsang's seniority, it was simply a matter of time before he became chairman of the Yenzhou Music Association. When they had been struggling, some people had stayed away. Now that they were back in the game, the same folks shamelessly befriended them again. That was why Su Tong was upset. Ming Tsang responded to his wife with a broad smile. Fang Zhao is coming over. I think he wants some advice for his concert. When she heard it was Fang Zhao, Su Tong's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. She enthusiastically said, "Terrific, terrific. He has a driver, or rather, a bodyguard, no. Forget it, I'll just prepare more dishes. It's not early. Why don't we keep them for dinner?" "Oh, what are some of Fang Zhao's favorite dishes?" "I have no idea." "You don't know? And you consider yourself his teacher?" Ming Tsang responded with a resigned expression, "That's not fair." "What does being a teacher have to do with it? I've only had limited contact with Fang Zhao. We usually just speak via video conference. I've only visited him at home once since he returned from military service. His schedule was so tight I only stayed half an hour so as to not be in his way. These are a young man's most productive years. We can't let him waste his time on unnecessary social calls. If we do, we would just be dragging him down, not repaying the debt we owe him." Full of excuses. Su Tong ended the conversation with her husband and started ordering groceries online. Fang Zhao arrived half an hour later carrying a box full of fresh produce from Muzhou recently harvested from Dongshan Farm. He had just received them yesterday, just in time to bring Ming Tsang's share over today. Ming Tsang didn't offer any pleasantries like, "No, you shouldn't have," but after accepting the gift, he said, "No need to bring this much stuff next time." Wasn't Fang Zhao tired from hauling such a heavy box over? He had trouble just handling the box when he took it from Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao responded with a laugh. His gaze bypassed Ming Tsang and his wife and landed on Ming Yi, who was standing not far away. The young man knew who Fang Zhao was, and his expression suggested surprise and curiosity. Ming Yi was 15 years old, but the Hull virus had stunted his growth, so he was smaller than his peers. However, Ming Ye's physical development would resume once his condition had receded. He had already grown significantly taller during the past 2 years of treatment. He had looked even more petite 2 years ago. Ming Yi appeared to be in better spirits than before, but he was still a quiet boy. While not completely expressionless, his face was hard to read. That was normal, considering the fact that he had not fully recuperated and he still had to recover from all those years of being in a vegetative state. He never cried or laughed, but sometimes he grinned and wore other subtle expressions, which was already a major improvement. "Looks like he's almost fully recovered," Fang Zhao said. "Almost. There are still some challenges we haven't resolved, but the doctor said he will get over the hump in about half a year and fully recover in the next 3 to 5 years. Ming Tsang and his wife now beamed when they spoke of their son's prospects. The huge weight that had nearly crushed them had been lifted. Both Fang Zhao and the Mings had been busy, so Fang Zhao had never had the chance to learn about Ming Ye's treatment in detail. This visit was the perfect opportunity to catch up. He was personally very curious about the treatment process as well. Ming Ye's treatment plan had never been made public, and Fang Zhao had only read updates in medical journals. Now he could hear firsthand from Ming Tsang and his wife. After an extended chat, it was dinner time. "Xiao Fang, did you bring your driver? Ask them to join us. It's just a casual meal, Su Tong said eagerly. You can ask Teacher Ming for advice about your concert afterward. After being summoned upstairs, Yen Biao and Zuiyu did their best to keep a low profile, especially Yen Biao. Zuiyu had joked that Yen Biao projected the aura of a gangster and might spook young children. If this had been any other occasion, Yen Biao would have blown him off, but now he reined himself in. After dinner, Yen Biao and Zuiyu rested in the living room, their faces tired from all the smiling in response to Su Tong's generous hospitality. Tea? Or juice? Su Tong asked. No need, no need. We'll just have some water. We'll help ourselves. Why don't you go about your business? We'll just wait here, Zuiyu said. Noticing that Yen Biao and Zuiyu were a bit stiff, Su Tong didn't insist on serving them. She led Mingyi to his bedroom for a chat. Yen Biao and Zuiyu finally relaxed when they were alone in the living room. The two bodyguards could put themselves at ease in front of thugs and businessmen, but they were at a loss as to how to behave before such a cultured family. They didn't even feel comfortable speaking up. Hey, Weiyu, let me ask you a question, Yen Biao whispered, wearing a curious expression. What? What kind of illness did that Mingyi, Professor Ming's son, contract? Did boss's music really cure him? Yes and no. Yen Biao didn't like the answer he had gotten. Either yes or no. What do you mean? To draw an analogy, Boss's Period of Destruction series was like the key to a crucial door. It pointed researchers in the right direction. The rest was up to the researchers. It was a matter of finding the right direction and making a critical breakthrough. Mingyi didn't necessarily have to listen to the series repeatedly. Sounds like a straightforward matter, but without a clear direction, any amount of time, manpower, and resources would simply go to waste. Yen Biao finally understood why this couple treated Fang Zhao so well. Ming Tsang and his wife had not stopped smiling since the moment they had entered the apartment. Putting himself in the couple's shoes, Yen Biao thought he would do the same. While Yen Biao and Zuiyu were gossiping in the living room, Ming Tsang was in his study, giving Fang Zhao pointers about the upcoming concert. Ming Tsang was rather conflicted when it came to live concerts. The most respected figures in the music industry despised big money and crassness, but they also wanted performers to put on classy shows. They seemed to prefer venues that were super expensive but had limited seating capacity, thinking that only concert halls of that category were a match for their level of artistry. In short, the senior figures in the music industry only respected the three main venues in Yenzhou. Even though they looked down on venues like Golden Age that were open to the highest bidder, saying these venues reeked of gaudiness, they still acknowledged the status of these concert halls. This was a major contradiction in the music industry these days, a big shortcoming. But as a single person, Ming Tsang had limited influence. Even though he took issue with the trend, all he could do was play by the rules. That was the message Ming Tsang delivered to Fang Zhao: if you couldn't change the status quo, you had to conform first. Ming Tsang also zoomed in on details regarding the lead-up and aftermath of the concert that were often neglected. He pondered some more and added, "Why don't we do this? You've never been to a concert at one of the three major venues. Let me check their schedules. No amount of advice I give you can substitute for the actual experience. I get quite a few complimentary tickets. Let's pick a show and check it out." Ming Tsang was a former president of the Qian Academy of Music, after all, and the current deputy head of the Yenzhou Music Association. Folks like him were regularly invited to concerts of all sorts. Typically, both Ming Tsang and his wife were invited, but because of Ming Ye's illness, the couple skipped most of these concerts except the more important ones, and when they went, only one of them attended. The other stayed home to take care of Ming Yi. The tickets arrived in a steady stream. It was up to them whether or not to attend the concerts. Fang Zhao watched Ming Tsang sift through the electronic tickets on his tablet. He had already passed on the upcoming shows of several up-and-coming musicians in Yenzhou. Noticing Fang Zhao's puzzled expression, Ming Tsang explained, "You can't trust what you read online. You know how it works at big companies like Silver Wing. Even the weakest performer can be packaged as a master with the right backup." What he meant was that performers like these seemed competent, but in reality, they were being inflated by their promoters. There was no point in watching their shows. It was a waste of time. Too many people view their concerts at one of the three major venues as a mere stepping stone. Not to say that there's anything wrong with that, but it's quite disappointing to me if they don't even bother putting together proper pieces or if they offload composing duties to others. The whole thing becomes a career move and the purity of the show is lost, Ming Tsang lamented. Veteran musicians like himself could tell instantly if the performers put any thought into their pieces. "Oh, here we go. Ha-1. This student is quite competent. He's a talented arranger, too. His concert should be decent." Ming Tsang pointed at the two e-tickets and told Fang Zhao, "He's one of my former students, and Auntie Sue's as well. An arrangement major. He may not be that talented of a composer, but he's a very strong arranger." The date of the concert was the day after tomorrow. "Are you free?" Ming Tsang asked. "Yes," Fang Zhao responded. He had no conflicting engagements. He could definitely spare the night after the next to check out a concert picked by Ming Tsang. Once they had confirmed their plans, Ming Tsang asked Su Tong to join them so she could send Fang Zhao her e-ticket. Ming Ye's medical team will be visiting him for a checkup the day after tomorrow, so Su Tong is going to stay home for that. "I'll join you for the concert," Ming Tsang said with a smile. "It's just a routine weekly checkup, it's okay. Last week, Su Tong had to attend a conference for a few days and I was the one who stayed home with Ming Ye. This time, it's her turn to stick around. We can go to the concert together." Su Tong didn't take issue with the plan. She even asked Fang Zhao if she should send him more tickets. Ming Tsang cut her off. "There are quite a few concerts that you can pass on. Watching them will actually affect your performance. When I have time, I'll sift through them again and send him a few more." Su Tong pondered her husband's response and agreed. She only forwarded the ticket to the Ha-Wen concert. The day of Ha-Wen's concert. Ming Tsang briefed Fang Zhao on his former student's background in the car en route to Golden Age. This concert at Golden Age is a big step forward for Ha-Wen's music career. It's in Concert Hall No. 1. He's been preparing for this concert for some 2 decades. Ha-Wen was in his 50s. His debut concert was happening much later than those of fellow Chian Academy of Music alums who were even younger. Ha-Wen had started preparing for his concert soon after graduation. If things had gone smoothly, he would have staged his first concert in Golden Age's Concert Hall No. 1 5 years after graduation. Alas, that was not what had happened. Ha-Wen's family business had had a major crisis, so he hadn't had the time or money to spare for his concert. Those had been his toughest times, but thankfully, he had survived the dark days and could finally stage his debut concert. Ha-Wen's musical style is completely different to yours. His music is mellower, the underlying emotions a bit more subtle. He's charted a different course, so just use him as a reference and draw from his experience where you can, Ming Tsang said. Ming Tsang started giving Fang Zhao pointers from the moment they arrived at Golden Age, from the entrance all the way to Concert Hall No. 1. Fang Zhao had plenty of help from Silver Wing for his first concert. There were many details that he didn't have to worry about this time, but what about next time? What if Fang Zhao decided to leave Silver Wing and go solo? The more knowledgeable he was, the easier it would be for him. So Ming Tsang left no stone unturned. Fang Zhao also paid close attention, remembering every single point. A minor slip-up could sour audience perception. This was not the occasion to behave like a know-it-all and offend all the veteran musicians who would attend his concert. Ming Tsang and Fang Zhao found their seats. A program the size of a piece of A5 paper was placed on each chair. It looked like a paper bill, but in fact, it was a tablet stored with the full rundown and Ha Wen's biography. Fang Zhao also noticed each of the 10 songs in the program was tagged with an empty circle at the end. He knew what the symbols meant, that the songs had not been sold yet. A song that had been sold was indicated by a solid circle. There was still some hushed chit-chat among the audience, but it died down when the concert started. Ha Wen didn't seem that old. Someone in their 50s in the new era was the equivalent of a young man in his 30s in the old era. He was a bit chubby and had a kind face. Perhaps he was more easygoing because of the adversity he had overcome. He gave a good first impression. After a brief opening speech for acknowledgements, it was time for the first piece, which was a new version of a folk song for children from the founding era and was performed by harmonica. The harmonica was truly an out-of-fashion instrument in the new era, but it was a good fit for this newly arranged children's folk song. The melody was mellifluous and tinged with innocence and purity and the warmth of emotion. The first song was followed by pieces that featured rearranged scores performed by the violin, the flute, the classical guitar, and other instruments, either in solo or in combination. For professionals, music was the best way to vent emotion. Concerts were an opportunity not only to showcase your work but also to convey personal feelings. And veteran musicians could tease out the emotion in every piece without reading the program notes. Each piece was followed by a break during which Ha Wen introduced the next piece and briefly explained what the composer was trying to convey. Fang Zhao noted the structure of the rundown. The 10th song and also the final piece of the concert. The backdrop turned deep blue, and small spotlights meandered. The projection complemented the mood of the concert nicely. The 10th song was a piano piece performed by Ha Wen himself that was adapted from a piece written by a famous composer some 200 years ago. Fang Zhao had heard Nadewuzi perform the piece on an electric guitar. The original was fast and light-hearted, while the electric guitar version was wild and unkempt. Ha Wen's rendition was neither. Ha Wen was in the zone. The melody progressed slowly, filled with tortured emotion. The original was about 4 minutes long. Ha Wen's version was 8 minutes, about double the length, yet it didn't feel protracted. Instead, it conveyed the full extent of the composer's sorrow beautifully. It was as if time had stopped, like a dead pool of water. A gentle breeze swept by, and the human heart fluttered, the occasional bubble marking the passage of time. With everything that had gone down, it was important to remember one's initial dream. Honor the past by preserving one's purity of purpose. This was not the best version of the song Fang Zhao had heard, but it was definitely among the top 3. Stunning. It was undoubtedly a high-quality rearrangement. No wonder Ming Tsang had suggested this concert. Someone who could rearrange a classic from 200 years ago in this way was an indisputable talent. His love for music also shined through. As Ming Tsang had pointed out, Ha Wen remained passionate about life and music despite having been dealt a cruel twist of fate. He had endured the kind of adversity that few had overcome, weathering major ups and major downs as he had gone from wealthy to poor to wealthy again. Such purity of purpose was hard to come by. An epiphany struck Fang Zhao, and he smiled. He realized why Ming Tsang had picked Ha Wen's concert. Ha Wen was undoubtedly talented. People who performed at the Golden Age weren't all pretenders. There were actual talents too, but out of all the shows, Ming Tsang had picked Ha Wen's. Ming Tsang's choice was a subtle message to Fang Zhao not to be blinded by his current fame and fortune. The entertainment industry was too unpredictable and ever-changing. No one knew what would follow after a moment of glory, more glory, or a slump. There were no guarantees. It would be great if Fang Zhao's August concert was a big success, but if it wasn't, he shouldn't get too down on himself either. Look at Ha Wen, this senior musician in his 50s, didn't he make it after all? As Fang Zhao had figured, Ming Tsang was worried that the pressure was too much for Fang Zhao. Silver Wing was a business, after all. All they cared about was making money. Everything else fell by the wayside. The media scrutiny, the pressure to turn a profit for Silver Wing, the public reaction, all these factors could work against Fang Zhao's development as an artist. Ming Tsang wanted to tell Fang Zhao that even if his concert failed or didn't meet expectations, he shouldn't give up, he should stay mentally strong and not back down. He was still young and had plenty of chances ahead of him. After the concert ended, Ming Tsang did not immediately leave. He wanted to introduce Fang Zhao to Ha Wen. This would be beneficial to both Fang Zhao and Ha Wen. Ha Wen strode over quickly. Teacher Ming. Ming Tsang and his wife had both taught him before. After Ha Wen had sent out the invites, he had found out that Ming Yi would be having his weekly medical examination. His concert had coincidentally fallen on the same day, so he had expected Ming Tsang to stay home and look after Ming Yi. He had never expected that Ming Tsang would actually come over. Ha Wen knew about the hardships Ming Tsang had been through over the past 10+ years. He had also helped Ming Tsang, but back then, he had been at a low point in his career and the help he had been able to provide was limited. After he had finally overcome his own difficulties, when he wished to help Ming Tsang more, he had heard that a treatment had been discovered and had felt happy for Ming Tsang. For this concert, Ha Wen had guessed that Ming Tsang might not show up due to the matters with Ming Yi. Although he had felt a little regretful, as the father of 2 children himself, he could understand where Ming Tsang was coming from and had no complaints. During his time at the Qian Academy of Music, besides Ha Wen's own talent, Ming Tsang's teachings had been very important as well. Even after Ming Tsang no longer taught, they still kept in touch and maintained their student-teacher relationship. Every time they spoke would end up being beneficial to Ha Wen. The reason Ha Wen was able to sit in front of a piano once again was also because of Ming Tsang's encouragement. When he had found out that Ming Tsang was here, Ha Wen had been moved, placed other matters aside, and rushed over. After Ming Tsang had introduced Fang Zhao, Ha Wen smiled at Fang Zhao and said, "I know you, a really impressive junior indeed." As graduates of the Qian Academy of Music, calling one a junior displayed a sense of closeness, and the praise he had given was not because Ming Tsang was there but rather because of genuine admiration. Although they specialized in different styles, they could still hear the skills from other composers' works. From what Ha Wen saw, despite Fang Zhao being only 20-odd years old and having come from a family without a musical background, his accomplishments were already extremely impressive. "Are you done with all your stuff? Go settle all your own matters first. We will just wait for you here and have a chat later." Ming Tsang waved Ha Wen off, letting him sort out his own matters first. Hearing Ming Tsang say this, Ha Wen nodded. Although his concert had ended, there were a couple of things he still needed to see to. "All right, then please have some tea over here first, Teacher Ming and Junior Fang." Ha Wen got somebody to bring Ming Tsang and Fang Zhao to a lounge. He couldn't let his guests stand there and wait for him. After Ha Wen left, Ming Tsang explained to Fang Zhao, after a concert, he must send off old classmates, teachers, and friends who came to cheer him on as well as parties interested in purchasing song rights. That might take a while longer, but it won't be more than an hour. Let's have a chat over there first. Seating himself down in the lounge, Ming Tsang continued, "You did well signing with Silver Wing and having their teams help you out with the social niceties, but you still can't leave everything to the teams behind you. There are always some social interactions that you ought to attend in person." Ming Tsang was reminding Fang Zhao that although he might seem on fire now, if his powerful backer Silver Wing left the picture, he could not even be compared to others who were from influential families. There were some things that couldn't be completely left to others. Some people were arrogant and haughty but had the capital and resources to back it up. Fang Zhao was still a long way from that level. A student had once told Ming Tsang that, having come from a basic background, the pressure he had felt was much more than what others felt. There were times when he had wanted to escape a predicament but had not been able to rely on contacts, so he had only been able to struggle as if his life depended on it. Although Fang Zhao did not have an influential background, he had ability and luck, and the path he had traveled was smooth, so he had not needed to struggle and strive to survive. Thinking about the series of experiences Fang Zhao had had after graduating, in his heart, Ming Tsang sighed at Fang Zhao's good fortune. But he did not know that Fang Zhao had experienced a period where he'd had to struggle just to live, and Fang Zhao had spent close to 100 years in that sort of hell. Sure, Fang Zhao's current body had been strengthened during the mysterious process of his rebirth, but having the experience from his past life of living through the period of destruction had given rise to the current Fang Zhao in everyone's eyes. Otherwise, if it had been any other person who had been reborn, even if they'd had golden fingers, they might not necessarily have accomplished what Fang Zhao had. The experience from his past life was cast inside the current Fang Zhao. What others saw as luck was actually his experiences that could not be revealed to the world. As for Ming Tsang's worry, there wasn't really any need for it. When it came to his mental state and character, Fang Zhao was really strong. Furthermore, Fang Zhao also wasn't a person with a low IQ or EQ. After around 40 minutes had passed, Hawen hurriedly returned with a beaming smile on his face. He was clearing excited. His selling of song rights had probably gone really well, and evaluations from people within the circles were quite high. He had truly completed his first concert, a major stepping stone in his life. Ming Tsang chuckled. Looks like the results were not bad. He had already gotten some evaluations of Hawen's concert from some people in a group chat, and most of them were full of praise. Hawen's eyes had turned to slits on his slightly round face. Ha ha ha, not bad, not too bad. Ming Tsang once again introduced the two of them to each other, this time a little more formally. Then he said to Fang Zhao, if you have any queries or doubts about arranging, you can look for Hawen. Right, I might not be as impressive in other areas as Junior Fang, but arrangement is my specialty. Although I can't compare with the teachers at Chimu, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Oh, I nearly forgot, let's exchange contact information. Your concert is coming soon. If you need help in any areas, don't be afraid to ask, Hawen said. In his heart, Hawen knew that although Fang Zhao was still considered a newcomer and junior in the music circles, no one took him lightly. Hawen had also seen from recent news that there was a lot of attention being placed on Fang Zhao's concert even though there was still some time before it. Interacting more would be beneficial to the both of them. The three of them spent an hour chatting in the music hall's lounge. Ming Tsang had not performed here in a long time and his suggestions were only from his point of view, while Hawen, who had just completed his concert, provided suggestions that were more applicable to Fang Zhao. That night, after Fang Zhao had returned home from Golden Age Music Hall, Fang Zhao tidied up and recorded down all the knowledge, suggestions, and insights he had gained from Ming Tsang and Hawen in his notebook. The concert was in April, but time would pass very quickly. Fang Zhao regarded his first concert as quite important. Just as Ming Tsang had said, if he was not satisfied with the status quo in the circles, he could only adapt to it until he had sufficient capability to change it. In the new era, for people who were in this industry, holding their first concert at one of the three major venues was like an extremely important examination in one's life. When old Xue Jing returned back from Huangzhou, he started helping Fang Zhao prepare for his concert. He was an old man and his energy was limited, so he could not help out too much, but from the attitude he showed, he was telling people in the circles this, I regard this little fellow really highly. Do not deliberately nitpick. As for Ming Tsang, there was no need for him to say anything. Everyone in Yenzhou's music circles knew that Ming Tsang was standing on Fang Zhao's side. Ever since Fang Zhao's 100-year period of destruction series had been released, everyone had been able to see Ming Tsang's stance. Also, Ming Tsang had not hidden the fact that he had brought along Fang Zhao to Hawen's concert. Thus, people within the circles knew that for the newcomer Fang Zhao's first concert, there were two old hands paving the way. As long as the quality of the pieces produced wasn't too bad, on account of these two, nobody would give too poor an evaluation. Can't stand it. Jealous of Fang Zhao? Of course there were such people. But what could be done even if they were jealous? Before finding out the quality of Fang Zhao's pieces that would be showcased at the concert, people could only keep their opinions to themselves. If they said too much, besides offending others, it would only show that they were petty, and it was not beneficial for them. Thus, when critics in the industry were interviewed, when Fang Zhao, a little junior within the industry, was mentioned, their evaluations of him were guarded. They might have wanted to grumble about Fang Zhao in their hearts, but they could only wait. The moment Fang Zhao failed, they would bring out their grievances without the slightest hesitation. Everything was judged in terms of quality. Even with Xue Jing and Ming Tsang's support, if the quality wasn't there, they couldn't blame others for not showing mercy. Actually, there were many people doubting the quality of the pieces Fang Zhao would be putting up. After all, he had been undergoing military service for the past year, and all 10 songs of his had been composed during that time. Fang Zhao had also frequently gone out on missions during his military service days, and there hadn't really been a lot of time to spend on composing. And that wasn't even taking into account his mental and physical exhaustion after missions. In that limited amount of time, had he been able to create quality 10 works? There were also people who had bought tickets for Fang Zhao's concert off other people at high prices in order to get first-hand news at the earliest possible time. As days passed, August drew closer. Fang Zhao did not participate in any activities, did not play games, did not accept interviews, and did not do any live streams, but Fiery Bird's advertisements were still there. Online, his sticker packs were still in circulation, and Silver Wing's publicity teams were not being idle. Thus, even though Fang Zhao did not participate in any activities, his image never went out of sight, and people were instead reminded of Fang Zhao's concert from time to time. The concert was arranged for the first Saturday of August. On the eve of the concert, Fang Zhao was brushing Curly Hair's fur as he talked with Xue Jing through a video call. Xue Jing was worried that Fang Zhao would be too nervous. He had not expected that, when the call went through, he would see Fang Zhao brushing Curly Hair. "Seems like you are in a decent state. That's good, keep it that way. Rest early today and make sure your energy levels are up. Don't concern yourself with me tomorrow. I'll be heading there with a few old friends." Xue Jing was very satisfied with Fang Zhao's current state. Seeing that Fang Zhao did not need counsel, Xue Jing did not bore him with incessant chatter and just exhorted once or twice before ending the call. After the call, Fang Zhao removed a thick layer of curly fur from the brush and placed it in a box. The box was filled with Curly Hair's dropped fur. In May, someone had looked up Fang Zhao, asking him to endorse a household cleaning robot. Especially for households with pets, the focus was on cleaning the furs and hairs of pets while not damaging the floorboards. That person had said a lot, but Fang Zhao had ultimately rejected them. Why? Even though Curly Hair shed excessively, it wasn't that serious and there was no need for a cleaning robot. Fang Zhao patted Curly Hair's head. "Go and play." As soon as he had said it, Curly Hair flew into the gaming room like the wind. Turning off the lights, Fang Zhao stood in front of the windows as he gazed out at Qian City's bright nightscape. To say that Fang Zhao did not even have any feelings at this point would be a lie, but Fang Zhao was not anxious like Xue Jing and the others were, nor was he worried. Instead, he had a sort of excitement, like he was impatient to get on with it. As a composer, Fang Zhao was definitely willing to let his pieces be heard by even more people. In his past life, he had not had the qualifications. And forget about a concert. Back in the old era, there hadn't been anything like this. This was something wonderful. Fang Zhao could not bring himself to be worried at all. August 5th, the first Saturday of the month. At 6 p.m., there were already many reporters stationed in the vicinity of Golden Age. Their target wasn't Fang Zhao, nor were they truly concerned with the quality of Fang Zhao's pieces. Today, they were stationed here with the motive of catching any celebrities attending the concert. Silver Wing was not a reputed entertainment company for nothing and had done everything to reap the most benefits. For example, Silver Wing had gotten their well-known celebrities to generate buzz for the concert today, using the concert as an excuse to stir up news and let their celebrities show their faces. There was a red carpet covering the 20 or so meters of road at the entrance. It could be said that before the concert started, this would be their showcase. Outside the concert hall, the place was glistening with stars. Even if only a portion of Silver Wing's stars were here, it was enough to send those entertainment reporters into a frenzy. There were also other celebrities, first dash, second dash, and third-rate celebrities, and even celebrities who were not much better than the average person, with all sorts of reasons and purposes for attending. Nearby, there were fan groups of certain stars making themselves heard as layers and layers of security personnel watched on. The concert had not yet started, but pieces of entertainment news erupted in succession. There were Silver Wing's official announcements, which were more reserved. On the red carpet in front of Golden Age's main doors, Heelzy and other Silver Wing celebrities strike a pose. There were others, such as XXX's stunning red carpet attire, and XXX beauties on the red carpet. One look and it was obvious that the companies behind them were taking the opportunity to hype up their own artists. Besides the film stars, there were also members of the gaming team. Silver Wing's side had already made preparations for Jinro and the others. There were also people from other continents who had no intention of stirring up anything themselves. For example, Monsieur, who, not wanting to run into any reporters, had entered Golden Age through another entrance. His purpose was the concert, not to generate news about himself. However, those wanting to keep a low profile were but a small minority. Zero belonged to the category that loved the attention and limelight everywhere he went. Dressed in a suit of the same style that nobility of the old era wore and with his air of haughtiness, he still seemed rather intimidating. On the 20-meter red carpet, which would take 30 seconds to cross, Zero stopped after every 2 or 3 steps to strike a pose and let reporters snap till their heart's content. After finally entering the doors, Zero's haughty and intimidating air dispersed in a flash. Impatience showing on his face, he asked his agent, "Why hasn't that idiot arrived?" Zero's agent calmly answered, "I just checked. She has arrived in Qian City and is currently changing her outfit. Her and her trifles." Bored, Zero went online and watched Silver Wing's live broadcast of the red carpet outside. Noticing there were still many people talking about him in the comments section, his gaze skipped through those negative comments about him and focused on the comments that praised him, making him feel pleased. Who cares about those celebrities? Look, this is the charm of the great Zero of Liezhou. After Zero had entered, the reporters outside could no longer take photos of him, so they discussed in private. This Zero is indeed really pretentious. If I did not know what he is normally like, perhaps I would have been fooled by that image he projects. But before everyone could continue discussing Zero, an even more pretentious person than Zero appeared. A pumpkin car full of individuality, a gorgeous princess skirt, and the gait of a noblewoman. She was even toting an umbrella. The moment the silhouette of this person appeared, immediately, reporters diverted their attention away from other celebrities and all focused on her. Barbara? The one from the Lacalina family? She's also here. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Entertainment reporters got even more excited and frantically snapped away. But when Zero saw the comments section being flooded with comments about Barbara, he fell into a bad mood and grumbled, "It's already dark, what's she doing with an umbrella? Idiot." Indeed, many reporters had misgivings about this. The weather over the past few days had been fine. There was no rain and it was night now, so what was the point of an umbrella? But in the next moment, everyone knew the answer. Click. Whoosh. Barbara lifted her hand, and the umbrella automatically opened. On the umbrella were a bunch of glittering gemstones that were blinding. The mass of reporters. So it was an umbrella spotlight. Indeed, it was dazzling enough. Nobody would sparkle brighter than her tonight. Perhaps she would be on the headlines of news being published later on. Zero was discontented and groused, "She's cheating. She actually brought equipment." His agent stood to the side and kept his silence. After Barbara stepped into the main doors, Zero grumbled, "Did you not have dinner tonight? You are walking too slowly." This time, because Zero had invited Barbara to the concert, he had booked a VIP booth and so went in together with Barbara. There was still a distance to go from the main doors to hall number 1, and a short distance away from Zero and Barbara, an entertainment reporter who had purchased live tickets was waiting to secretly snap some shots. When he spotted Zero and Barbara walking together and they apparently seemed to be talking, his eyes lit up in a flash. "Look! What have I managed to catch?" Indeed, a costly live ticket was indeed worth its price. Over at that side, Zero had found the VIP booth he had booked. Before a concert began, every VIP booth was in a sealed mode, providing an even more private space, making it convenient for guests to talk before the concert started. Zero was mulling over how to talk to Barbara about the black mark in his history, while Barbara was being fussy and looking through the song list and information about the composer. All she knew about Fang Zhao was that he was really impressive at playing games and creating waves during his military service. She did not know much about Fang Zhao's achievements in the music world. Zero's agent sat in the corner browsing the internet, looking at who else might show up today. Some people were already present but had not given any notice that they would be coming. He had seen a few special people entering through another entrance and was wondering if his eyes had been playing tricks on him. As he refreshed, more news appeared. As he looked at the contents at the top, his hands trembled. Shock. La families to be joined by marriage. Zero and Barbara appear at Golden Age Music Hall, seemingly intimate. New romance. Zero with industry beauty, yet he does this. Zero's agent looked up toward Zero and saw Zero's facial expression change as he was browsing the news. In his heart, he thought, "It's over. He is going to explode." Indeed, in the next instant, Zero shot up as quick as lightning. My *SS. Seemingly intimate. Are their eyes full of *T? And even joined by marriage? Who said all this? Investigate. Daddy will sue them till their pants fall off. Barbara had also seen the news, her assistant had forwarded it to her, and she looked as though she had just stepped in poop. Zero no longer wished to talk to Barbara about the black mark in his history. He had not yet resolved that black mark when even worse news had appeared, and now he had flown into a rage. Now he no longer wanted to sit with Barbara and listen to the concert anymore. The thought made him angry. Thinking back, surely he had walked too close with Barbara when they had entered, and they had been photographed by those idiot reporters who were making up stuff. Go book another booth. Zero shouted at his agent. Zero's agent felt his head ache. Live tickets were already all sold out early on. There aren't any surplus VIP booths either. Zero raged on. I don't care. Spend a little more and get the neighboring booth to scram. Zero's agent wasn't willing to do so. Would people who were able to book a VIP booth care about that little bit of money? Furthermore, there might be people of influence in Yenzhou. As an agent, an employee, would he dare to smash money in another's face to get them to leave? Besides, this was in Yenzhou. They were not in control over here. It wouldn't be good if news of this broke. But a red mist had descended on Zero as he read through the news. Seeing his agent using all sorts of excuses, he waved his hand. Stand aside, I will do it personally. Zero took large strides over to the neighboring VIP booth and pressed the bell. His agent advised against this. Senior Master, this isn't appropriate. Zero once more brushed his agent aside. How is it not appropriate? I know you don't have much guts, so stand aside. Seeing someone open the door of the VIP booth, he no longer bothered about his agent. With a confrontational tone, he said to the bodyguard that had opened the door. You all. Just 2 words had come out from his mouth when Zero stopped as if somebody had suddenly tied a noose around his neck and strangled him. He had seen the crest displayed on the breast pocket of that person. It was the crest of the Interplanetary Fund, and it was not just a general crest. It belonged to the internal department of the Interplanetary Fund, which held an even higher status. Zero was a spoiled brat and normally did not act reasonably, but he could actually discern clearly which sort of people he could afford to offend and which he could not. Furthermore, he was very clear that his family had beneficial ties with the Interplanetary Fund. Now, under this sort of circumstance, stomping on the face of the Interplanetary Fund was no different from sabotaging his family's business. If he returned, he would definitely be in trouble, and even a severe beating would be considered a light sentence. At the present situation, Zero knew to be prudent. Thus, when Zero saw the crest, even using the little IQ that he had to weigh the pros and cons, he was terrified. "You all, good evening. I hope you enjoy the concert, ha ha ha." After a few awkward laughs, Zero turned around and returned back to his room, no longer possessing the brashness he'd had a few moments ago. Compared to offending people he couldn't afford to offend, Zero decided to endure the humiliation and share a VIP booth with that idiot Barbara. What was the worst that could happen? He could just pretend she wasn't there. Zero's agent's face had turned ghastly white at that instant. He had been worried that Zero would have met the Interplanetary Fund's personnel head-on. Luckily, Zero's brain wasn't entirely mush, and Zero had stopped in time. Wiping off the cold sweat on his forehead, Zero's agent thought to himself, "Indeed, those special people I saw before were from the Interplanetary Fund. I didn't see wrongly. However, if the higher levels of the Interplanetary Fund are actually here, Fang Zhao is really an impressive person." Fang Zhao had no idea what was going through the minds of those people present in the audience. At the moment, he was replying to messages. "We have already arrived. Don't bother about us. Concentrate on your preparations." This was what great-grandfather Fang had sent. Zuiyu and Yen Biao were fetching them, so Fang Zhao was at ease. There were also other people he was familiar with who had sent him messages, including Ji Polan who had just graced the red carpet and had sent a message to Fang Zhao after entering hall number 1. "Brother Zhao, you can do it. Best of luck. Hope everything goes smoothly." Before the concert, there were Silver Wing personnel to receive the guests. Fang Zhao did not need to do anything. Old Shui Jing had also arrived with some of his old friends. He even specifically came backstage to see Fang Zhao. He only left after he saw that everything was going smoothly and there were no abnormal situations. The Silver Wing personnel in charge of backstage arrangements saw Fang Zhao sitting over there in silence and came over. "Everything is in order. Just follow the plan and everything will be fine. Don't worry." Although there was no need for Fang Zhao to perform, he still needed to give a thank you speech during the opening sequence of the concert. The Silver Wing personnel was worried that Fang Zhao would freeze up when he went on stage. That would be quite awkward. Fang Zhao replied to a message and looked up and smiled. "I'm really not nervous." As the time zones at various places were different, even though it was night at Qian City, other places were not necessarily the same. On planet Baiji, in the military district area, it was noon. Shanta and other high-ranking officials sat in the screening room. The sound and projection equipment here was of the highest quality, and the hall-grade online streaming pass Shanta had purchased would be relayed here. Everyone can take the opportunity to relax. The chance to get to watch a concert is hard to come by. How many years has it been since we've had one? It brings back memories. Shanta had been to music halls when he was younger, but back then, he had only tagged along to join in on the fun and act a little pretentious. Later on, after he had joined the military, he had no longer gone to such concerts. After he had been transferred to Planet Baiji, there had been no places for entertainment, let alone any music halls. Although they weren't able to attend the concert venue, listening to it live was still a decent experience. Previously, Shanta had sent a few videos and images to Fang Zhao for him to select some background scenes to play while the concert was officially in effect to set the mood. Besides Fang Zhao's contributions toward Planet Baiji, Shanta also had other motives for showing so much support for Fang Zhao. Although he might not have a great eye for business, when he had seen Silverwing stirring up news about Fang Zhao's concert and Fiery Bird seizing the opportunity to promote a bunch of sound equipment, Shanta had also wished to take the chance and have a round of publicity. For the masses, the style of official military publicity might not be what they liked. After Project Starlight had ended, there had been a noticeable drop in attention placed on Planet Baiji. Now, Planet Baiji no longer lacked investors, but Shanta also wished to have the attention from more of the normal masses. After considering for a bit, he had decided it was best to borrow Fang Zhao's matter to let their presence be known once more. Back then, the bulk purchase of tickets had caused quite a commotion, and Shanta had been rather satisfied. Today, on the date of the concert, Shanta had specifically let news be released to let people know that today, in the military district, many areas would be focused on the concert. Back when news about the military district buying so many online streaming passes had come out, they had received criticism saying that they were spending wantonly and wasting military funds. Those that had criticized them had even included some military officials of a similar rank from various military districts. But Shanta had not been bothered. Only later on, when he had taken part in a high-ranking official meeting between various military districts, had he directly met these criticisms head-on. How can this be considered spending money wantonly? Us old soldiers on Planet Baiji are overworked all year, and how many of us have never gotten the chance to return home in decades? In the past, when communications were poor, it was so hard to find time to even see our family through videos. Now that conditions are better, we can't just have a small entertainment activity. Just because they are my own soldiers, I can't care for them a little. Military districts back on Earth frequently invite stars over to perform for us at remote and faraway locations, so what if we watch a concert through the internet? The money spent this time might not even be comparable to the money you people spend every year to invite celebrities. Besides, the concert is Fang Zhao's. Do I need to remind you people who Fang Zhao is? The discoverer of Grade A power on Planet Baiji and a reserve duty major. He isn't anybody with a suspicious identity. Shanta was mocking certain military districts that had invited celebrities to perform in the past. It had been revealed that there were certain organizations at work behind this, which had nearly caused a big stir. Before you talk about our Baiji military district, please wipe your own buttocks clean first. After Shanta had spouted this during the video conference, he had snorted in his heart. Comparing these, all we did was just sparingly spend a bit to watch an online concert. Why do we have to endure criticism? Furthermore, what we are doing is gaining some publicity. How can this be wrong? After seeing Shanta flip out during the video conference, not many others dared to press this matter any further. Actually, for people of their rank, attending a concert was just considered a small matter. This time, their criticism was because they were unable to stomach the recent limelight Shanta had been getting. Speaking about the concert, actually, Shanta had another idea. Planet Baiji wanted to film a documentary, different from those short films and publicity films of the past. This time, it would be even more formal. Other than it being broadcast, it was to be stored in records. In the future, in Shanta's own personal record of achievements, this documentary would be placed as a realistic account. Filming for the documentary had been started a while back and was already in production, but Shanta had not officially announced it yet. Every year, they produced a few episodes to record the changes on Planet Baiji. For the documentary, there naturally was a need for accompaniment music. The military district had recommended a few people, but they were all masters who specialized in creating background music for military documentaries. Shanta had not yet rejected the notion. For this sort of important documentary, every production personnel, including composers, had to go through a thorough identity screening. However, whenever Shanta saw a piece that might be suitable for the documentary, if there were no problems with the composer, he would also purchase it. Thus, Shanta felt that if there were any pieces among the 10 songs showcased at Fang Zhao's concert that satisfied him, he would select a few of them for purchase. Shanta had the authority to use some of the funds on hand. Compared to the amount of military funds he had available, an accompaniment piece wouldn't cost much. When the time came, he could just consider it as a publicity or production expense. Qian City, 7:30 p.m. The atmosphere outside the concert hall had already quieted down. Reporters stationed outside were starting to regret not purchasing live tickets at this point. How great would it be if they could be inside? Perhaps they could have managed to take photographs of those people who had kept a lower profile and had not graced the red carpet. Now, it was those reporters that had tickets and were inside who released some on-site news from time to time, such as which certain great master or celebrity had been spotted. In Hall Number 1, the concert formally began. As the composer of this concert, Fang Zhao went on stage to give his thank you address. Faced with the completely filled hall, Fang Zhao smiled. A very warm welcome to everyone who is in attendance at my concert. This is the very first concert that I have held in my life. Many people who held their concert for the first time looked exhausted, as if they had been unable to sleep, as they stood here and pretended to be calm. However, Fang Zhao was not like that. At this time and place, he looked particularly refreshed and had an expression of excitement. He seemed to be emotionally moved, as if he had accomplished a cherished dream. In both his past life and his current life, this was the first time he had held his own concert. He was not a singer, nor was he specifically performing, but as a composer, just like many other creators, he liked to use this method to let even more people hear his sounds. Fang Zhao expressed some of his thoughts and thanks and gave a brief introduction on the background of the 10 pieces that were to be performed tonight. Before, Ming Tsang had told him that the people who came were here to listen to Fang Zhao's songs, not his stories. Even if he wanted to say more, he should also wait till after the concert had ended. Also, he had been told that the opening address for the concert should not be too long. Nowadays, people did not have too much patience. After the opening address, Fang Zhao returned backstage. The white-haired conductor of the orchestra about to perform gave a nod to Fang Zhao, telling Fang Zhao that there was no need to be worried. The conductor was only 80+ years old and wasn't considered particularly old for a conductor, and he did not have too many white hairs. He had dyed his hair himself, as he felt that he would appear even more imposing with a full head of white hair. The lights dimmed and the audience fell silent. The sealed modes of the VIP booths were also raised, but there was still a special curtain in between the booths. Only the silhouettes of their neighbors could be seen. Zero turned his head over to look and made out 4 or 5 figures in the room next door. That was all he could discern. Who exactly was in the next room? Zero was preoccupied with making guesses. Barbara was chatting with a friend from Lajou. It was inconvenient for voice calls, so she was using only text messages. Haha, since when have you been together with Zero? People from Lajou had also seen the news from Yenzhou's entertainment magazines, and it had caused quite a ruckus over at Lajou. Barbara didn't even want to talk about this matter. She sent a swift reply, bad luck. Her friend also knew that entertainment reporters loved to create news of this sort, and she understood what Barbara was like. She had just mentioned this as a passing joke and would not talk about it further, as Barbara's temper was not something to trifle with. Thus, Barbara's friend stopped herself from going too far and instead asked, "Aren't you at the concert? How are you still free to chat?" "It hasn't started yet," Barbara replied. "Will you be purchasing anything? Your future drama serials still require accompaniment pieces, right? Purchase one if you like it. Generally, most pieces that are showcased at concerts are of high quality. We'll see how it goes." When Barbara had been reading through Fang Zhao's information a while ago, she had listened to the 100-Year Period of Destruction series and felt that Fang Zhao's style wasn't really too suitable to her own dramas. Barbara had come because that idiot Zero had said there were matters they needed to discuss. Barbara herself had never come to Yenzhou before to attend a concert and was a little curious, so she had accepted. She had decided to give it a listen, and if the quality wasn't up to scratch or if it was something not suited to her tastes, she would head online to look for others. Just as she was chatting, an exquisite and slow piano melody began to flow, accompanied by a layer of cushioned string tones. This brought about an indescribable mood, as if there was some frustration and longing, yet there was some calm gratification. Barbara subconsciously sat a little straighter and put on a look of seriousness. The few old folks sitting together with Xue Jing scrunched up their eyebrows at practically the same time. In their hearts, they were astonished. On the song list, the first piece was titled Empty. The backdrop displayed on stage was an azure blue planet in the boundless cosmos. In the introduction of this piece in the song sheet they were holding, this piece was created from Fang Zhao's thoughts and feelings as he left Earth and headed for his military service destination. Evidently, Empty was very different from what they had expected, especially for people who had listened to the 100-Year Period of Destruction series and had seen the background for the creation of this piece. For the first song, Empty, the first half was mainly led by a piano and supplemented by a string ensemble. The simplistic melody had hints of peacefulness and an ethereal vibe. Following that, the string tones sounded like flowing spring water and the slow piano melody became quicker. A series of continuous chord changes was like the many different moods and feelings within the heart changing. Toward the middle, woodwind tones gently slipped in alongside drumbeats that got progressively heavier. An amalgamation of different sounds converged to form an interweaving and modulating melody, as if people were watching attentively but, in their hearts, a frantic upheaval was occurring. Restrained feelings bubbled and struggled to be contained before erupting like dazzling fireworks, surging with passion. Soon after the outburst, it changed back to the calm gentleness of the boundless cosmos, splendid yet mystifying. Appearing as if there was nothing, yet at the same time, possessing everything. An old friend seated beside Xue Jing stared, fixated, at the image displayed in the background where azure blue collided with obsidian black. Looking at the azure blue planet, he apparently saw hope and romance. As the last note faded, his originally constricted brows unfolded, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This was totally different from the epic styles of Fang Zhao's representative work, the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. The 100-Year Period of Destruction series embodied an obvious narrative style in each of the movements and carried a grand and stunning epic saga. As for this song, it could be said that this song was less forceful, like incorporating warmth into an epic. After the first song was over, Xue Jing glanced at his friends beside him. When he saw their expressions, his slightly anxious heart eased. Although he had seen the score sheet of the first song before and had faith in Fang Zhao's ability, he had still been a little worried about the quality of Fang Zhao's official concert. But now, it seemed that it differed from his expectations. Very good. The few old folks that had come along with Xue Jing had also started some muted discussions. One of them laughed as he said to Xue Jing, "If the coming songs are as good as this, your apprentice will be all settled." Xue Jing immediately put his hands up. He's not an apprentice, really. He can at most be considered a student. When it came to composing, he had not taught Fang Zhao much, only giving a few pointers from time to time. He had given Fang Zhao support and helped push him forward so Fang Zhao's development could proceed even more smoothly. The term master was still a long way off. For people like them, apprentice and student had very different characteristics. Anyone that had been taught before could be considered a student, even people who had just listened to one of their lectures, but an apprentice was kept close and would personally receive their knowledge, ideology, theories, and much more. Having an apprentice meant one intended to produce a successor. Therefore, Fang Zhao could only be considered a student, not an apprentice. However, even if he was just a student, there were different categories. Everyone in the circle knew about Xue Jing's attitude toward Fang Zhao. It was even better than the attitude one would have toward an apprentice. Xue Jing sounded pleased as he talked to the old man sitting beside him. "How's this, old Lin? This student of mine ain't half bad." The old man beside Xue Jing was a few years younger and had once been Huangzhou Music Academy's president. He was a Huangzhou person over 150 years of age and was Xue Jing's apprentice. This time, he had been dragged by Xue Jing to attend this little junior Fang Zhao's concert. Lin Sun drew his gaze away from the backdrop on stage and pondered for a bit before saying, "This little fellow is not what I expected." After stepping into outer space for the first time, many young composers love to use woodwind and string to continuously change and raise the key while composing, expanding to fit the scale of the performance and increasing in volume to express the vastness and mysticism of the cosmos. At first, when I read the background inspiration behind this composition, I expected that he would use this sort of method to express it. I never expected that he would not do so, instead placing an emphasis on the evolving feelings inside of him. It was not that it was impossible, but rather, it wasn't easy. Many newcomers might not be able to bring out this aspect, but what came to their minds when listening to Fang Zhao's piece was one word: seasoned. Totally not like something a newcomer to the industry could produce on his first official concert. Fang Zhao's piece gives a very strong story-like feeling. Listeners might not be able to discern the meanings inside the piece, but it will give them such a feeling. "A really impressive little fella," Lin Sun exclaimed. Originally, Lin Sun had been thinking about the review he would write after attending the concert. On account of Xue Jing, he had been planning to be a little tactful, but now, Lin Sun actually felt that there wasn't really much to criticize. People with the sort of status they had in the industry generally did not incessantly praise younger generations for their concerts. Normally, reviews would be written without any bias, from an objective point of view. Strong and weak points would both be pointed out, whether good or bad, but the emphasis would be on pointers. What a headache. Besides the song list in Lin Sun's hands, there was a notebook used for recording down his thoughts while listening to the concert. After the concert ended, he would arrange the notes and send it out as a review. During the concert, there were brief intermissions between every song. This was also to make it convenient for seniors within the music circles to evaluate and jot down their notes. But at the moment, the notebook in Lin Sun's hands only had a pitiful handful of words. He felt like he wanted to write a lot, yet he didn't know what to write. Next song, then, I'll write more for the next song, Lin Sun thought to himself. Over at Barbara's side, after the first song ended, she realized she had flashing alerts signifying new messages. As she had set her bracelet to silent mode, it was only notifying her of messages but had not produced any sound. Checking it out, there were over 10 messages. 3 minutes ago. Hey, Barbara, I will probably head over to Planet Y for a leisure trip next month. When I get there, I'm going to find a few celebrities to visit the Peach Blossom Gardens and have fun. 3 minutes ago. What do you think of the suggestion I just gave? 2 minutes ago. Barbie. 2 minutes ago. Is it inconvenient for you right now? Scanning through her messages briefly, Barbara closed her chat window and beckoned for her assistant with her hands. Her assistant, who had been waiting at the side, hurriedly scurried over and handed Barbara a notebook. This was a special notebook Barbara used when she listened to concerts. Although Barbara loved being pretentious, she was more serious toward concerts. As long as it wasn't a genre she disliked and the concert's quality wasn't really bad, she would make a record at every concert she attended. What she did was different from Xue Jing and those other artists. She would analyze it both based on her own preferences and from a commercial viewpoint. This concert of Fang Zhao's had exceeded her expectations. Although this musical style was different from what she normally listened to, she still found it acceptable. It did not have the thick bloodthirsty aura or the heavy historical flavor that the 100-Year Period of Destruction series had. Barbara did not really like music that was overly thick and serious. She preferred bright, upbeat music, or music that was expressive, emotional, and refreshing, the sort that made people feel happy. Whether it was classical or modern, whether the tempo was fast or slow, as long as it wasn't too poor, she would find it acceptable. As for the song, Empty, it fell within her acceptable range. Perhaps she would really purchase a song at this concert. Just as she was preparing to write something down, she spotted something from the corner of her eye. Raising her head to look over, she saw Zero extending his neck to look over. Zero wanted to see what Barbara wanted to write purely out of curiosity, but he did not get to see anything except Barbara rolling her eyes. His mouth twitching, Zero sat back down and said to his agent, taking down notes while at a concert. Lunatic. He was someone who had not even taken notes during his student days. Listening to a concert was for enjoyment as a pastime, what need was there to take notes? Disappointing. Zero's tastes differed from the style that Barbara liked. Zero just loved the sort of grand and stunning music from the 100-Year Period of Destruction series, the sort that made it seem like there were bloody battles and killing intent, the sort that made one energized just listening to it. It was fine if there was some emotion as long as it was not too overly emotional. Zero wasn't an industry professional and could not evaluate from a professional viewpoint, nor did he have any intention of looking at it that way. His opinion was that if he found it nice to listen to, that was enough. Who cared how others saw it? As long as he liked it, even if industry insiders criticized and roasted it, he would still buy it all the same. For songs he didn't like, even if it was praised to the high heavens, Zero wouldn't give it a passing glance. At today's concert, the first piece was still within his acceptable scope. Hey, I feel that this piece isn't too bad. After the concert ends, purchase it, Zero said. Zero's agent replied, it just started. Continue listening. Perhaps there will be pieces you like even more. Zero thought about it for a moment. Makes sense. Looking at the song list, the second song was titled ZH. What does ZH mean? Zero asked bemusedly. Why is it that artists just love being so deliberately mystifying? Why can't they just give it a simple name that is easy to understand? Zero's agent lowered his voice and answered, it is written in the information about the composing process for this song. ZH is the chemical symbol of an element, the one found in the grade A power or discovered on planet Baiji. The element is named Zeoium. Listening to the exchange between Zero and his agent, Barbara snorted in her heart. Idiot. Not only are you artistically illiterate, but you are blind as well. The lighting changed, signifying that the second song was about to begin. Barbara no longer bothered with chiding Zero. The venue once again quieted. The moment the prelude started, Barbara's face changed. Interesting. A woodwind tune picked up, seemingly like a gust of wind from the outside entering the interior of a cave. A series of slow striking piano notes sounded. At the end of every short period, the piano notes repeated, sounding like an echo. Inside the music hall, it gave listeners a surreal and dreamlike feeling of echoes bouncing off the walls. Listening to it abruptly brought about a sense of trepidation, as if the body was being chilled by a blowing wind, but as one continued listening, the rhythm gained a sort of implicit charm. Midway through, the tempo changed to a pure and lively clarinet tune paired with a string melody. It was as though a crescendo had risen from the beginning to the end. The rhythm control was highly accurate, just like that of a pulse or the rise and fall of one's breathing. It brought with it a classical feel with some sense of mysteriousness to it, like an uncrackable puzzle of many layers, just like the background image of a deep crevasse leading to an otherworldly abyss where no light shone through. A passionate yet romantic female voice cried out softly, as if calling to the birth of a sparkling star from the mysterious world beneath the surface of the rock. Seated beside Xue Jing, Lin Sun stared attentively at the huge image displayed in the backdrop of the stage, his face rigid with concentration, and maintaining his listening posture like he was trying his hardest to hear even more. All the way till the song ended, he did not even give the notebook in his hands a passing glance. When it ended, he sighed. How spiritual. It was not known whether he was talking about ZH, the song that had just concluded, or Fang Zhao, the composer. Another old person among the group appeared to have thought of something as he laughingly asked Lin Sun, "Old Lin, doesn't that song have a style akin to a spiritual journey?" Someone else shook his head. "No, I don't think it does. The song that just played lacked an elegant feel, but it had a sort of penetrating force." The other old folks also joined in the discussion. At the 20-second mark, where the clarinet provided the impetus for the sudden change in tempo, I just felt like giving him high marks. An old man who had a preference toward strings instruments and especially loved the violin disagreed. "Unlike you, I suddenly felt a rousing feeling at the 45-second mark. The sounds of the violin really enhanced this piece greatly." Hearing the discussions of his old friends, the smile on Xue Jing's face deepened. He wished to let his old friends understand more about Fang Zhao and hoped that Fang Zhao would gain the acknowledgement of these people. This would greatly aid Fang Zhao's development. Previously, when people in the music circles mentioned Fang Zhao, they would bring up the 100-year period of destruction series, but Xue Jing wanted others in the industry to know that Fang Zhao was capable of even more. Fang Zhao could produce hot-blooded fiery pieces, but he could also create gentle and exquisite melodies. However, after Lin Sun had said 2 sentences, he fell silent, as if pondering an important matter. Roughly half a minute later, Lin Sun sent a message. Recently, he had been invited by a Huangzhou geography channel to produce accompaniment music for an educational science documentary. Among the series, there were more than 10 episodes that focused on mining, and Lin Sun had not composed anything satisfactory yet. Previously, he had not been able to find anything suitable, but now, he felt that he could recommend Fang Zhao's ZH song. Coincidentally, this song of Fang Zhao's had been composed with the discovery of the new ore and element as inspiration, and it complemented the main focus of those episodes. Lin Sun felt that this was an excellent piece of work and that if a commercial company purchased it, that would be too much of a waste. If it were to be placed inside a commercial film or television series, it might appear for a while but it would not be heard again after the 2nd year. But an educational science documentary was different. This sort had a later expiration date and would be recorded in high-quality cultural archives. Various science and educational channels throughout the world would broadcast it every year. Schools would also use excerpts as teaching material where the piece would be heard. Just like how scholars hoped their own literary works could withstand the test of time and circulate for all eternity, every single composer also wished for their own compositions to exist for the longest possible time and not fade into oblivion the year after they appeared. In the new era, where news and information refreshed at such a rapid rate, these sorts of chances were few and far between. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was a pity. Thus, Lin Sun immediately sent the production team a message of recommendation. Seeing the notification that the message had been successfully sent, Lin Sun felt a little more at ease. Elsewhere, Zero also told his agent, "Hey, this song isn't bad either. It's rather meaningful. Make a note. Perhaps I can use it in a future film and television series." Zero's agent didn't say a single word. This was only the 2nd song. Was Zero going to change his mind again later on? In any case, Zero's agent wasn't going to let Zero squander money. Zero's agent could see the quality of the concert from the first 2 songs. Just as Xue Jing and the other seniors of the industry had said, as long as his following pieces were not too far off from the first 2 songs, this concert would be settled. Following that was the 3rd song, titled The Power of Life. Fang Zhao had gained inspiration for composing this piece when he had witnessed the germination process of the arrow sunflowers at the experimental plot at Planet Baiji's Outpost 23. The start had a monotonous repetitive rhythm, yet there was a hushed, murmured beauty about it, as though something was unfolding as the song progressed, carrying with it some tension that drew in listeners to the artistic concept being created. Amidst the unfurling harmony, an impetus started to slowly push its way forward. The silence, the struggles of life as it muddled along a track, the explosiveness of breaking through the soil, a rallying cry, and finally, emergence. This was a piece with a powerful finale able to invoke intense feelings and cause listeners to resonate with these emotions. Then was the fourth song, Enemy Attack, the fifth song, Counteroffensive, and then the sixth song, Legion. When it got to this point, many fans who had listened to the 100-Year Period of Destruction series slowly smiled as they reminisced. Still the same old familiar recipe and that same fond flavor. Similar to the styles of the four movements of Period of Destruction, Enemy Attack had layer upon layer of the keyed-up tension of a crisis. It made listeners feel as if their nerves were frayed. Counteroffensive showcased the power and grandeur of strings and woodwinds, creating a thick and heroic feel. Just by solely listening to the sounds produced from the stereo equipment, one was able to feel the mind-numbing killer intent hitting them straight in the face. And Legion was an ever-fashionable march advancing step by step, an upbeat tune that stirred up the will of the people. Listening to these songs brought about a really pleasant feeling, like having a steam-hot pot on a cold winter day. Satisfying. Although these three pieces had completely different tunes than the movements of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series, people listening could tell right away that the songs had been created by the same composer. If these three songs had played at the start, many seniors in the music industry would surely have thought, Fang Zhao is still relying on his old methods and only has this style. However, after listening to the first three songs and then appreciating the ones that followed, all they could do was sigh ruefully. This little fella is really remarkable indeed. But the piece that totally changed people's opinion of Fang Zhao was the ninth song, the second-to-last piece for the concert, Encore/Encore 1. Encore? An additional song? Zero bemusedly looked at the title of the ninth song shown on the list. Noticing Barbara looking over, he hurriedly said, "Oh right, I think it has something to do with the significance of life." After he spoke, Zero thought that he had been intellectually profound and felt particularly pleased with himself. In the end, all he saw was a look of disdain from Barbara. Could he have been wrong? Unconvinced, Zero flipped through the electronic song list and read the information on the inspiration behind this piece. A name? Encore is a person's name? Zero mumbled to himself as he wore a befuddled expression. Behind him, Zero's agent sighed soundlessly. "This is the result of opening one's mouth without knowing anything, you big idiot." In hushed tones, Zero's agent explained, "Senior Master, the title on the song list and the representative person's name are written differently." Zero flipped the song list back to check the title of the ninth song. Indeed, the words used were different from the song title. However, Zero was thick-skinned and did not feel embarrassed at all. On the contrary, he acted as though he had just discovered a big secret. That means to say this song was written for a newborn baby girl. Air. According to the background description, that seems like the case, Zero's agent replied. Stage lights alternated. This time, there was no concrete image that appeared. Yellowish-orange ripple-like patterns appeared in the background. The strumming of a zither could be heard. The prelude was gentle. Simple, crisp piano notes leaped around in the hearts of listeners. A violin created an auspicious and peaceful vibe, like the first ray of sunlight emerging from the clouds in the early morning after a night full of heavy showers and warming the depths of one's heart. From the tranquil concerto of violin and piano, a billowing surge emerged. Continuous string tones were like a gust of wind flitting across a stream at dawn, rushing through the forests and gradually clambering up. With some bumps, it finally steered clear of the mountain tops and flew over the wilderness, finally soaring in the boundless sky. This was a tune of majestic freedom. It felt as if something was passing very quickly, but it wasn't time. It wasn't very fierce, nor was it heavy. It embodied warmth and radiance, like anticipating an answer that had been brewing over time. To explain it generally, this song was like an unseen spring water, carefully and continuously permeating into the heart, and when one regained their senses, the heart was already crammed full.
The music contained too many emotions, yet when these emotions seemed to be on the verge of overflowing, they were suppressed. Even Xue Jing had a flabbergasted look on his face after listening to it. This was composed by Fang Zhao. Listening to the other songs and then listening to this makes me very surprised. It sounds a little similar to the style of that Ha Wen we heard a few months ago, that student of Ming Tsang's. No, it is different from Ha Wen's. Ha Wen's music style was like a thin never-ending stream, warm, gentle, and exquisite. On the other hand, Fang Zhao's diverged from this sort of tranquility with a splendid halo. It was seemingly clear and simple, yet it had a stunning effect that could not be described in words. As soon as the song ended, Ha Wen clapped vigorously, laughing while shaking his head as if he had seen something unimaginable. Turning to his wife beside him, he praised Fang Zhao. A really impressive junior. He really is remarkable. Over in the VIP booths, Zero was also sighing emotionally. When my own children are born, I will also get him to compose a song. As he thought about it, he felt wronged. Why hadn't his own father gotten someone to compose a song for him when he had been born? After lamenting, Zero habitually glanced over to see the situation in the room next door, but he realized that the people there were pacing about. This puzzled Zero. Before, the room had been slightly quieter, and even when there had been movement, it had only been one person walking about, probably a bodyguard or assistant serving tea or something. But now, it seemed as if they had something they needed to do. Could it be they can't hold it in any longer and want to head to the washroom? Zero thought to himself with his warped sense of humor. As for Barbara, after listening to the 9th song, she had a blank expression on her face. Afterward, she picked up her notebook and wrote down 2 lines before stopping, as though she was hesitating. Finally, she resolved herself. She had decided to purchase this song. Beckoning her assistant over, Barbara issued her instructions. Contact. She had only said the first word in the sentence when she broke off. Barbara stared at the electronic song list. On it, behind the title of the 9th song, Encore, the originally hollow circle had become solid. A hollow circle was a mark that meant the copyrights of that particular song had not yet been sold, while a solid circle meant that the rights had already been sold. How long has it been since the 9th song concluded? Has it even been a minute? Who was it that stole my target? If not for the fact that she had to uphold her elegant aristocratic image, Barbara would have flipped the table in front of her right now. Preposterous. To dare steal my goods. However, right now, the matter had already reached this point. Barbara forcibly quelled the raging fire in her heart and put on an icy-cold face as she continued sitting there. After the concert ended, she would check it out. She wanted to see who exactly it was that had such quick fingers. The concert's 10th and final piece was titled Expedition. The image in the backdrop was of Baiji Military District's airfield. This was one of the images that had been carefully hand-picked by Shanta and sent over. The opening 3 notes of Expedition were like the low-frequency warnings of a foghorn. It was as if the entire music hall was engulfed and jolted thrice. This established the song's main key. Domineering, shocking. That sort of warning sound was actually being simulated by instruments in the performance and was slightly different from an actual warning horn, yet every person who had served on Baiji knew that it signified that large numbers of transport ships or spacecraft nearby or within planet Baiji's airspace were prepared to take off or descend and that all unrelated personnel should clear the area. The drum beats, nimble vibrations of the zither, and imposing blares of the trombone that were rousing up the audience's spirits converged to form music and, together with the image in the backdrop, made listeners feel as if they could see the countless flying crafts, both big and small, ascending and descending in planet Baiji's airspace. It was as if the audience could see the massive expeditionary force on the faraway planet of Baiji. With the music provoking the senses, each nerve seemed to be abnormally agitated, creating a rush of blood that seemed to boil over and turn to steam, spurting out from the open pores throughout the body. Even when one shut their eyes, they could still feel that majestic spectacle. It was like an icebreaker, a combination of hard work and science charging straight ahead and smashing through layer upon layer of thick ice as it broke through and took a foray into space. From one planet to another, from one galaxy to another. Our military, fiery and passionate, advancing bravely, conquering the unknown sea of stars. At Baiji Military District Base Headquarters. Bang! Shanta slapped his palm forcefully onto the coffee table beside. Laughing heartily, he said, "This is it. Get it." Actually, when the 3 instrument-simulated warning horns had sounded, Shanta had already wanted to slap his hand on the table. However, he had felt that, as the Grand Commanding Officer, he could not act too impulsively and had held himself until the end of the song before bringing his hand down. Contact Fang Zhao. Considering it again, Shanta said, "Contact Silver Wing." "Forget it, Hong Lu, you go speak to your wife." Hong Lu, who was seated beside Shanta. Silver Wing was the managing company for Fang Zhao's concert and was handling the operations and sales of copyrights. Anybody wishing to purchase the songs would have to contact Silver Wing for negotiations. Thus, Shanta wanted Hong Lu to contact Duan Xinji. Directly liaising with the big boss was much more efficient, and they might be able to get a preferential rate. Hong Lu sighed. He didn't have a choice, so he returned to his own office, picked up the communications device, and called Duan Xinji. Of course, he knew roughly how much Fang Zhao's works were worth on the market and also knew that if Baiji Military District wanted a song copyright, Duan Xinji would surely give a discounted price, mainly because he, Hong Lu, was here. It wouldn't be good to offend Shanta. It was better to go along with Shanta's wishes. It wasn't that they were afraid of Shanta but rather that there wasn't any need to cause tension. On a larger scale of things, one song score was just a small matter. This time, Duan Xinji would have to earn less of a profit. At present, Duan Xinji was looking at the evaluations industry insiders were giving for Fang Zhao's concert. Seeing their acknowledgement of the concert, she was glad. She was happy for Fang Zhao and delighted at the pieces that would be sold off at decent prices. After this, Fang Zhao's status within the industry would once again swell. It was at this moment that Duan Xinji received the incoming call from Hong Lu. She wondered why Hong Lu was contacting her at this time. Could it be to congratulate her? Accepting the call, Duan Xinji saw Hong Lu's guilt-ridden face. Hong Lu said, "Dear wife, I'm sorry." Duan Xinji's hands trembled slightly, and the smile nearly fell off her face. The moment she heard the end of his sentence, Duan Xinji knew that he was talking about the last song in Fang Zhao's concert tonight, Expedition. Silently exhaling, Duan Xinji cursed in her heart. "I thought you'd had an extramarital affair. Your Baiji Military District wishes to purchase it?" Duan Xinji asked. "MMHM, Shanta has said he wants to get the last song." "All right, got it. The price will be negotiated later on. Let me first make a note." As she spoke, Duan Xinji changed the hollow circle behind Expedition to a solid one. At the same time, people in the music hall holding the electronic song list realized that even before the curtain call, yet another song had been reserved. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.